Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter went to find Hermione married her? Part 1. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Saturday, June 17, 2006, New York City, NY. She hated business trips really. She hated them because they took her away from her son and daughter. They were twins and only 6 years old. Fortunately, since her father died, her mother and younger sister lived with her and watched over them when she was away. This trip was the worst in her opinion. It would be the longest time she spent away from her children since they were born. She had left home last night and would be here for a whole week. It was now Saturday morning and she was in the hotel lobby ordering her breakfast. The conference she was attending did not start until Monday, but her boss wanted her here early to make sure everything was in order. She checked last night when she checked in. Everything was in order and now she had nothing to do for the next 2 days. Well, she thought, it's not like there's nothing to do. I am in New York City after all. Maybe I could do some shopping. She really had no idea what she would shop for. The business trips were the price she paid for her salary. She was now a marketing associate for Pack Riley Corporation, a major research and development firm in St. Louis. Her job was to sell their products, and this conference could be a big deal maker for her company. It was both hers and their first major international exhibition, and there would be potential buyers from all over the world and most critically Europe. That was Monday. Today she had nothing to do. She had just ordered and was reading her complimentary paper, waiting for her breakfast to arrive. May I join you? A man's voice asked. Every other table is full and I am famished. She nodded but hoped he would not try and chat her up. She found that annoying in the extreme. Thank you, he said. His voice was accented. He was not an American. Well, neither am I really, she thought. Unless she was mistaken, her new table companion was from Britain. So was she once. She listened to his accent as he ordered his breakfast and remembered a part of her thought of her life long ago. It seemed like that had not been her life at all. Bloody hate business trips, he said. Annoying really. She nodded in agreement, trying to read an article about some scandal or another. Worse when I have to cross the pond, he continued. Though it's easier flying west than it is flying east, don't you think? She nodded absently. I guess it could be worse, he sighed. She now wanted to tell him to be quiet. She wasn't in the mood for any conversation. She put down her paper and looked at the man at her table for the first time. She almost died of a heart attack, she would later think, when she saw who was seated at her table. Hermione Granger, I presume, he said. She knew him instantly. The raven hair and bright green eyes. She had known him years ago, and this was the last place she thought she'd run into him. She could feel the blood drain from her face as her jaw dropped. Relax, he said. This is just a coincidence. I'm here for some bloody conference regarding recent research and stuff. Bloody waste of time if you ask me. I'm a field agent, not a bloody RD type. But I got tapped for this, so there you go, and here we are. She wanted to leave, but now knew she could not. He was here for the same conference, so this potentially awkward meeting was unavoidable, unless she wanted to lose her job. Harry, she started. I am pleased to see the rumors back home are unfounded, Harry said with a smile. Rumors? Oh, they're all kinds. The most common one is that you were killed and are moldering in some unmarked grave somewhere. Every few months since you left, if there is a slow news day, the Daily Prophet comes up with its new theory of what happened to Hermione Granger. My particular favorite is that you were really an alien and have returned to your home world. Harry chuckled. It's really quite pathetic. Harry, I understand if you don't want to tell me where you've been these last 7 years. But forgive me if I am curious. Harry, in case you're wondering, no, I did not come looking for you after you disappeared. Wanted to. I really did. But things were so hectic I never found the time, and when things calmed down I figured the trail had long since gone cold. No point then. It was obvious you were not coming back. So why look? So what brings you to New York? I assume that's a safe question. Apparently the same thing that brought you here. Really? Buying or selling? I'm a marketing agent for a company in St. Louis. And she explained to him what she did. You've been here a while, haven't you? Harry said when she finished. I only got in last night.
No.
I mean, you've been living here in America for a while. How? I'm a pretty good cop, Hermione. Your accent. There's still a trace of home, but it's barely noticeable. You talk like an American. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I should think not.
Cop.
I thought you were an or. There have been a lot of changes back home since you left. Hermione. A lot of changes. Perhaps a proper introduction is in order. I am Chief Inspector Harry Potter, Deputy Director, Major Crimes and Special Operations Department, Royal National Magical Police. What's that? We deal with capital crimes in Britain. Murder, rape, unforgivables, and we conduct foreign operations against terrorists and the Voldemort remnants and wannabes. We reformed law enforcement soon after you left. Our police force is now modeled after the magical section of the American FBI. My department deals with the worst of the mutts. Just closed a nasty serial killer case a few weeks ago. That was one sick puppy. Things have changed, Hermione observed. Whole government, in fact. The ministry is now strictly the executive branch. Technically, we're part of the ministry. In reality, the minister's only control over us is through the budgeting process. The Wiesengemot is gone. We now have an elected parliament that passes laws and a separate court system to enforce them. You'd be pleased to learn that the house elves have seats in the legislature and their own bureau in the ministry itself. Really? Yep. You'd hardly recognize the place. Hermione thought for a while. She had not seen Harry in almost 7 years, not since the day he brought her to Heathrow. He seemed surprisingly cheerful. She wondered. She had left that day and never heard from him again, and yet he was acting as if nothing happened. She was sure he was upset with her disappearance. She would have been. She was. Had she been told she would run into him, she would have thought he'd be less of a stranger and more upset with her. Something was very different than she had expected. How's Ron? She finally asked. As I said, Harry replied, his mood suddenly sullen. Things have changed. I try not to think about him. Harry sighed. I haven't spoken to Ron in years, Hermione. Our friendship ended the day he broke your heart. I never wanted that. I know. But you were not the self-centered idiot who crushed my other best friend's soul for his own personal pleasure. Saturday, June 26, 1999, 12 Grimald Place, London, UK. Harry was watching his new television. Ginny was at home with her parents and would not be coming over for a few days, and Harry was relaxing after a hard week at work. He was startled by a pounding on his door. He grumbled as he was enjoying the movie on the telly and went to the door. He opened it and Hermione was standing there in tears. She seemed almost hysterical and certainly inconsolable. She pushed past him and into his living room. She ignored everything for a while before she finally realized he was there. Hermione? Harry asked. It's over. She bawled. What is? What's over? Ron and me. I'm sure it's not that bad, Hermione. Are you? Were you there just now? Is shagging another woman okay? What are you talking about? Harry could smell that she had been drinking. I wanted to surprise him. Term ended yesterday and the train came today and I decided to skip it and apparate to his flat and surprise him hours before the train arrived in London. She cried. I have a key, you know. Harry nodded. So I walk in and hear a woman moaning from the living room. Harry, calling his name. It sounded like privacy. So I went in and there was Ron bare-assed and going at it with Lavender Brown. There was nothing Harry could say in reply to his friend. They never noticed me, all wrapped up in each other as they were, and I was too stunned to do anything. I slipped back into the hall, left Ron a note and my engagement ring. It's over. Harry nodded. He really did not know what else to do. Oh, but he's sure to get the point. I caught him and he knows. What do you mean, Hermione? I didn't write the note on a piece of parchment. I used my wand and graffitied it on the walls of his freaking front hall. Made it indelible. No paint. Other than black paint will cover it up. He'll either have to paint his whole house black or replace the darn wall. She seemed to shudder with a thrill for her ingenuity, Harry noted. Harry also knew she was pissed. Both angry and drunk. She never used such language before so far as he could remember. What time did you get to Ron's? Harry asked. Why the hell do you care? Because, well, you seem to have been drinking a lot, Hermione. Why do you care? Because I care about you. Hermione? You do? Harry nodded. You know, I always have. Sometimes you've got a funny way of showing it. Harry looked at her questioningly. When she was sober, all it took was a look to ask a question. She would know he wanted to know what she meant. He had looks for her. She had looks for him. Somehow they could communicate without talking. Harry did not know if that silent communication worked when she was trashed. When Ron ran out on us during the war, she said. Why, you ignored me. I did not, Harry protested. You let me bawl my eyes out. You didn't offer me a shoulder to cry on or anything. I thought. What? I thought you needed your space. Darn it, Harry. I needed you to be my friend. I thought I was being your friend. Well, you were wrong. I wanted you to hold me and make the pain go away. Harry started to tear up. He thought she had appreciated him leaving her alone and not doing anything he thought might violate their trust. For the first time, he now knew she had needed him and he had failed her. The revelation was killing him inside. I would have if... Harry could not finish the sentence. If what? Hermione yelled. If you had asked, Harry replied. Why should I? I thought you were my friend. I am, Hermione. I always have been and always will be. But I was a stupid 17-year-old boy who knew next to nothing about girls. And now I'm a stupid 18-year-old boy who knows next to nothing about girls. And what about me? She asked in a scared voice. I know you probably better than anyone, Harry said softly, but I cannot read your mind. Like to, but that would be rude. While I'd like to think I'm pretty good at reading you, you are, she said. She then laughed for some reason Harry could not fathom. I also know I'm not perfect.
I'm sorry, Hermione.
Sorry for not being there for you then. I'm here for you now, though. She smiled at him for a moment, but then her face changed. Her mouth opened as if in pain. Her eyes crushed themselves shut and Harry could see tears falling and saw her shoulders heaving, even though she made no sound at all. Her hands were pulled up under her chin as she shook with silent tears. I'm here for her now, Harry thought. He walked up to her and pulled her into a hug. Gently, he pulled her head to his chest and felt her shake and felt her tears. Finally, she began to cry vocally, and he pulled her as close as he could, rubbing her back and kissing her beautiful, if seemingly unmanageable brown, curly hair. He could not help but smell her and to his embarrassment was enraptured by the smell. He wanted her even closer, but prayed she kept her arms in front of her. His involuntary reaction to holding his friend and beautiful young woman, he thought, so close scared him, and should she realize it might scare her as well. He did not want that. All he wanted, all he had ever wanted for her was for Hermione to be happy. As she cried, he was lost in thought. Ron was his best mate, had been since he first met Ron almost 8 years ago. Hermione, however, was his best friend, again practically since they first met almost 8 years ago. He could tell her things he could never tell anyone else. Ron and he had had their fights over the years. Most arose because Ron had a massive inferiority complex, which Harry thought might explain what Hermione had walked in to find a few hours ago. Hermione and Harry had had their tiffs as well. But there was a difference. She never stopped caring for him, and their spats were when she had done what she thought was best for him, and he acted like an immature git as a result. He had always feared this day. Ron and Hermione had begun dating officially about a year ago, just as the war ended. Deep down, there was a part of Harry that wanted her too, but she seemed to have a thing for Ron and Ron for her, and he knew it. He feared what would happen if either he or Ron had started dating Hermione and then the relationship failed. He knew he would have to take aside Ron or Hermione. He feared losing either or both of his best friends. Now that day was here. To Harry's surprise, the choice was easy. Hermione. It's okay, Harry whispered. It's not okay. She cried back. He broke my heart. I hate him. I know. I never want to see that scoundrel again. Part of Harry hoped that was not true. Another part knew she was serious and meant it. Hermione was not perfect, who was? But one thing this broken friend of his was not and would never be was a doormat. Lavender was. Maybe that was what Ron wanted in a girlfriend. Someone he could treat like dirt and get away with it. Then don't, Harry said. What? BB, but I love him. And he obviously does not love you, Harry said. How can you say that? Did he tell you?
No.
But if he loved you, truly loved you would not be here now and he would not have been. Freak him. Hermione wailed. Sorry. What? Don't like lavender sloppy seconds, Harry quipped. Scoundrel. Harry shrugged and tightened the hug. You broke my heart, Harry, she cried. I know, Harry said soothingly. Again, I know. How could I be so stupid? Hush. You're not stupid, Hermione. You're the smartest, kindest, and most special person I've ever known. And yet I couldn't see this. That makes two of us, Hermione. Until just now, I had no reason to think that he was. You were here in London with him all this year. I was stuck in school, Harry. What do you mean you did not know? He got his own flat, you know. I know. I helped him pick it out. He didn't want to be beholding to me for a place to live. Goodness knows, Hermione, I offered him a room here. You know, he flat out refused. Bugger hated feeling like he was second class or something. You remember, don't you? She chuckled reluctantly. Ron could be such an insecure git, she thought. Tuesday, July 14th, 1998, 12 Grimmauld Place, London, UK. The Golden Trio, Harry scoffed. Another one of the totally stupid names the press had forced upon him over his brief lifetime, Harry though, except now they dragged his two best friends into that cesspool with him. Bah! So what? So we killed the most dangerous dark wizard in memory? So what? I'm not even 18. You bastards want to Leoneize me and my friends? Wait until we have a lifetime of accomplishments. Not a moment's fleeting glory in the sun at the dawn of our young lives. But the press has a bloody nutter of a mind of its own, Harry thought. He and his two best friends stood at the door of the house he had inherited from his godfather. Over the past couple of weeks Harry had the place completely renovated while he, Ron and Hermione lived at Ron's parents' place, the Burrow. Harry was now moving in at last. He had brought his friends here to make them an offer. They were all acting Aurors now, hunting down the remnants of Voldemort's followers. Hermione was only a temp as she intended to return for her final year of school. Harry and Ron, and Neville for that matter, were now permanent additions to the elite Auror, the youngest ever. Then again, as most of the Corps died in the war, their youth was not that unexpected given their wartime accomplishments. Grimmauld Place had been an old, dark, horribly out-of-date garden house near the Camden Town section of London. It was large. Below the ground floor was a large basement which contained the kitchen. It then had a ground floor, 3 upper floors, and an attic. There had been a guest bedroom on the first floor along with the drawing room. The ground floor had a parlor and the dining room. A study/library and another bedroom had occupied the second floor. The master suites were on the 3rd floor, and 2 bedrooms were in the attic. It had been practically gutted in the renovation. The ground floor and first floor were mostly open spaces now. The ground floor was the public room for dining and entertaining. The first floor was now the main room for relaxation and less formal gatherings, although it also contained the guest bedroom as Harry thought of it. Harry's study/library and a bedroom occupied the second floor. The rest of the floor plans were virtually unchanged, but the rooms, except for the 2 attic rooms for now, had been renovated. Harry was having electricity, telephones, cable television, and internet installed. Although Harry had a house elf as a servant, he had installed modern Muggle, non-magical, appliances in the old kitchen. Harry had been forced to cook for his aunt and uncle as a boy. While he hated cooking for them, he did enjoy cooking, and was more than willing to expand his talents in that arena now that he had a place of his own. Maybe not every meal, but he did like to experiment with his cooking. Although he could use magic to cook, having been brought up in a non-magical house, he preferred to cook by hand, as Ron derisively called the method used by most of the world. Out back of the house was a large but long-neglected garden that was now his house elf creature's main task in life. Behind the garden there was an old carriage house he had renovated into a garage. The house had an upper floor that had been servants' quarters when the place was built in the 1850s. It had been filled with ages of junk. He had turned it into a recreation room. The ground level was now a 4-car garage. He was thinking about learning to drive and buying a car. So, he said after he gave his friends the grand tour, "What do you think?" "I hardly recognize the place, Harry," Hermione said. "It's lovely. It'll do, I suppose." Ron moped. Ron had issues with money. More annoyingly, Ron had issues with the fact that Harry had lots of it inherited from his family and his godfather. "You two are more than welcome to live here," he said. "That would be wonderful," Hermione said, looking at her boyfriend Ron. "I don't know," Ron said. I guess for a bit. But I'm dating Hermione now and you're dating my sister, and unless I am seriously mistaken, both are pretty serious. I really don't want to know what you and my baby sister are up to, if you know what I mean." "I'm sure you don't want to know what Hermione and I are, Ron," Hermione shot back. "Dear? Well, it's a big house, Ron," Harry said. "Much too big for one person. It's not like Ginny and I are going to be married anytime soon. She still has another year of school and I already told you, Ronald," Hermione said crossly, "I am going back to take my final year." "You know you don't have to," Ron complained. "I want to. You know I want to take my exams." "But Hermione, you don't need to. You can be an or. Maybe I don't want to be one, Ronald. Did you ever think of that? Did you? Maybe I want to do something different." "Like what?" "I don't know. Look, Ronald. Maybe you think chasing around after dark wizards is loads of fun. But I don't. The only reason I have done that and am doing it is because of you two. But I know I don't want to do that for the rest of my life. I want to keep my options open. I'm just saying, don't say anything. Darn it, Ronald, I want to do something else. I just don't know what yet. Okay?"
Guess.
"And I think living here, at least at first, is brilliant." "Darn it, I don't." "Why not?" Harry and Hermione asked. "I told you. I don't want to know what Ginny and Harry are up to. Okay? Is that it, Ronald?" Hermione asked. "Yes, well no. I can afford a flat now. I want a place of my own, of our own, Hermione." "Oh," she said. "I guess." "Thank you," Ron replied. "Look, we can stay here until you go back to school or so. But by then I want our own flat. Okay?" "Sounds great," Hermione said. Harry was not convinced she was sincere. "Besides, I hate playing poor. I won't live off of charity, even Harry's. He did not make the offer out of charity. He did it as a friend." "Yeah. Well, maybe he did. I did," Harry added. "But the rest of the blighters will think I live here, 'cause I can't afford a decent place of my own. I am sick of that. Okay?" The other two knew Ron well enough to know this was not worth the effort of arguing over. He had real issues with looking poor. Always had. Saturday, June 26, 1999, 12 Grimmauld Place, London, UK. "Git probably got the place for his shagging pleasure," Hermione wailed. "Darn it, Harry. This place is huge. Privacy would not have been an issue. I tried to tell him, but he refused to listen. Son of a brat wanted his bachelor pad so he could shag tarts while I was off at school. Did it matter we were engaged? Apparently not. Scoundrel. Hermione? Darn it, Harry. You're supposed to be my best friend. Why didn't you tell me?" "Tell you what?" "Tell me Ron was freaking around on me. I didn't know." Harry was shocked at her language. Then again, she smelled like she'd been drinking all day. She looked at him in disbelief. "Honestly, Hermione, I did not. I never popped by there unannounced. That's just rude. If freaking began bothering me when he would do the same. Git made a point of it during the halls if he even thought there was a remote chance Ginny was here. I like my privacy. Okay? I don't invite tarts here for a cheap shag, but I like being left alone for a time. I do my socializing away from here. I assumed he would be the same way. I had no idea he was screwing around. I swear." She looked at Harry intently. She knew, even in her inebriated state, she knew he was telling her the truth. "When did the git learn to lie?" she asked rhetorically. "What? Come on, Harry." Ron could not lie to save his life. Not really. He did during the war, so he claims. Ok, fine. He could not lie to us to save his life. Harry nodded, for it had been true. "But he can now," Hermione continued. "What changed?" Harry shrugged. "Lying scoundrel," she said. "All this year he wrote me. He wrote and told me how much he loved me and missed me. His letters were sweet, but seemed canned somehow. Canned? Harry asked. Like someone else wrote them. Bit too smooth for Ron, I should have seen it. Still, darn it. I was in love with the scoundrel. Still, I invited him to come up for each Hogsmeade weekend. He always had an excuse and never came. Harry began. Darn it all. I'm so sorry, Hermione. What? I made every weekend except one to visit Gin, Harry said. One. As hectic as things are at the office, I could still find a few weekends to take off. I made it to all of her matches. All of them. And I've been on loads foreign and undercover assignments. Ron's not trusted with those. He has an aversion to all things Muggle, he does. He only did 4 in the last year and they were all during the week. He's darn good at takedowns fights, but useless at the more cloak and dagger sort of missions. Takedowns are few and far between. Takes months to run a perp to the ground. The other assignments are frequent. In a way, you were lucky today. Odds are I would not be here. Darn. Ron said he was so busy. Hermione whimpered. He wasn't that busy. Darn it. The scoundrel. What are you saying? I don't know. Sorry, Hermione, I don't. But darn it. The git was not that busy. He could have easily spared a little time for you. Darn it. Why didn't I see it? How could you know? I was there. I never saw you or Ron or... Darn it all. Ginny never told you? She never did. I asked her to. I asked her to find out what Ron was up to. I asked her to tell me why he could not see me. I asked her to ask you. She never did? Harry shook his head.
Brat.
Hey, Harry protested. Sorry, Harry. Maybe she forgot. It's been a bad day. Please don't take it out on her. She's supposed to be my friend. She's also miffed at you. Why? Because she says I am closer to you than to her and... Harry, we've been best friends forever. I know. Still, it pisses her off that you and I are so close. She knows there's nothing going on still. Weasley jealousy? Yeah. Throw in the fact that you were head girl. Her mum was, well, she told her that how could Gin expect that honor? You were a far better student and... Still, Molly would have preferred. Darn it all, Hermione exclaimed. Freaking Weasleys. I did not covet that position. I know. I earned it. I know, Hermione. I need a drink. Hermione, what? I need a bloody belt. Got any booze in this palace? You sure? You're not my daddy. I'm of age. I can have a bloody belt if I want one. If you have one. Otherwise, it's back to the pub. Pub? Spent a few hours there before coming over. Or hadn't you noticed? Well, you gonna offer me a drink or what? I really don't think you should. I told you. You're not my goddamn daddy. This day sucks. My life sucks. I want a drink. Doesn't help, believe me. I don't care. Harry resigned. He pointed her to his bar. Better here, he thought, than in some pub. Goodness knows what might happen to her there. Harry watched as Hermione walked over to his bar and poured herself a disturbingly large glass of scotch. Hermione, are you sure you should? After this afternoon? Freak it. I getting pissed. Hermione, don't Harry. Don't. She said in a near rage as she drained the glass and nearly coughed herself into oblivion. Never had that before, she said when she regained a bit of control. She refilled her glass a couple of times, but she faded fast and was soon lying on Harry's couch drunk. Harry had never seen Hermione like this and it scared him. It scared him even more that he had no idea what to do. She was fading fast and her eyes were closing. I love you, Harry, she slurred. She was drunk, Harry thought. Really drunk. Love you too, he said. He found a blanket Mrs. Weasley had knitted for him and placed it over her as she passed out. He kissed her forehead and heard an unintelligible mumble in reply. He then went upstairs to bed. Saturday, June 17, 2006, New York City, NY. Harry always wondered if she remembered what she said just before she fell asleep that night or what he said to her. He always wondered if she meant it and if so how she meant it. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Sunday, June 29, 1999, 12 Grimmauld Place, London, UK. Harry woke up late the next morning. It was a Sunday and he usually slept in. He had forgotten Hermione had passed out on his couch. He went down to make his breakfast and an acrid odor hit him. He then remembered Hermione. He walked into the living room and saw she had been sick all over his couch, floor, blanket, and herself. At least she was still breathing, he thought, although she's going to regret that bit as soon as she starts to wake up. He decided to do his best to put off that misery for her as long as possible. She moaned as he picked her up from the couch. He carried her to the guest room on the first floor. With his hands full, he could not use a wand to do anything, but the last year's intensive training had taught him how to use magic without any wand at all. The bed linens seemed to turn down on their own as he gently placed Hermione onto the bed. He removed her soiled blouse and slacks and blushed at seeing her in nothing but her underwear. He then tucked her in and cast a spell that would keep the room dark and another that would prevent any noise from outside to disturb her sleep. He closed the door and then left his house to deliver Hermione's clothes to the dry cleaner a block away. When he returned, he noticed a trunk and 2 large suitcases in his front hall he had not noticed before. Each had a noticeable HG monogram. He was so preoccupied with his upset, then drunk, then sick friend, he had not noticed she had brought her luggage with her. He carried the bags up and quietly placed them in her room before retuning to clean his living room. There was a knock at the door and Harry stopped cleaning the couch to answer it. He opened the door and his friend and Hermione's former fiancé, as of last night, was standing at the door. "Is Hermione here?" Ron asked with more than a hint of desperation. Harry nodded and Ron smiled slightly. "Good. I need to talk to her." His nose wrinkled at something. "What's that smell?" "Puke," Harry said. "Hermione's somewhere between drop-dead drunk and suffering from the worst hangover of her life." "Drunk?" Ron asked. "Hermione never. She was lit when she showed up and then downed far more scotch than would be advisable under any circumstances. Passed out and threw up all over the place. I don't think she'll be talking to anyone for quite some time. Maybe not until tomorrow." If it was possible for Ron to become any paler, he just did. "What happened? You tell me, Ron," Harry said, getting a little annoyed. Ron shrugged. "Always said she was mental." "Ron, you are thick," Harry yelled. "She came over here 3 sheets to the wind. She said she caught you and Lavender shagging each other's brains out yesterday afternoon. Left you a message and left. My guess is she spent the next several hours in a pub, somewhere." Ron's expression seemed to be a cross between fear and surprise. "She saw that? So you were getting shagged?" "It's not what either of you think, Harry." "What is it then?" There was real hostility in Harry's voice. "It's nothing, really. Lavender's just got an itch that needs scratching is all, and Hermione wasn't supposed to be there and... Well, Lavender means nothing, really. Maybe not to you, but to Hermione she means everything, Ron." "Well, it's her bloody fault," Ron started. "What does she expect me to do? She's holding out on me. Waiting for marriage, she says. So why shouldn't I get lucky now and then?" "Ron, just 'cause she's holding out does not mean..." "Don't bloody lecture me. Harry, you've been shagging my sister since she turned 17. You two didn't wait. Why should we?" "I would have, Ron. And you should because that's what she wants." "Mental," Ron mumbled. "What do you think Ginny would do to me if she thought I was dipping my quill in another inkwell?" "She'd kill you, but she would kill me regardless of whether we were doing it or not. Dipping your wick might not be a big deal to you, but it's a huge deal to women. Don't be surprised if Lavender thinks there's more to the two of you than just your willingness to scratch her itch." After a long pause, Ron said, "It's Hermione I love, you know. And right now she hates you, Ron. Maybe she'll get over it. But don't expect her to soon. Even when she gets over her current condition, I doubt she'll talk to you. Maybe when she gets back." Monday, June 28, 1999, 12 Grimald Place, London, UK. "What happened to me the other night?" Hermione asked Harry, having just finished 3 large helpings of his lasagna. "You were drunk, you got drunker, you passed out, you threw up," Harry replied. "Sorry, Harry." Harry shrugged. "Nothing happened between us?" "No." "Why do you ask?" "When I finally woke up, my clothes were gone." "You threw up on them?" Hermione nodded. "I took them to the dry cleaners and they are in the hall closet." "Thanks, Harry. Do you remember why you were so drunk?" "I left Ron," she huffed. "Just making sure. I can stay here, right? At least until I leave to find my parents?" "When's that?" "My flight is on the 10th. "Yes, you can stay. But I can't take off work to keep you company." I wouldn't ask that of you, Harry, thank you. Harry saw tears in her eyes. I have nowhere else to go, Harry. You're always welcome here, Hermione. Hermione smiled. Harry could not smile back as he placed her dinner before her and took his seat across from her. She was a wreck when she arrived in yesterday. When she finally woke up, she was horribly hungover. She did not say much at all, too sick to talk, Harry figured. He merely asked her what she remembered, if anything, from the day before. She remembered most of it. Ron talked to me at work today, Harry said. Hermione merely grunted. He was here yesterday as well when you were. She merely shrugged. He wants to talk to you. Fat chance, Hermione said. Are you suggesting he should? Are you trying to help him get me back? Because if you are... She was beginning to get angry. No, I am not, Harry said firmly. Merely relaying the message. Good. 'Cause I never want to see him again. Harry nodded. You probably should tell him that in person. Why would I want to do that? Why? I'm not saying you should want to, Harry said calmly. He seems to think you making a big deal about nothing. What? Practically his words. Thinks if you two talk, this will blow over. And what do you think, Harry? She said icily. Stupid git's got his head so far up his ass he has to fart to breath, Harry deadpanned. She calmed down and actually smiled again. What did you tell him? Told him there was a better chance that Voldemort would return than you would. She actually laughed. How'd he take that? Asked whose side I was on. And? I told him the right side. What did he say? Earlier that day. Thank goodness. I was afraid you might pick her over me, Ron said. So you'll help me? No, Harry said gravely. I told you I picked the right side. What's that supposed to mean? You brought this one on all by yourself. I'll relay a message, but I am not going to help you fix this. But Harry, I thought we were mates? Right now, the operative word is were. You broke her heart, Ron. I'll be damned if I knowingly give you a chance to do it again. So, you're picking her over me? You made that choice, Ron. You did. She was your fiancée. You're supposed to remain faithful to... That's a load of dung. It's not like we're actually married yet. Should be. So you're telling me you have not had an occasional roll in the sack when Ginny was away? I have not. I don't believe you. Fine. Don't. But it is true. Mental. They all are. Perhaps, Harry said. So she's staying with you? Far as I know, she has nowhere else to go, so yeah, I guess. What do you mean nowhere else to go? What about her parents? Still in Australia. The Burrow? I don't think she's in the mood for dealing with your family. The leaky cauldron, then. Not sure how she's fixed for money, Ron. Even if she has some, her trip to find her parents won't come cheap. Kick her out. I'm not going to do that, Ron. Fine. But I'm telling Ginny. Fine. Monday, June 28, 1999, 12 Grimald Place, London, UK. So, Hermione said with anger, he wants you to help him get us back together, and yet he also wants you to kick me out in the cold? Basically. Is he mental? Harry shrugged. Does he honestly think I'll go running back to him and beg him to take me back again? Harry shrugged. Maybe there's a chapter in that damned book of his that tells how to win back the witch you cheated on. Book? What book? What are you talking about? I'll show you, Harry said, and he got up from the table. Back in a bit. He came back later and handed her a book that looked brand new. 12 Fail-Safe Ways to Charm Witches, she asked. What the bloody heck is this about? Harry shrugged. You don't know? Never bothered to read it, Harry admitted. Ron has. Swears by it. Some kind of dating guide, I think. Why do you have a copy? Hermione asked suspiciously. He gave me one for my 17th birthday. Told me it works wonders. Did he now? She practically growled. You two were getting along pretty well at the time, as I recall. Only because he seemed to be, you mean? Probably got some pointers from that thing, Harry smiled. I don't know whether I should be flattered or insulted. Harry looked into her eyes and raised an eyebrow. I mean, I guess it was something to get the git to actually read a book. But to think he used it to get me? I think insulted. If he thinks for 1 minute I am going to take him back, he told me he does. He's mistaken. Harry nodded. I happen to agree with you, Mione. Cheating on a floozy like Lavender is one thing. Cheating on you, totally different. Seems he's been doing both. What? How do you know? Git told me today. Said something about taking advantage of our overseas assignments to, well, dip his wick. Didn't come right out and say it. But yeah, how did that come up? He could not believe I remain faithful to Ginny. He can be thick, but I never knew he was that stupid. Immature. Insecure freak him. No thanks, Harry said. Seems everybody has. Hermione actually laughed. Slut boy. Harry added and was rewarded with another laugh. You really are on my side in this, Harry? I am. You're right, he's wrong. And Ginny? Where do you think she'll come down? If my guess is right, she'll be pissed as hell for not supporting her brother. What? Weasleys are strange that way, haven't you noticed? They can hate each other, but an outsider like you or me, an outsider, mess with them? They band together against you, and you are willing to. You're right, he's wrong. He has no right to break your heart and then expect me to be okay with it. No right to expect me not to take your side. Hermione. None. And if Ginny sides with her family, if she truly loves me, she won't. And if she does, Hermione, I pick you. Thank you, Harry, she said softly. Saturday, June 17th, 2006, New York City. NY. You haven't spoken to Ron in years, Hermione asked. Not since the divorce. Even before then, we were hardly friends. Divorce? Hardly friends? To begin with, he never really forgave me for taking you side after the lavender incident. Never. I never really cared because you were right and he was wrong. Best mates before, after Ron and I were not chummy at all. We were civil to one another for a while, had to be considering I did marry his sister. But when I divorced her, well, you divorced? Technically, it was an annulment under the law. But I thought she dumped you. She did, for a time. Friday, July 2nd, 1999, 12 Grimald Place, London, UK. Ginny's coming over, Harry said over dinner. Great, Hermione said happily. Ginny was her best girlfriend. I'd love to see her. I don't know. I don't think you would now. Why? I think she's pissed at me because you're here. You left Ron, which makes you a traitor in her book, and are here with me, which makes you a threat. Something tells me I'm not getting lucky tonight. I'm sure you're exaggerating, Harry. She has a short temper and a jealous streak, Harry said. And she's furious I am refusing to do what she wants me to do. What's that? Kick you out? She never said that. No, but that's what she meant. She never understood us, Hermione. Never. She thinks there's more to us than just being friends. But, deep down Hermione now knew she and Harry were more than just friends, and she hoped Harry knew it too. They had been practically in love since they met on the train to school all those years ago. She would do anything for him. Anything. She knew it was at least almost the same for him, but he could be so thick about his emotions and such. She began to realize, finally, that she was in love with Harry truly, and had been for ages. Ron was a fancy, not much more. She had been with Ron because he acted like a boyfriend. But it was displaced love? Like displaced aggression maybe? Now there was a thought. It is and always has been Harry. Not the bloody boy who lived, Harry. If only he felt the same way about me, she thought sadly. Little did she know he did. He had yet to admit it to himself, but for years all others had been compared to her and found wanting. Even Ginny. The doorbell rang. At least Harry thought, at least she, meaning Ginny, had the decency to ring the bell. Ah, the wicked witch of the West. Speak of the devil, Harry laughed. Harry, Hermione shot back. Just a joke, Harry said. I hope, he thought to himself. He got up to answer the door. Ginny, Harry said, seeing his fiancée at the door. He leaned in for a hug and a kiss and found nothing. Don't bother, Potter, she hissed. Is that Brat here?
Brat.
You know. Nope. No Lavender Brown here, Gin. Sorry. Try Ron's place. I meant Hermione. What's your problem with Hermione? She dumped my brother. Actually, it was kind of the other way around, Gin. No, it wasn't. What did my brother ever do to deserve that? Oh, let's see. Freak around? Get caught shagging Lavender only a few days ago? Admit to getting shagged on overseas assignment? Basically spend the last year getting shagged left and right while his fiancée was at school? He did not. Most certainly he did. Gid admitted as much to me. Didn't seem to be a concern for him at all. So you're taking her side in this? Lavender's? Hardly. Hermione's, you get, of course. Ron's the brat in this one, Gin. He's my brother, so's Percy. So what? He's your best friend, was. No more. Kick her out. I told you Lav is not here. Hermione, kick her out or else. What? Or else we're through. Nice knowing you, Gin. Have a nice life. Good night, Harry said exceedingly calmly. What? I said good night. That means leave. You must be joking. You can keep the ring if you like. But leave. You're throwing away all we have. If you support your Git brother, we have nothing. I can't believe this. He's a hero. He's a bigger Git than Malfoy. Malfoy's a Death Eater. He saw the light, Gin. He's still a world-class ass, but at least he doesn't pretend not to be. Same can't be said for the useless waste of air you call a brother. He's a Weasley. In that case, same applies to you. Have a nice life, Gin. You can't. I just did. See you. Why you see can't. You love me, true, but not right now. If you come back and apologize, if you realize your brother is a tart tracker and admit it, then maybe you are worth my time and affection. You can't. I'm not kicking Hermione out. I demand you do. Sorry. Ain't happening. Fine, we re-over. I hope you burn in hell. Sorry. Already have, Gin. Good night. Harry then closed the door. He ignored her pounding and ended up placing a silencing charm on the door, as well as additional wards on the house to keep Ginny out. Harry, Hermione said in a hurt voice. Harry turned and saw tears flowing from her big, brown eyes. Maybe I should leave. Maybe I should stay at the leaky cauldron or something. And oh, Harry said. Hermione could not tell if he was angry, scared, or desperate. It would be better for everyone, she began. No. No, it would not. This isn't your fault. None of this is your fault, Hermione. Harry. No. Ever since we've known each other, you've gone out of your way to help me. You've made sacrifices I never asked for to help me. You helped me no matter what the cost to you. You are the most selfless and caring person I've ever known, and I've never, Harry, I've never really thanked you or repaid the favor. You don't have to. Yes, I do. But I've ruined. I told you, Hermione, none of this is your fault. None of it. You are the victim here. Not me nor the others. Everything that seems to be going wrong all boils down to an immature, insecure Git named Ronald Weasley. I cost you his friendship, she cried. He cost me his friendship, Harry replied. He broke your heart. He did it in the cruelest and most selfish way imaginable. I don't think I can ever forgive him for that. You did not deserve that. I must have done something for him too. The only thing you did was give him your heart so he could gleefully stomp on it. Hermione. The Git has not told me everything, and I doubt he ever will. But my guess is he's been taking advantage of his fame and small fortune since not long after you boarded the Hogwarts Express last September. He did what he did because he thought he could, and you'd be none the wiser. Perhaps if I had let him. No. He used that as an excuse, Hermione. If he truly loved you, he would have respected your decision and would have honored his commitment to you. That respect and honor went out the door soon after you were out of sight, as far as I can figure. Harry, this is not your fault. None of it. Letting you stay here is the least I can do for you. But Ginny should realize that at some point her new family, meaning me, is supposed to be more important than her old family when it counts. She does not see that. Maybe she never will. She's acting like a spoiled child, and so long as she does, I am not interested. But I've cost you your best mate, your fiancé. It's not your fault, Hermione. It's not. Ron cost me his friendship, and it's because of her ignorant loyalty to a brother she could barely stand that Ginny is out of my life for now. None of that is your fault. You've made sacrifices for me, Hermione. It's my turn to make sacrifices for you. Why? Everyone I've ever cared about has either died or left me. Everyone except you. You're the best friend I've ever had and can ever hope to have, and I can't lose you too. I want to help you because I love you, Hermione. You what? I love you, Hermione, Harry said. That's what friends do. Oh, she said. She did not understand why she was so disappointed in that statement. Still, thank you, Harry, she said, walking into a hug. I love you too. But I'm leaving you too, you know. She felt Harry nod. I don't know when I'll be back. Or if, she thought. I know, Harry said. Does he really? But no matter how long you're away, I want to know that there is one true friend out there, one person who loves me. I will always, Hermione whispered. Saturday, June 17th, 2006, New York City, NY. As you may recall, Hermione, Harry said, I also kind of dumped her as well. Hermione chuckled a little. You did indeed. But I seem to recall that most thought she dumped you. What? Harry said in mock shock. Well, of course she did. Little Princess had never been dumped before and would be damned if she ever really was. The papers were all on about how I humiliated her. Not that I gave a rat's fart about the papers by then. The only morons more useless than the Rita Skeeters of this world are the idiots who read the trash. Much to my regret, a few months later, she came back begging me to forgive her, and I did. Second biggest mistake of my life. Second biggest? Ginny and I married in December 1999. I divorced her about 3 years later. That marriage was a bloody nightmare from the beginning. Should have known better than to marry a boy who lived groupie. She wanted the fame and all that, and I wanted no part of it. She did not care about me really. She's a professional Quidditch player, you know. Signed with the Harpies not long after you left. How did her fiancé find out? Did she tell me? Nope. Read about it in the sports section. She's a great player, you know. Captained England in the last World Cup, and England won for the first time in 300 years. Outside of Quidditch, she's useless. She was never around. Wanted me to quit my job to carry her friggin' bags. When we were home together, we always got into a fight. Didn't take long to realize she did not really want to have kids or a family, just the name and glory. So I divorced her. It was not pretty. She wanted half my estate, half. By then she was the highest paid player in the league. The court saw reason. She got 500 galleons. Didn't even cover her legal bills, Harry chuckled. Ron was furious I left her without a cent, as it were. We had words and he can rot. The only silver lining was we had no kids.
I'm sorry, Harry.
Don't be. I was sick of her by then. I wanted out. I was thinking of pulling a Granger, as they said back then, and just taking off. A friend of mine found an out clause. Technically, it was not a divorce. It was an annulment. Legally, we never were married. What? The conditions necessary to form a legally binding contract were not met. It would take a while to explain, but the bottom line is that sham of a marriage was declared invalid and I was freed from that red-headed nightmare. Haven't heard from her since. I thought you liked her at least. I did once. The whole lavender incident changed everything. Ron was a git. Gin was a privacy pot, but a groupie. Still, for some pathetic reason I did marry her. The experience is probably why I've been single ever since. W.I. Hermione wondered why she was pleased to hear that. Harry shrugged. I never knew much about women, he admitted. Still don't, it seems. Then again, I am considered the most eligible bachelor in all Wizarding Yerpo, so most of the women I meet see my fame and bank accounts and not me. If it weren't for my job, I might just be miserable. Oh well.
I'm sorry, Harry.
Why? It's not your fault.
Just.
All I ever wanted was for you to be happy. It's clear you're not. I'm sorry, Hermione, it's not your fault. It's mine. I followed a path that I thought was mine and it wasn't. Warning signs everywhere and I ignored them. You might have seen them, you always did. I didn't. The lavender incident should have taught me to stay clear of the she-weasel, as a good friend of mine calls Ginny these days. He saw right through her from the start. But I didn't trust him back then. Still don't, not entirely. Burned one time too many, I suppose. Still, Malfoy can be. Malfoy? Hermione asked in shock. You mean Draco Malfoy? Ironic, isn't it? He can still be an ass, but he's a good friend now. He was a friend even then, though no one knew it at the time. I don't believe it. Sad but true. Ron and I were never close after that summer. Malfoy was soon an up-and-comer in the chief prosecutor's office. They say I catch him, he fries him. We became the one team perps do not want on their case. Still, even then, he can be brutally honest, Hermione. Crudely so. Took me a while to see that most of his post-war vitriol was honesty unleashed. After the lavender incident, he told me to steer clear of the two youngest weasels. Foolishly, I did not. Should have seen the outcome. Ginny made me make Ron my best man at her wedding. My first choice was Neville. He was and is my best mate by then. No, she wanted family. She hoped I would see the light. Bloody disaster. Had to put up with Malfoy's "I told you so" for months. Ron made an ass of himself at the rehearsal dinner. There was Ginny crying her ass off 'cause her brother and my best man was such a scandal, and all I could do was say that I told her so. Not a good way to start a marriage. Then, just months later, I had to fire him for compromising a sensitive operation. Ron was a lousy or. You fired him? I wrote him up. He was shagging the daughter of our Mark, a Death Eater who had evaded us for almost 2 years. Ron brags to his shags. She tipped Daddy deadly off and he was gone just as we set up to take him down. Ron was given a choice. Resign or be prosecuted. He at least did the honorable thing and took the hint. He had a family to feed after all. What? Ron works with his brother George now. He married Lavender a few weeks after you left. He what? Had to, it seems. She gave birth to their first kid less than 5 months later. Seems he'd been shagging her since just after you went back to school. Seems she's also never heard of the concept of birth control. Last I heard, they had 4 kids and another on the way. I don't believe it. Hermione started. Wednesday, July 7th, 1999, Or Section. Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Ministry for Magic, London, UK. I'm in deep shoot, Harry, Ron said at lunch. I'll say, no, not just with Hermione. Although when she finds out, I'll be in deeper shoot with her. Oh, Lavender's pregnant. What? She's got my bun in her oven, Harry. And she intends to have it. When? Says she's due in December. What the hell am I going to do, Harry? Told you. I know. Women are bloody mental. Maybe you should look in the mirror. What's then supposed to mean? Harry shrugged. She insists I do right by her, Ron moped. Meaning? Marry her. I can't. Hermione doesn't want you, remember? She'll come around. She always does. I don't think she'll change her mind about you this time. This was one hurt she won't get over and one transgression she'll never forgive. Mental. Human. Wednesday, July 7th, 1999, 12 Grimald Place, London, UK. Hermione had little to do that day. She had purchased her plane ticket to Australia and had spent a few days getting ready. She had seen Bill Weasley about her finances. It turned out the award she had received from the government was worth far more than she had imagined. If she lived frugally, she could live a modest yet comfortable, if boring life without ever needing a job. £2 million at 4% per year was a lot of money by anyone's standards. She had purchased a one-way ticket to Australia. It was a practical decision she had made way back when she had sent her parents into involuntary exile during the war. She had erased their memories. Robert and Rose Granger, parents of one Hermione Granger, partners in a successful dental practice in Loughton, Essex, a suburb of London, now believed they were Wendell and Monica Wilkins. Dentists married to one another who had no children and certainly never had a daughter. They also had always dreamed of living in Australia. Hermione used her magic, for she was a bona fide witch, to alter their reality to save them from the war that was ravaging her world. She knew how powerful the charm she used was and knew she had no idea how long it might take to find them. She was worried, though. They had resisted going overseas. She had to use her magic on them in the end. They might not be happy about that when she found them, if she found them. She thought she had done a good job 2 years ago, but over those 2 years she had learned that while she was smart, she was not perfect. She prayed that when the spell was lifted, they would forgive her. What if they didn't? What if they hated her? She did not know if she could deal with that, especially now. What if they did, but did not want to return home? Could she leave them again? If her family was not in Britain, what reason was there for her to return now that Ron was out of her life? Harry? He was a dear friend. He was more than that. He was everything to her. But was that enough? Was it enough if she was not everything to him? She had been receiving mixed signals for days now. She loved Harry as a friend, but now knew she could not come home to Britain just to remain his friend. Unless he gives me a better reason, as in, maybe I should consider staying away from this place, she thought. By place, she meant Britain and Harry, although it broke her heart yet again to consider leaving her friend. We need time, she thought. Part of her disagreed. She did not, but until he did not, what was the point? Still, why had the last couple of weeks almost been so happy for her? She should be miserable. Why, wasn't she? She liked to think he had been waiting on her hand and foot, but that was not entirely true. He made dinner, and after they would talk or just sit in the living room and read or watch the telly. There were a few days when he and Neville were partnered for a surveillance operation. He told her the basics, but not the specifics. He still managed to come home in the evenings and cook her a meal, and another portion he would then take to Neville. He would keep Neville's portion warm while he spent a couple of hours keeping her company. Darn, she thought. Ron hated my cooking, so did Harry, but he was gracious about it. Yet he can cook and is not looking to. Darn, why did I ever get involved with that toe-rag, she though? He was a friend, true enough, but I should have seen it. He never took me seriously. He never really listened to me about anything, unless I was complimenting him about something. He was fun to be around, at least until he said something stupid, which was often. I should have known. Why did I let myself fall for that selfish, insecure, immature git? You know why? You were afraid to follow your heart. You were afraid to fall for Harry. Why? We always got along, because you had no idea if he saw you as more than just a friend. Sometimes it seemed that he did, sometimes not. Mixed signals. Better to have Harry as a friend than to ruin it by trying to push the relationship in a direction only one of us wants. She tried to convince herself. If Harry was sending her mixed signals, Hermione herself was so confused. She was confused by her own feelings. She had usually been able to master them, control them since she was a little girl. It was her defense mechanism that had saved her from loneliness and despair on countless occasions as a child. Until she was almost 12, until she met Harry, she had never had any real friends. Not one. There were a few kids she knew in school who were nice to her on occasion, but she was always alone. She remembered her 8th birthday. It fell on a Saturday, and her mum offered to throw her a party so she could invite her friends. How could she tell her mum she didn't have any friends? She couldn't. Her mum seemed so eager, so she invited some classmates from her primary school, the ones who were not mean to her. She was not surprised when none of them came. She should have been heartbroken, but she was not. Her mother was. Her mother could not understand why Hermione was not upset by the obvious snub. Harry had ruined her nice, safe walls. Chip by chip, over the years, at least for him, her emotional castle fell. It began when he was genuinely nice to her practically from her first day at Hogwarts. Everyone else seemed to ignore her, but Harry did not. Then again, Harry was nice to everyone in their dorm. He was the only one who remembered she was missing the night a troll had been set loose in the school. He had dragged Ron with him to find her. She had only recently learned that Ron had no interest in finding her that day. Seconds from certain death, Harry and Ron came to her rescue. How could a girl not admire her knights in shining armor? Why did she fall for the wrong one? Somehow, Harry had learned when her birthday was. Hermione never recalled telling him. After her 8th birthday fiasco, she could care less about anyone aside from her parents remembering. September 19th, 1992, she turned 13. Ironically, she now thought it was another Saturday. He had asked her to meet him in an empty classroom that afternoon. She came. She wondered what Harry was on about. She walked in, and only Harry was there. Saturday, September 19th, 1992, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hermione walked into the classroom and saw her friend Harry standing there. "I thought you were supposed to be at practice," she said with a hint of accusation in her voice. "Wood's working chaser drills today. No need for a seeker. Besides, there are more important things than Quidditch." "Oomph," Hermione huffed. She happened to agree with that statement. "Well, you'd never know that around here." "It's true," Harry said with a smile. "Look at Ron, for example. It's all he ever talks about," Hermione groaned. "Think about it, Mione. What is more important to Ron than Quidditch?" Hermione thought long and hard about that one. "I give up," she confessed. "Do you think for 1 minute he would skip a meal to see a Quidditch match?" Harry chortled. Hermione actually laughed. Harry had hit on Ron's true passion stuffing his face. "Okay," she confessed, "you got me there. But what about you, Harry? What's more important to you?" "My friends," Harry said. He paused and then added, "and their birthdays." Hermione was left speechless and watched as a set of curtains were pulled back. Surprise! Several voices called out at once. Hermione was speechless. Standing before her were every member of her class in Gryffindor House, her dorm: Harry, Ron, Dean Thomas, Neville Longbottom, Seamus Finnegan, Parvati Patil, Lavender Brown and Sally and Perks. Also there were Ron's older brothers Fred and George, which could only mean trouble. She thought Lee Jordan, Angelina Johnson and Katie Bell. All were a year or two ahead of her in school, and Ginny Weasley, who was a year behind. Hagrid was there as well. "Happy birthday, Hermione," Harry said. There was a table laden with food and a huge cake. There were also presents. Hermione could not help herself. She hugged Harry and cried tears of joy. Most of her gifts were simple and edible. She had enough candy to give her parents, who were dentists and had never allowed her sweets a fit. Harry, however, had bought her books. Not magical books as she expected, but works of literature. It turned out that once the Weasley twins had liberated Harry from his aunt and uncle's place, he had sent her parents a letter and asked them about her birthday and what she might want for a present. They had never said anything to her about it. Chapter 3. I really enjoyed the reviews and was honestly surprised they were what they were so soon. You may soon be asking, how can author update so quickly? Answer: 19 chapters in the can and 5 more in progress. The 19 have been written and edited 3 times or more with final edit before posting. Total words to date before this posting: 150,000 or so. Same's true with my other fics that, for now, exist only on my hard drive. To respond to questions, this is a romance/drama with the main theme being the relationship developing between H/HR in the timeline, 2006. They get together fairly quickly, but in the storyline, there's a lot of ground to cover and a lot of twists and turns along the way. Really isn't much of a romance if they get together too early in the story. Rest assured, this is not a tragedy. Ron Weasley. I always saw him as an emotionally stunted, socially crippled, immature, insecure person who probably never knew that knives and forks were not there for decoration. I also accept the possibility he might one day grow up. Still, he has not hit bottom yet in this fic. Only hint: Harry Potter. Brave, intelligent and caring. But as a teen, seriously confused. Thank the Dursleys for that. Hermione has her own issues with feeling insecure and unworthy. Rather unfortunate, as I see her as one of the strongest and most admirable characters in the series. Ginny. In this fic, if you have not already figured it out, she is a spoiled brat. Ron might be redeemable if he grows up. Ginny? Not a chance in hell. Haven't yet decided if she will make another on-screen appearance as an ongoing antagonist. Might be fun though. This next chapter is all in the past. It is included to continue the downward spiral, drama, and to explain the world and how it affects the characters' decisions, stupid or otherwise. Don't expect more such lengthy musings in each chapter /n. I just really liked the input this time. Again, rated M for language mostly. Chapter 3. Wednesday, July 7th, 1999, 12 Grimmauld Place, London, UK. Her 13th birthday had been the best day of her life up to that point, she thought. It was the day she realized she had friends and was not alone in the world. It was the day she realized she had a life before her. She smiled, remembering that day and remembering how she had learned that Harry had made that day possible. She looked at the watch she wore. It was a birthday present from Harry that he gave her on her 16th birthday. She had the inscription that had been engraved on the gold back committed to memory. 9/19/95 to Hermione on her sweet 16. Friends forever. Harry. She would never wear another watch again, she thought. Why was it that most all of the truly happy moments in her life involved Harry? Ron never made her as happy as Harry had. Why? Why the mixed signals from Harry? Why did that bother her? Why? She had been staying at Harry's for almost 2 weeks. This or similar thoughts had begun haunting her first at night, and then during the day after she recovered from the first hangover of her life. Slowly, she had begun to ask herself whether she was falling in love with Harry. She was certain she was not, but now began to think that the reason she was not falling in love is that she was already in love and had been for some time. This realization, one she was not willing to share just yet, not with the mixed signals she was getting, caused her to try and understand what really had happened between her and Ron. Did she get involved with Ron because she was afraid Harry did not have similar feelings for her? Did she get involved with Ron because she knew losing Ron would not hurt nearly as much as losing Harry? Did she do it because it was better to have Harry as her best friend than not at all? Another thought began creeping into her mind. Could she come back to Britain? She was leaving to find her parents. What would happen after? What if her parents did not want to come home? It was a possibility. Australia was supposed to be a nice place. They may have a life there they do not wish to leave. And what if they did not want to leave? Was there really anything to come home to? Could she come home if all she had to look forward to was having Harry as a friend? She wondered if Harry had similar feelings for her. Did he, or was her relationship with him a pathetic, unrequited love? If that's all it was, she was sorely tempted never to return home. Not for him. She would miss him and their friendship desperately. She knew that. She would probably miss him for the rest of her life. But she would not miss him finding his love match with someone else. The whole situation was maddening. She wanted to be angry about it, but she could not. If only he would give her some clear, unequivocal sign, one way or another. What were his feelings towards her? Was he even thinking about that? What Hermione did not know is that is exactly what Harry was thinking about. He had little else to do, really. He was alone in his two-seat roadster that he had purchased right after he passed his driver's examination last fall. His reflection had begun practically when he drove out of Oxford heading home to London. He had business in Oxford that day, and partly because the weather was nice and partly because he liked his little green car, he decided to drive. He remembered what happened the Monday after Hermione moved in, as he gave her the grand tour of his renovated home. Monday, June 28, 1999, 12 Grimmauld Place, London, UK. But Harry, Hermione protested. I've already seen the renovations. You showed us before Ginny and I returned to school. Harry laughed. I showed you the remodeling. But it wasn't until after the Christmas holidays that I had time to complete the renovation process. What are you talking about? Perhaps you failed to notice? What? I guess being dead drunk or hung over for a couple of days impairs even your exceptional observational skills. Harry laughed. Harry! She growled back. Will you stop teasing me and get to the point? Look! Harry pointed towards the floor. Hermione's eyes followed and saw what Harry was pointing at. An electrical outlet, so, she said. Then she caught on. But this place didn't have electricity. Exactly, Harry smiled. I should have noticed, Hermione gasped. I turned the lights on in the bathroom and thought nothing of it. But Harry, how can it work? Everyone knows magic mucks with electricity. Do they now? Did your parents' electricity get all mucked up whenever you returned from school? Did your telly go on the blink when you were at home? No, but I wasn't using magic, so how about when you did? You must have had accidental outbursts as a young girl. Did the lights flicker or anything? No, not that I recall. Exactly. What's your point, Harry? It's a myth, Hermione, or at least a gross exaggeration of the truth. What is? Magic has no effect on electricity whatsoever, Hermione. It can affect electronics, but only if there's a lot of it around. But the books, Hermione began to protest, were written by purebloods who feared technology, Hermione. People fear what they don't understand, don't they? Hermione nodded. Throw in the pureblood prejudice and the fear becomes near hysteria. The purebloods feared that if our world embraced technology, their children would embrace muggles, would marry muggles, would prefer muggles as potential mates to the pure-blooded alternative. Long ago they created a myth about technology. They tried to convince the whole wizarding world that it was evil, backward, subhuman and incompatible with magic. In Europe, backed by so-called scholarly works, they were successful. Only in Europe. What? But Harry? All the books. Consider the source, Hermione. History of Magic. Written by a pureblood. Right? Aside from witch burnings and such, does it ever mention the non-magical world? It's all about goblins, dragons, trolls, giants, and dark wizards. Isn't it? Nothing about real history. Well over 99% of the human race does not exist if you take that book at face value. Most of the great accomplishments of humanity never happened if you base your perception of the world on the wizarding view, both the good and the bad. Do you think for 1 minute a cretin like Riddle could have been successful if our world knew and appreciated the evil of Hitler or Stalin? Most would have seen the enemy for what they were. The ministry would have acted. Those who are ignorant of history are doomed to repeat it. Hermione, but what about the Hogwarts Express, Harry? Hermione replied. She liked a good debate, but feared that most of what she had learned about the magical world might be false. What about the Knight's bus, the cars the ministry uses? They are real, aren't they? They are technological. Real, yes, Harry replied. They are physical. But they are as technological as your wand, Hermione. They don't work. But they move, they must work. They don't. They don't run on petrol or coal. They can't. They run because they are enchanted, Hermione. They run on magic, not on the physics and engineering that makes the real things run. They are fakes, crude imitations of the real thing. Then why, but isn't enchanting a Muggle object illegal? That law's a bloody joke. Hermione, a broom is technically a Muggle object. The ministry decides when to enforce that silly law and when to look the other way. Truth is, the only part of that law that is enforced with some degree of uniformity is the section about passing enchanted objects onto a Muggle. Harry, but surely there are some who don't have an issue with Muggles? Aside from those raised by one or more non-magical parents. Name me one. Dumbledore. You know as well as I do at my age, he thought so highly of his non-magical kin that he felt wizards should rule over them. He grew out of that. The megalomania? Certainly. His idea of the greater good did change. But did he ever try and assimilate into the non-magical world? What I saw of him was he patronizing to anyone he felt was not his equal, which was everyone, myself included. He looked upon the vast majority of humanity with pity, and if that is not a sign of a feeling of superiority, I don't know what is. He never once gave me the impression he either knew or respected anyone or anything that happened outside of his insular magical world. Arthur Weasley then. What had set Harry off? Hermione wondered. Ah yes, the blood traitor himself. Self-professed Muggle lover. Been in Muggle affairs for almost 30 years, hasn't he? Considers Muggles fascinating, doesn't he? He collects bloody plugs. Hermione. He doesn't even know what they do. Almost 30 years of work experience, and outstanding NEWT in Muggle studies, and he doesn't even know the language. Please men, humblers, eccentricity, felitone. If he was so bloody sincere, he would learn about them. If he was so bloody sincere, he would try and live as one at least to some extent. Molly would kill him, and there is the point. The entire bloody point of our society is to be totally and completely isolated from the non-magical world. The so-called experts study the rest of humanity the way a zoologist studies a wild animal. But Harry, the statute of secrecy requires that. Have you ever actually read the statute? Well, I have read the Wiesengemot's Enabling Act of 1692. I'm sure you have. It was, after all, the first few pages of the history of magic and was in Hogwarts. A history. But have you ever actually seen the statute of secrecy itself? You haven't. It's not in print anywhere in any book you could possibly have read. It's not. The statute of secrecy itself is secret. The only copies in all of Britain are in the archives in the Department of Mysteries. You have seen it, I take it? Hermione asked incredulously. I have. And, if the average witch or wizard knew what it said, the last war might never have happened. The statute was a document of what would become the Enlightenment, perverted by the pure-blood movement in this country that existed at that time and has continued to the present day. The real statute is not what we were told it was. Compared to the Enabling Act and the various other secrecy statutes, it's short and sweet. Want to hear it? Sure, Hermione said skeptically. Harry nodded as he walked to a nearby bookcase and pulled out a book. It was then that Hermione realized his house was full of books. She had taken books for granted, but seeing he actually had a library surprised her. He turned to her and read, Before the International Confederation of Warlocks herein, assembled by consent in Antwerp in the year of our Lord 1689, whereas, it being the 991st anniversary of the Council of Milan, wherein magical and non-magical leaders failed to reach an accord, whereas, since such council, the non-magical rulers, both ecclesiastic and secular, have used magic as an excuse to launch programs of persecution to consolidate or justify their rule over their subjects, whereas, religious zealots have falsely accused our magical kind of a host of crimes, few of which ever occurred and fewer still were truly magical in nature, whereas, from time to time through the centuries, the rulers and fearful have launched slanderous campaigns against us, killing untold tens of thousands of innocents in their zeal, whereas, despite recent decrees from the Holy Mother Church declaring witch-hunting heresy, the zealous still seek to do us harm, whereas, recent developments in technology, most notably firearms, have rendered magical defenses practically useless, whereas, should some despot come to power who seeks our annihilation, we are now rendered impotent to prevent it, as our kind cannot survive an assault from their armies, whereas, since the dawn of time, it has been the sacred mission of our kind to protect and defend all mankind, whereas, since the dawn of time, our kind has recognized the right of all mankind to rule themselves as they see fit. It is hereby resolved that in order to fulfill our most sacred trust, we must and shall disappear from this world forever. Therefore, it shall be unlawful for any witch or wizard to reveal their nature to any person, however low or mighty, lest it be known to said witch or wizard that such person is magical themselves, unless such person is the parent, husband, wife, brother, sister, son or daughter of aforesaid witch or wizard, or such others deemed trustworthy in the eyes of each signatory. It shall be unlawful for any witch or wizard to use any spell, potion or any other magical craft on, or allow any spell, potion or magical craft to be used upon any non-magical human, except to prevent grievous bodily harm or violent death. Each of the signatories hereto shall enact such laws as they deem appropriate to carry out the spirit of this charter. Such laws shall criminalize and impose harsh punishments upon those who risk violation of this charter. Such laws shall safeguard our magical world from discovery and detection and shall, insofar as necessary, provide for the regulation and control of all life with known and powerful magical properties. Such laws may authorize duly appointed agents of each of the signatories to use memory or other non-violent charms to prevent the dissemination of information of our world in event of any breach of this charter. Each of the signatories is encouraged to enact such laws and post such incentives as they deem appropriate to encourage full integration of our kind in the greater world, to include, without limitation, ending the practice of separate communities, economies, and education, ending all prohibitions of marriage or impairment of property rights based upon magical status, prohibiting all magic where non-magical options are reasonably available, ending any and all practices that might be deemed as promoting any degree of enmity between our kind and the rest of humanity, of whom we are a part, and prohibiting arranged marriages based solely upon magical lineage. I thought you said the only copy was in the Department of Mysteries, Hermione said. Harry nodded. Then how? Harry handed Hermione his book. She read the title, Magical Perspectives on Western Civilization, Exploration, Empire and Enlightenment, 1487 to 1815. What's this? She asked. One of the standard fifth-year texts from the American Magical Education Board. They study history, magical and non-magical, all through school there. They also take courses in non-magical studies. It's a separate curriculum there. They begin magical education at age 6, not 11. In addition to magic, they also take math, science, English and literature and other non-magical courses. I have found their approach to everything very enlightening. So why haven't I seen this book? Legally, this book is banned in Britain, Harry said calmly. Although it is not a crime for me to have it, for me to reproduce it, sell it, give it away, or even show it to someone is a crime. Hold over from the war, I assume, Hermione started. The notion of banning books really riled her.
No.
The law in question was passed in 1692. All reproductions of the actual statute of secrecy were banned in Britain. That law, of course, allowed banning of other books deemed subversive, as in not promoting the notion of pureblood supremacy. For therein lay the problem. The pureblood movement, while not nor never unique to Britain, is and always was strongest here. The statute was deemed a direct attack on the very basis of our magical government. Bloodlines? You mean pure bloods? Hermione asked. Who becomes a member of the Wisengamot? Harry asked back. The brightest and wisest witches and wizards of the day, with some seats for key members of the ministry, such as the minister himself. Textbook answer. Pity it's a lie. A lie? Tell me, Hermione, why are you not on the Wisengamot? I'm too young, obviously. Then why are Neville and I on the Wisengamot? Why you are? She asked in shock. You have to admit you are brighter and certainly wiser, or at least more mature than either of us. Yet we have seats and you don't. Why? Pure bloods? You know that's not true. My father married a Muggle-born. I am technically a half-blood. You're a half-blood if one set of grandparents were not magical. But legally, yes. The Wisengamot is like the House of Lords. You are born into it. When it was established in 832, it consisted of the heads of the 600 houses. 600 clans, as it were, of wizarding communities. Their heads formed the first chamber, the first Wisengamot that ruled a united magical Britain. The seat passed down the family line from oldest child to oldest child. But your family would lose its seat if the heir married a Muggle. Muggle-borns were still magical and, while reviled, it was not such an insult as to disenfranchise the family. The Potters have a host of Muggle-born ancestors, but kept their seats. The blood traitor was a Wisengamot line that married a Muggle. They were expelled from the chamber. The Weasleys were one such family. That's horrible. Harry nodded in agreement. But what if the heir had a younger sibling who did not marry a Muggle? The fact that the heir did disenfranchised the entire line. That's just insane, Harry agreed. The Malfoys, for example. What about them? All bragging about their pureblood status? Yeah, so? Hermione replied with venom. She loathed them. Yet they have no seat on the Wisengamot, even though they are descended from the 600 by marriage. The Malfoys came over during the Norman Conquest, unlike us Potters and Longbottoms. So one of their heirs married a Muggle and disenfranchised the family. They've been trying to make up for it ever since. You're kidding. Harry shook his head. This is insane. Harry nodded in agreement. There is a part of me, he confessed, that wants to pack it all in and leave Europe forever. The rest of magical Europe is not much better, by the way. Where would you go? America, Australia, Canada, or New Zealand? Why? For one reason, because they speak English. For another, they have it right, or at least far more right than we do. The final clause of the Statute of Secrecy encouraged certain laws. We never passed them. They did. They are integrated into the general population. They don't use magic simply because they can, and they don't hide from the world. They hide their magic, to be sure, but not themselves. Did you know the Americans actually had a show on the telly about a witch who married a Muggle? It was based upon a true story, although they did it as a comedy to hide the truth of it. It was hugely popular at the time. How do you know this? Hermione asked in disbelief. To quote Ron, I have been corrupted by evil and foreign influences. What do you mean? You know what happened to the Auror? Hermione did indeed. Before the war, there had been 75 Aurors, those tasked with dealing with dark wizards and witches and dark magic. At any given time 50 were on foreign assignment of one kind or another, and the others were in Britain. When Harry killed Voldemort, the most terrifying dark wizard of the age, and effectively won a war that had been lost, the Auror was down to 7 within days. Most had been killed in the war. Others had joined the enemy and were now in prison for sentences ranging from 10 years to life, depending upon their crimes. Others fled and made it clear they would never return. Harry, Ron, and Neville became Aurors within days, despite never taking the exams or going through the normal 3-year training. Hermione became one as well, but she gave it up once the foreigners arrived to complete her formal education. The ministry had no choice. Despite Voldemort's defeat, scores of his followers either were not at or escaped what the press called the final battle. It was final for Voldemort, but not final for the war. Hermione would fight in 3 more before she returned to school. All were at least as desperate. She thanked God every day that none were anywhere near as costly. To fill the gap, the acting minister for magic himself and asked for and received assistance from foreign sources. The current Oracle was British in name only, she knew. The bulk of its trained agents were on loan from the American FBI Magical Section, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Magical, and the Magical Australian National Police. She knew Harry had been assigned to a Roger Malone from the American FBI and had been sent to America for 3 months training the previous year. So what does knowing foreigners have to do with anything? Hermione asked. Through them I have learned the errors in our ways here, Harry said. There are many. They all arise from baseless bigotry and the desire of a few to perpetuate an antiquated and counterproductive hereditary aristocracy. The whole system, the whole culture here in Britain is geared to preserve a falsehood. Our English-speaking cousins left these shores for that reason and have been at best highly critical of us ever since. Do you realize that when magical folk visit from those countries, they travel as muggles? They do not want to be sullied with our backward society. They look upon us with disdain as a culture. Why? Our cultural distrust, if not fear of humanity, Harry said. In those countries, they live mostly as muggles do here. True, they teach and learn magic, but they are far more open about it. Tell me, Hermione, and be honest, how were things between you and your parents before you sent them away? Hermione thought for a long while before cautiously saying, strained. I take it they were not that way before they learned of your magical nature?
No.
I mean, they were concerned about things. They were upset that I didn't really have any friends. Other than that, no. They were very loving and supportive. You were spending less and less time with them as the years went on, Harry noted. Well, there was so much going on and Hermione began. Probably would have happened anyway. Our culture is designed to remove the magical child from the non-magical world and their non-magical families forever. That's why we did not learn of our nature until about a month before school started. That's why your parents' only additional education about our world could only come from you. That's why the statute of secrecy and the laws regarding underage wizardry were pounded into our heads at school, so that those of us from the Muggle world would keep silent. And that's also why you and your parents drifted apart. They did not understand you anymore, did they? Hermione nodded, afraid to speak for fear of breaking down. In America, your parents would have been approached not long after you were born. They would have been assigned a mentor to educate them and help them adjust to and deal with the challenges that lay ahead and to teach them all about our world. They would have been encouraged to take an active part in your magical education. While there are always a few who cannot deal with the knowledge, most do. Heck, their magical secretary of education, whose department is in charge of all magical education in that country, is the non-magical mother of magical children. As I said, if I thought I could get away with it, I would move to America tomorrow. But I can't. Why not? Too bloody famous, really. I am known over there and I would be pestered with fans as well as investigative reporters from here. There's no escape for me, it seems. So what are you going to do? If I can't bring myself to a society I want to live in, then I must try and help remake this society. Small steps at first, I admit. Going native, as Ron so eloquently calls it, is but one such step. I take the tube into work. I have a car, a real car. I only use magical transport when there is no non-magical alternative, and only in the line of duty. Drives Ginny nuts, it does. It's a 5-hour drive from here to her parents' place, you know. Then again, she likes the car far more than my motorcycle. Wait a minute, Hermione said. You have a car? A motorcycle? Harry nodded. Do they fly or something? Hermione asked. Nope. And you'd be surprised at how often I get that question from magical types. Want to see them? She nodded. Right then. They're kept out back in the carriage house. For once, she kept her curiosity to herself. Hermione's brain had gone into overdrive. She was afraid to ask about Harry's rant. She sensed, however, that he was serious. Voldemort was not the problem in their world. He was but a very annoying symptom. Moreover, she thought Harry was right. When did he get to be so smart? He was always smart, she reminded herself. He just never applied himself in class. Well, that wasn't true either, was it? He was ranked 7th in their class. She had checked. Being head girl this past year had advantages. Harry had just missed an outstanding OWL in potions. She should have known that the book he used their 6th year was not the only reason he had done so well. Ron, on the other hand, well, at least he was barely in the upper half of their class. But the Harry she now saw was still Harry, but something had changed. When did he grow up? Harry was almost a year younger than she was. Harry had always been the more mature of her friends, including Ron, but that never seemed to be saying much until now. He seemed older, wiser in a way. The war, she thought. Clearly that was part of the reason. But the ideas he had expressed and the language he had used, that was different. He never seemed as eloquent before. Had she missed something? Bother. She thought, I missed a year going back to school. She had not realized it. But as she followed Harry out the back door to his house, lost in her own thoughts, she had missed noticing his large garden or his description of the carriage house. She came back to reality standing on the ground floor of the carriage house looking at a large, yellow motorcycle. She had seen it before. She began, is that Sirius's motorcycle? Harry nodded. I thought it was destroyed when we were attacked a couple of years ago, she said. Arthur Wheelsey took it to a mechanic in Ottery St. Catchpole while we were off hunting horcruxes. Took a while, but the bike was rebuilt. That was nice of him, Hermione said. Harry laughed. I guess it's the thought that counts, really. What do you mean? Well, when it was fixed, Arthur didn't realize the mechanic expected to be paid in coin of the realm, as it were. Fortunately, that was after the war I was able to pay for the repairs. It cost over £10,000? Hermione asked in shock. Harry nodded. I could have bought a bike just like it for less. Hermione then saw Harry's car. It was a small, dark green, two-seat convertible with tan leather seats. It looked awfully impractical and expensive. What a cute little car, she said as cheerfully as she could be. Cute little car, Harry mumbled, clearly insulted. What did I say? Hermione asked. This, Harry replied, is an Aston Martin DB7. It's one of the finest motor cars ever made. You ever see the James Bond movies? No, Hermione said. Well, James Bond is a fictional British secret agent who takes on megalomaniacs bent on world domination. Not unlike someone you might know, Harry laughed, and he usually drove an Aston Martin. So, I figured if it's good enough for James Bond, it's good enough for Harry Potter. He laughed again. Is it expensive? About 70,000 quid, Harry admitted. Harry, Hermione shot in an accusing tone. How much money have you spent? It doesn't grow on trees, you know? An expensive sports car you don't really need. Are you mad? Harry laughed. What's so funny? What are you going to do if you go broke? What's funny is most people think I'm mental for even buying a car. The Wheelseys have no idea how expensive it was. They just think I've gone off the deep end. You have. You're spending money like there's no bottom to your vault. That's insane, Harry. Ah, Harry exclaimed smugly. But you are mistaken, Hermione. How so? I am exceedingly wealthy. The rich are not insane. They are eccentric. Hermione stared at him in disbelief. In the year since the war ended, I've probably spent close to 300,000 on the car, renovations to the house, furnishings, and other conveniences. 300,000? And Harry continued unfazed. In the same time, I've earned far more than 10 times that in investments and interest. Hermione's jaw dropped. Seems I inherited far more than I had thought, Harry laughed. The Potters were quite wealthy, and the inheritance from my godfather was hardly a pittance. Who knows about this? Hermione asked. Not many, Harry admitted. Aside from Bill Weasley, no one knows the full extent of my finances. Ginny has an idea. She's been on me for months about it. She can't understand why I would want to work when it's clear I don't need the money. Hermione merely nodded. Money won't change the world, Harry continued. It takes people to do that, although having a large bankroll certainly helps. Now, if you can lay off about the money, I promise to take you on a nice drive out in the country this weekend. Deal? She could only nod in reply. Wednesday, July 7th, 1999, 12 Grimmauld Place, London, UK. Hermione sat upon the couch thinking about the last week. The mixed signals from Harry could not detract from the fact that this had been one of the best weeks of her life. True, it began horribly. It began with her catching her fiancé shagging another woman. It began with her decision following such betrayal to dump him forever. She should have been miserable, but she was not. Harry had been a true friend. He had gone out of his way to make her feel special. During the week Harry still had to go into work. Last week Hermione had been busy herself getting ready for her next adventure, finding her parents. She had shopping to do, her finances to arrange and sort out, her passport to update, flight reservations and such to make. Her errands took her into central London near where Harry worked, so he offered to take her to lunch each day. He took her to non-magical restaurants. All of them were really nice and each featured a different cuisine. Italian, Indian, Japanese, American, or as Harry had been told, Southern cuisine, a barbecue place he had really liked. Harry cooked dinner for her most nights. She had to admit, if Harry ever gave up being an oar, he probably had a future as a chef. His meals were amazing. The past weekend had almost been perfect. His drive through the country was wonderful. The weather had been lovely, so Harry kept the top down. He did not tell her where they were going, and all she knew was they were heading north and west. Finally, after almost 4 hours, they drove into a village Hermione recognized. Godric's Hollow. Harry explained he was having his parents' house rebuilt. It had been destroyed in the war and left as a monument. Harry was planning on using it as a vacation home or a place for a weekend getaway. He showed her around as he spoke with the contractor. He asked for her opinion on things, which surprised her. She was even more surprised that he listened to her advice. He then took Hermione to the local pub, which he said was worth the trip itself. Best fish and chips in England, he said. Harry was well known in his hometown, but not a celebrity Hermione was pleased to see. The villagers, magical and non-magical, all treated him like a local, updating him on the town gossip, playing a round of darts, speculating about the upcoming football season and whether England would win the next test. He was grilled about his new girlfriend, and Hermione was practically interrogated by the women of the village. It was a little uncomfortable, as she did not really see herself as Harry's girlfriend. But upon reflection, it had been a wonderful time. On Sunday, Harry had taken her shopping, dining, and to a movie. Actually, they saw 2 movies as they could not agree on one, so Harry suggested she pick one, he'd pick another. It had been almost perfect. Almost. He never tried anything really, she reflected. He'd hold her hand, but he never tried to kiss her. Mixed signals. Today she had nothing to do really. She had not met Harry for lunch earlier as he was in Cambridge on business. Harry had taken his car and had told her he should be back between 5 and 6. It was a little after 4 in the afternoon and she was at Harry's trying to read a book. But her thoughts kept her from reading at all. The doorbell rang and absently she stood up and went to answer it. It was when she opened the door and saw who had come calling that she realized she had made a big mistake. Before her stood the last person on earth she ever wanted to see, and he was not alone. Ron Weasley looked at her with an odd expression on his face, and his mother was expressionless. Hermione folded her arms across her chest and glared at him. Well, she said, what do you want? She made no effort to hide the hostility she felt. Is Harry here? Ron asked. He was obvious in avoiding the real answer. Unlike you, Hermione practically growled. Harry takes his work seriously. He's at work, of course. Oh, Ron replied softly, well, good, I guess. I came to see you, you know. Hermione did not reply, she just glared. Tried to see you yesterday and the day before, but neither you nor Harry were here. Where were you? None of your darn business, Weasley, Hermione shot back. And I thought Harry made it clear to you that I never want to see you again. I thought he was kidding, Ron started. You really are thick, aren't you? Hermione yelled back. What possible reason would I have to see you? You made it quite clear where I stand last Saturday, and I don't want to be any part of your pathetic life. Hermione, we're engaged. Ron began. We're engaged. That's over. Forever. Hermione, Ron's mother interjected. Hermione had forgotten she was there and now wondered why she was there. Ron lacked the courage to see her alone, most likely. I'm sure that whatever happened, you two will forgive each other and be able to make up and move past this as a couple. Obviously he didn't tell you what happened. Hermione hissed. Bloody coward, she added. Let me ask you this, Molly. Would you have forgiven Arthur if you came home and found him shagging another woman in your front parlor? What? Molly shrieked. What are you talking about? When I came home from school, I walked in and found this cretin here having privacy with another woman. You want me to forgive? Not going to happen. Hermione, Ron pleaded. I love you. She meant nothing to me. She was just Save it, Hermione shot back. I suppose none of the others meant anything to you at all either. She was taking a shot in the dark. She had no real reason to suspect there were others, but he seemed so bereft of remorse or conscience about what he had done. She was almost certain Lavender was not his only affair. He began before realizing the gravity of his admission. You scoundrel! She could not help herself. She slapped him as hard as she can. I never want to see you again, Weasley. I never want to hear from you again. I don't even want to hear rumors about you. Don't you love me? He replied in a small voice.
No.
What's more, I'm not sure I ever really did. You are not the Ron Weasley I knew and I thought I loved. You are a selfish, immature, thick, unfaithful, disloyal, untrustworthy traitor. I cannot love that. I'd sooner fall in love with Malfoy than a piece of filth like you. Ron was pale and speechless. Maybe, Molly suggested, maybe when you get back we can… And what makes you think I'm coming back? You're not? Ron started. Why should I? Why, Ronald? I sure as hell won't come back for you. I'm not sure if my parents will ever want to return here after all that happened, and I don't blame them. The war is over, but nothing has changed and I don't want to live in this country with things the way they are. I can see no reason for me to return. But I need you, Ron said, sounding desperate. Obviously a lie, Hermione said. Looks to me like you need a shag more than a soulmate. I hope you have a nice life, but I doubt that will be your fate. Weasley. Hermione. I love you. Rubbish. It's true, he argued. Not only do I think you don't love me, I'm not even sure if you ever really liked me. Hermione, shut it. For once in the 8 years we've known each other. Listen to me. He stared at her in silence as she took a breath. If Harry had not decided to be my friend first year, would you have? Would you? No, you would not. You thought I was a mental, insufferable know-it-all. You made it clear I could never have any friends. Do you have any idea how much that hurt me? I cried in the bathroom for hours because I never had a friend before and I thought you might be right. That was the day the troll was let into our school. Remember? If Harry had not decided to try and find me, would you have? Would you? No, you would not, and don't say otherwise. You would not have risked your life on my account. You never did. That's not true. What about Malfoy Manor? Okay. Once in 8 years, and there had been plenty of other opportunities. The night I was petrified second year, I asked you to help me in the library. You refused. You thought I was insane taking that risk with the monster at large. When things got a little uncomfortable during the war, you tried to convince me to abandon Harry. Don't deny it, you did. It was the Horcrux. Ron protested, and you were the only git who lost the faith, Ronald. You left me. You left Harry. But you left me. How could you? I thought we were past this, Ron began. I should have known then. It was the 3rd time you put yourself ahead of me and the 3rd time you broke my heart, and yet I was fool enough to take you back. I should have seen that all I was a trophy for you. I was a girl and all you saw me as was a freaking piece of meat. A potential conquest. Something you might have that Harry might not. What a fool I was. Hermione, shut up. Did you ever take my side? Ever? The few times Harry and I had a falling out, whose side were you on? It was never mine. Never. Harry admits that I was usually right, he was just upset that I acted without telling him. I can understand why he was upset, but he always knew I was just trying to help. You never understood that. You always saw it as an act of betrayal. The war ends and I want to go find my parents. Do you offer to help? Do you offer even the slightest bit of encouragement? No. You begged me to stay because there was so much to do. You begged me to stay to help hunt down the enemy that escaped. Harry didn't. He understood. Foolishly, I listened to you. Then I decide to go back to school and finish my final year. What do? You accuse me of being mental. You could not understand why I wanted to finish school. We don't need any WTS. You said. You never understood me. You never understood how important education is to me. You were just pissed off that I was going away and too stupid to join me when you could have. If you really loved me, you would have understood. And now I learn you spent your time away from me shagging any tart that would part her knees for you if you truly loved me. You would never have done that if you even liked me. You would have broken up with me rather than string me along while you dipped your wick in others. You're shagging him, aren't you? Ron said in an accusing tone as Hermione tried to catch her breath. What? You're shagging Harry, aren't you? Don't be silly, Hermione said. You're just jealous. As always. I meant it when I said I am waiting for my wedding night. Ronald. That rule applies to anyone and not just you. You're such an insecure, selfish git. What about Harry? Ron asked. What about him? Well, what about him? You're going to abandon him too. He's not about to marry me, Weasley. I will not come back just to be his friend. That's not reason enough to come back to the cesspool and there is no other reason. Does he know? Hermione nodded. Surely he's trying to stop you. Unlike you, he understands. He'd leave himself if he thought he could just disappear. Well, I can and I will. Hermione, I'm not coming back. But I want to marry you. I need to marry you. I don't care. Well, I hope you die a dried-up old spinster, Ron started. Better that than your wife. Anything is better than that. Goodbye, Ronald. Have a nice life. She then slammed the door in his face. She returned to the couch and broke down in tears. Later that evening, Hermione, what's wrong? She heard Harry ask. She had no idea how long she had been crying. It seemed mostly over. There are, after all, only so many tears one can shed in one sitting. She thought. Still the pain remained. She looked to the voice and saw a blurry Harry sitting next to her. What's wrong? He asked again. She could hear the concern in his voice. She wiped her eyes and nose and sniffled a couple of times. Ron, she said softly. She saw Harry nod. He seems to be doing a lot of that lately, he commented cryptically. You did tell him I did not want to talk to him? She said accusingly. More than once, Harry replied, ignoring the accusation. He insisted he needed to see you this morning, in fact. I told him I'd mention it to you, but that for now the answer was still a big, fat no. He seemed to understand. Why? Well, he seems to ignore you as well as all. What do you mean? He and his mum showed up at the door this afternoon. They what? She nodded. I guess he thought I couldn't say no to him if his mother was around. He underestimated me as usual. She laughed a bit. It was clear he hadn't told his mum about his escapades. She added. Loved to be a fly on the wall when they got home. I mean, it might have been a short fling, but it was a fling nonetheless. Molly must be thrilled her son is shagging a werewolf. Hermione, she liked Remus, Harry said. Yeah, well, as I understand it, it's supposed to be different for women, Hermione said. Although I've seen no proof, the general belief is that a child born to a mother werewolf is born a werewolf. How Harry began. I visited her in hospital after the battle. It wasn't known if she was one, but everyone was certain she would be. Greyback had changed, you know. It was a full moon that night, though it rose late. Harry nodded. It's what got Remus killed, Harry added. He started to transform and Dolohov killed him. Hermione nodded. Lavender was crushed. She was certain she could never have a family, as what wizard, what man for that matter, would want a wife who would bear monsters from birth. I felt sorry for her then. She was cured, you know. Yeah. A Muggle-born late-blooming wizard with a background in Muggle medicine finds a cure before she ever transformed, when the pureblood bastards in the Ministry and St. Mungos had spent centuries writing them off and declaring them dark creatures. The attitude is still there, Harry. I saw it at school last year. There were a few new students who had been wurs, and most of the proper wizards shunned them like lepers. Yet another reason I would love to be done with this place, Harry grumbled. Hermione could only nod in agreement. Harry nodded. So what did Ron want? Wanted me back, didn't he? He seemed bloody desperate, even for Ron. Seemed like he wanted me to, I don't know, Harry. But it seemed that he wanted to marry me as soon as possible. No surprise there after what Lavender told him, Harry said absently. He was too busy evaluating this new information to notice what he was saying. What? Hermione asked softly. Well, if he doesn't marry you soon, he'll probably have to marry her, Harry began. Then shut up. What? Hermione shrieked. Darn, Harry thought. Think before opening your mouth. Yeah. Harry. Lavender's pregnant with Ron's child. That scoundrel. It's not the kid's fault. Hermione, Harry said, hoping to tone down the bad situation. I meant Ron. So when is this love child due? Or does the git even care? December, he says. Son of a brat has been busy while I was at school, hasn't he? Hermione hissed. I can do the math. She might have been knocked up before the spring holiday. It's worse. What do you mean? I've told you this much. I should tell you all I have been told, Hermione. Ron and Lavender have been shagging since early September. That scoundrel. Hermione broke down and cried for a long time. Chapter 4. Both main characters must go through a lot before they reach New York, and then, in the later chapters I'm writing, move beyond, and by going through their journeys they are finally ready for their futures. Life is not a bed of roses. To truly appreciate the beauty of the dawn, one must first suffer through the darkness of the night. One reviewer has already picked up on a major plot point. If you are into redheads, one in particular, and no more hints on this, stand by for heavy rolls in later chapters. This next chapter begins my musings on the greatest story not told in canon. Hermione's search for her parents after the war. Chapter 4. Saturday, June 17, 2006, New York City, NY. You knew Lavender was pregnant before you left, Harry said. Sorry, forgot. What's worse is while he was cheating on you with Lav, he was also cheating on her. For all I know, he still is. But unlike you, Lav was a bit of a doormat. The gossip is he has several love children out there. You're kidding. It's true. Or at least it's true that there's a rumor about Ron's love children. A lot has changed. Now I'm glad I never returned. Can I be honest with you, Hermione? Can you? When I said goodbye to you at Heathrow when you left to search for your parents, part of me felt it was final. I felt you were not coming back. The war had messed everything up. I felt that once you found your parents, you'd move on. Did you find them? Monday, August 9, 1999, Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Hermione had been in Australia almost a month. So far, all she had really seen was Sydney and the surrounding area. But the city had amazed her. No sooner than she first stepped off the plane from London, and she was looking at a large sign proclaiming Sydney 2000, with a picture of strange but amazing-looking white-walled and glass building that for some reason reminded her of clams that she soon learned was the Opera House. There was a symbol below it. 5 interlocking rings, 3 on top and 2 below. She knew she had seen that symbol somewhere, but could not remember where. On her first ride through the city to the very nice hotel she stayed in upon arriving, there were similar signs seemingly all over the place. Some showed landmarks, but others showed what were clearly athletes. A large Nike sign caught her eye, showing a young man in incredible shape and mostly covered. Aussie, 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 it said. Again the rings. It then hit her, the Olympics. After 8 years as a witch living in the insular work of magical Britain, she had totally forgotten about a lot of Muggle things such as the Olympics. She remembered what they were, the largest sporting event in the world with athletes from all over the planet competing. She had seen something on the telly when she was 8. Her mum and dad had been glued to the telly during February of that year, and again in August watching a myriad of sports. She vaguely remembered something about Eddie the Eagle, a British ski jumper who barely could ski, and a sledding team from a country where it never snowed. She had been fascinated with the figure skating and later that year, gymnastics. She wanted to be one of those graceful young women, one day. So it seemed the Olympics were coming to Australia next summer. She mused. I wonder if I'll still be here to see them. When she arrived, she was confident she would find her parents fairly quickly. She was the best student in her school and could research any topic. Besides, there were only about 20 million people in all of Australia. How hard could it be? Now, a month later, she was beginning to think it was damned near impossible. She had hoped to move from place to place, just as she had during the war. But moving around Britain was easy. In Australia, the distances involved were daunting to say the least. Hermione had entered the country as Jane Granger. She used her middle name because she knew Ronald did not know it. She met up with her first Australian witch and wizard while passing through customs. To her surprise, the Aussies had magical customs at their international airports. After she had been thoroughly checked out by 2 members of the Australian Magical Police, they explained to her that they were looking for refugees from the recent war in Britain, in particular, the evil witches and wizards from the losing side. They explained that magical transport across the oceans was practically impossible, so the fugitives would only come through on Muggle transport. The Aussies used the term non-magical. Once it was determined she was not a dark witch on the run from the repercussions of the Lost War, she was asked what brought her to Australia. She explained that soon after the war had broken out, she had sent her parents here to be safe. They were not magical, and the enemy was hunting down people like them and killing them for having a magical child. Magical Customs was able to confirm that Wendell and Monica Wilkins from her hometown had indeed arrived in country on July 7, 1997. While there were some records indicating the Wilkins had left for Thailand and other vacation spots, the current records indicated they had returned to Australia through Perth about a year ago and had not left since. Perth was a city on the west coast, over 2,000 miles away. She was given the name of a contact at Non-Magical Customs to inquire further. The problem was that the contact was on holiday for 3 weeks. Fine, she had thought, I'll just do what I can to find them between now and then. 3 weeks. If she was going to be here that long, she wondered if she could rent a flat rather than pay through the nose for a hotel room. The 2 Magical Customs agents also told her about the Billabong, Sydney's equivalent of the Magical Centre of London. After settling to her hotel, Hermione went to check it out the next day. Whereas Diagon Alley in London looked like it had been torn from the page of a Dickens novel, Billabong looked like a modern shopping district. The only clue that it was for magical folk was the means of entry and the wares on display for sale. Being Hermione, she headed straight for the nearest bookstore. To Hermione's surprise, even in the Billabong, which she soon learned was an Aboriginal term for a river or pond, there were posters declaring the upcoming Olympics. It seemed that Magical Australia was as excited about the event as the rest of the country. The store was huge. She spent several hours there browsing and selected several books on Magical Australia for her reading. What shocked her was the large section with what looked like non-magical things. She saw what she knew had to be a section with compact discs of music, another with movies, non-magical movies on tape, and in the new DVD format her parents had been talking about getting a couple of years ago. There were also computer programs. She wondered how that could be. She had been taught that magic and electronics don't mix. Apparently, the rules were different here in so many ways. In the charms section, she found a book on electronics protection charms that she added to her growing collection. The bookstore was not the only surprise. There were stores that actually sold electronics. Radios, televisions, computers, cell phones, stereos, video recorders, and a whole host of others. There were even digital cameras that took the moving magical photos she had grown accustomed to in color which she had never seen in a magical photo. She was flush with money from her reward for her part in the downfall of the most evil wizard in ages and bought a phone, camera, and a laptop computer, as well as a book on using a computer. To her surprise, she also found ads for flats or asking for roommates. She collected a few of these and returned to her hotel. Laden down with books and new gadgets. Fortunately, she had kept her special purse she had made herself some 2 years ago, and was able to carry everything out without difficulty. For the next 3 days, she stayed in her room and read. She was Hermione Granger, that's what she did. By the end she came to a realization. Her home, Britain, was backwards. It was a third world country, at least the magical part was. The Aussies only hid their magic from their neighbors. So unlike Britain, Australia was enlightened compared to her insular magical home. The magical Aussies were fully integrated into the Greater Australia. Their government, while secret, was part of the Greater Australian government. Their children attended magical schools or programs. But they would also attend university and grow up to get jobs in and outside of magical fields. At least 4 potential members of the Aussie Olympic team would be magical. Of course, they could not use magic at the games. Still, the longer Hermione stayed in Australia, the less she wanted to go home. She would, of course, if her parents wanted to. But what if they didn't? Australia was amazing. Maybe they would not want to leave. The only reason to even consider going back was Harry. She missed him so much. But he had not. She would not go back just to be his friend. Within a week, Hermione was sharing a flat with another young witch named Amanda O'Hare. Amanda was a couple of years older and studying literature at a university in Sydney. When they met, Hermione explained that she was in Australia to find her parents and had no idea how long it would take. Weeks for certain, maybe longer. Amanda seemed thrilled to meet someone from England. She and Hermione hit it off to Hermione's surprise. Amanda was a little disappointed that Hermione might not be a long-term roommate, but she liked her. She soon made certain that Hermione saw the sights and learned as much about Australia as possible. Of course, Amanda knew Hermione as Jane Granger. She tried to set Hermione up on a date a couple weeks ago. Her boyfriend Roger had a friend and such. Hermione had to tell Amanda about her recent experiences. She used Harry and Ron's middle names and avoided their last names altogether. Bill Ron had cheated on her. James Harry. Well, their relationship was confusing at best. She needed time before she could consider dating again. Amanda, bless her, did not press the issue. Today she woke up and began her morning routine, which would eventually find her in the library a few miles away, pouring through books and, most critical for her mission, phone directories. She was fairly certain her parents were not in Sydney, and her search was slowly expanding to the north, south and west. She was methodical, and she prayed that they had not settled in Perth to the far west. First of all, the library had no directories for Perth, and second, it would be the last place her search would look. She figured that at the rate she was going, she might just get to see the Sydney Olympics before she found her parents. She had mixed feelings about that. She was falling in love with Australia and its cosmopolitan, as she saw it, magical community. There were only two reasons to ever consider returning to Britain. She was from there, not reason enough at all, and Harry was there. If only he had given her a clear reason to return, she mused. He hadn't. Mixed signals. She was suddenly hit by a massive wave of nausea. Soon, she was face down in the loo, losing what little her pre-breakfast stomach had contained. For a week she suffered through her first ever bouts of heartburn. Now this must be the stress. Saturday, August 21st, 1999, Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Janie? Amanda called. You're not throwing up again? Hermione could not say anything because she was. Something was wrong with her and she knew it. Stress, she was convinced. Still, Janie, you need to see a doctor. I'm fine, Hermione called from the loo. It's just the stress of bollocks. Something is wrong with you, Janie. I'm your friend, Janie. I may be sharing a flat with you, but I am your friend. I won't stand by and watch you die. It's not that bad, Hermione complained. You've been losing your lunch for over a week. Janie, every day. You are either suffering from an acute eating disorder, but you're not losing weight as far as I can tell, or you got something else wrong with you. It's just stress. No, it's not, Janie. Something is wrong with you. You need to see a doctor. I insist, but I am a witch. I need to see a healer just in case. Same difference here. Healer is such a quaint term. Not even our Aborigines use it except for the most primitive of magical medical styles. I have a doc in mind. She's real good. She'll fix you up proper. Saturday. Surely her office is closed. Probably. But I can see about getting you an appointment early next week. How? I mean, if the office is closed, how can you schedule an appointment? On the internet. Her website can be used to schedule appointments. The what? Her what? Cricky. You've never heard of the internet? Should I have? Everything is on the internet. It's a worldwide computer network. You can find anything on it. Most businesses have their own sites, some better than others. Dr. Mears' site allows patients to schedule appointments. Of course, you can also ring the office, but the internet doesn't put you on hold or shuffle you to voicemail. I'll show you. Hermione followed Amanda to her room where Hermione could see a computer set up on her desk. It was already running. Amanda sat at her desks and Hermione watched in awe as her friend's fingers flew over the confusing keyboard. How did she know where the letters were? They seemed to be in random order. She also used a separate device that Hermione seemed to move a pointer across the screen. Amanda asked Hermione a series of questions. The answers appeared on the screen soon after Hermione spoke. With a final flourish, there was a click and Hermione heard a whir as the machine next to the computer began to do something. Soon, Amanda handed Hermione a couple of sheets of paper. There, Amanda said, "You have an appointment with Dr. Mears at 11:30 Monday morning." The top sheet is the confirmation. Beneath that are directions to her office. Amazing. You've never used a computer before? Amanda asked. I bought one soon after I arrived, Hermione said. But no. Not really. Why not? Hermione seemed embarrassed. We were always told that magic messed them up. Don't they know the electronics buffer charm in Britain? I don't think so, Hermione responded. She then remembered Harry. Then again, I do have a friend back home who's got a telly and a lot of other electrical devices. Still, some consider him a bit odd. Why? Well, like me, James was raised by muggles, so he's used to that. Most of those who I know who were raised in magical families all, in fact, have no interest in or understanding of technology. Daddy always said you Brits were a backwards lot, Amanda said. Came to that conclusion practically the day I arrived here, Hermione shrugged. Can you find anything on here? If the information is out there in cyberspace, yeah. Pretty much. Wow. Can I try? Sure. What do you want to look up? Amanda asked. Hermione could not help but roll her eyes. Amanda actually laughed. Hermione looked at the keyboard and frowned. This makes no sense at all, Hermione complained. QWERTY. It's illogical. Nonsense, Amanda said. It's a standard typewriter keyboard. It makes no sense if you only use one or two fingers to type. It makes perfect sense if you use both hands, but that takes practice. There is a logic to it based upon which fingers people use more often and which letters are most frequently used, or so I'm told. Did not take a typing course myself. Few do these days. Most kids learn to type before they learn to write, I'm told. Blimey. Let me guess, Amanda laughed, they probably use fountain pens back in jolly old England. Quills, actually. You're joking. Hermione shook her head. An owl post? Hermione nodded, feeling somehow inadequate. Well, that might work in England, but it never worked here. Didn't work well in the Americas either, Amanda said. Owls traveling by day tended to wind up as dinner for some predator or another. So, much for mail. Besides, the distances are too vast. Mind you, there are some nutters who keep post owls for nostalgic reasons and clubs that breed and show them, but we don't use them to carry the post. What do you use? We use regular post for letters and packages that don't have to get there immediately. If I need a package to get to its destination, tomorrow I can pay a little extra and use one of the parcel services. I could send a package to England today and it would get to its destination tomorrow. Increasingly, everyone is using email for letters and such. Email? Computers, Amanda said. If you have an email account, I could send you a note or letter. I type it in here and send it. It would reach your account within seconds, even if you were halfway around the world. When you checked your account, which I do daily, you would have my note. It would take days or weeks otherwise. I guess we really are a little backwards, Hermione confessed. So, how do I use this to find my parents? Type in their names and let's see what happens, Amanda said. It took Hermione a while, but the names Wendell Wilkins and Monica Wilkins soon appeared on the search bar. Amanda showed her what to do next. The computer flickered and a list of things showed up. What's all this? Hermione asked. The computer searched all accessible databases for the terms, your parents' names. It lists every site or reference on the network from anywhere on Earth. It guesses which is the most likely. Any look promising? This one, Hermione pointed. Sun Coast Dentistry. It appears to be here in Australia and my parents are dentists. Click on it and see what happens. Tentatively, Hermione clicked on the title as Amanda had instructed. It might take a minute or two, Amanda said. I really need to upgrade from dial-up to DSL or something. What? DSL is a high-speed internet connection. I use the phone lines. They're bloody slow. We have DSL at the university. Lightning fast, that is. But this flat isn't wired for it and I can't afford to have it installed. My landlord's one cheap scoundrel. Ah, here we go. A new screen appeared on the computer with a banner headline Sun Coast Dentistry, Shoalwater, Western Australia. It advertised that it was a family practice specializing in pediatric dentistry and orthodontics, her parents' specialties. The page said appointments could be made online or by phone and it gave the address and phone number. There was no other information. Hermione frowned. Says nothing about who the dentists are, she began. This is the homepage, Amanda said. See the bar along the top? Hermione nodded. Click on About Us, Amanda suggested. Hermione did, and after several excruciating seconds, the screen changed. There was a picture of a man she recognized. Beside the picture was a name and brief biography. Dr. Wendell Wilkins, DDS, it began. She knew who it was and scrolled down to another picture of a woman. Dr. Monica Wilkins, DDS. Hermione gasped and her hands instinctively covered her mouth. Janie, her friend asked, seeing tears forming in Hermione's eyes. Those are my parents, Hermione said. See, Amanda said the internet is the future, friend. 3 weeks, Hermione thought out loud. 3 weeks in a library, and it took all of 5 minutes on a computer. If I had continued, it would have taken months. If ever, Amanda added. Hermione nodded in agreement. Where is this shoalwater? It says Western Australia, Amanda replied. Probably on the west coast, about 3,000 kilometers as the owl flies. Aside from that, bugger all if I know. How could you not? Hermione began in protest. This isn't England, Janie dear. We may have fewer people, but this country is huge. I've never been out west and I've lived here me whole life. I know of Perth, Fremantle and Darwin, and that's bloody well it. Sorry, can we find out? That too is easy, Amanda said. You can get maps and directions off the internet as well. Give me a moment to print hard copies and I'll show you. She then showed Hermione how to print. It turned out that Shoalwater was a beachfront town just south of Perth, the large port city on the west coast of Australia. The website seemed to suggest it was, as Amanda said, posh. Her parents must be doing all right in their new home, Hermione thought. She was so excited. She kept pestering her friend for information on how to make plane reservations and such online. It was clear she wanted to leave right away. Darn it, Janie, Amanda protested. What? Hermione replied. You promised me. What? You promised me you'd see the doctor. I'm not letting you leave here just to drop dead on your parents' doorstep. They look like they're doing well, Janie. They'll be there when you are well. It's been so long, Hermione complained. I know, Janie. I know. Still, it may only be a few more days. Please? For them? For me? Please wait until we know what's wrong with you? Amanda had been such a friend during Hermione's time in Australia. Hermione had no idea what she would have done without this woman. Amanda understood her more than she expected. Amanda had lost her parents a few years ago in a plane crash. Like Hermione, Amanda's parents were not magical. They were scientists, and on a trip into the outback to study rocks and such, the bush plane had crashed. There were no survivors. Amanda was all too happy to help her roommate, potential orphan friend, find her parents. Like Hermione, though, Amanda was practical and would not allow her sick friend to risk further damage to her health when Hermione's parents seemed safe. Hermione, reluctantly to be sure, agreed to see the doctor and await any results before jumping on the first plane to Perth. Monday, August 30th, 1999, Sun Coast Dentistry. Shoalwater, Western Australia. Hermione sat in her rental car in the small parking lot. She had booked an appointment for 4:30 in the afternoon, the last open appointment of the day. It was 3 o'clock. Perhaps she should drive around and see the sights, but she was too scared and excited. She had found her parents and was eager to see them finally. She had seen the doctor and found out what was wrong. The good news was she was not sick or dying. The bad news was she had no idea what she was going to do now. Amanda had been such a friend. She never had a girlfriend like that back home, and she told Amanda that as she boarded her flight from Sydney. Amanda had taught her a lot about computers, or at least using the internet and email. Hermione promised her friend she would keep in touch, and she meant it. She even hoped she would be back in Sydney soon. They had talked about becoming volunteers for the 2000 Olympic Games, for it was said that off-duty volunteers might get free tickets to the events. Amanda wanted to see the swimming. She had a thing for the Australian swimming sensation Ian Thorpe. First things first, Hermione thought. I came here to find my parents. She sat in the car and watched. Her parents' practice seemed to be even busier than their practice had ever been back home. Pleased her in a way, although it gave her pause as well. This place was a lot prettier than England. The ocean was blue, skies clear, weather warm, there were palm trees and such. Paradise, she thought. No way her parents would want to return to dreary old England. It was the end of the Australian winter and the weather had been cool, but seldom cold. England was a dump compared to this place. That's okay though, she thought. If Mum and Dad like it here, I'll stay as well. Although, she thought, I'll probably choose to live in Sydney. She liked it there, and she could hook up to the Australian Magical Transit to visit her parents whenever she liked. At 4:15 she left her car and entered the office. May I help you? The young receptionist asked. Jane Granger, Hermione said. I have an appointment. She had booked one online the week before. Not from around here, are you? The receptionist asked.
No.
England. Thought so. You sound like the Wilkins. Good people they are. Me Dad always thought you limeys were useless. Then again he's big into the ashes. What? Cricket love. Blimey. Don't you know? Sorry. Never was into sports, Hermione said. Makes two of us, the receptionist replied with a laugh. Although that Ian Thorpe bloke. I might just have to change me mind about swimming. Have a seat, please. The receptionist giggled. The whole bloody country was mad about the Olympics. Hermione thought to herself. Soon, Hermione found herself in a room having her teeth x-rayed. Then she was in an examination room as a technician cleaned her teeth and gave her a fluoride and whitening treatment. Brit, the technician asked. Arg was all she could say in reply. You smoke? Arrah. She growled an attempt at a negative as the cleaning tools kept her mouth opened. Drink tea? Nah mug, not much, she meant. Coffee? Ooze loads, she meant. Explains it. Aside from some staining, you really have taken good care of your teeth. 2 years since your last dentist visit? Hermione replied. Well, tartar seems to be a minor problem. You should use a whitener, though. Either that or give up on coffee. And can't do that. Who can love? Whitener then. Okay? After the cleaning, a young-looking man came in. I'm Dr. Smith, he said. I'll be checking you out. What about Dr. Wilkins? Hermione asked in a near panic. No worries, love, I am competent. It's not that, Hermione said. I'm from England and they were my dentists there. Well, Dr. Wilkins has made it clear that once my exam is done, she wants to meet you. Okay? She's up to it in paperwork right now. Now open your mouth. Love. Even though her parents were dentists, Hermione never had gotten used to the plink, plink, plink of the pick searching for cavities. It had always bothered her. Still got your wisdom teeth, Dr. Smith said. And they came in straight. You're a lucky one. Plink, plink, plink. After a rinse, he was finally finished. Well, he said, you should be pleased to learn that you have no cavities. Oddly, you have incredibly good and straight teeth for a Brit. Then again, Dr. Wilkins it's an honor to work for such a quality dentist. Hermione soon found herself in a large office by herself. Dr. Wilkins was apparently dealing with a difficult patient, but would be with her directly. Although it had been almost a year, Hermione had spent nearly 3 months as an Auror before she returned to school and years at war. Her suspicions were drawn to and she was on guard, but she had lost some of her tactical senses. Her back was to the door, for instance, as she surveyed the office. Before she could take it all in, she heard the door open and a woman's voice asked cautiously, Hermione? Hermione turned around and saw her mother. Her first thought was joy, followed closely by how did she know it was me? I haven't lifted the charm? She nodded and was suddenly smothered in a hug the like of which she could barely remember from her mother and kisses as well. Another oddity. Oh, my darling girl. Her mother gushed. Thank God. Thank God you're back. When I saw that a Jane Granger from Britain had booked an appointment. Well, you can imagine. I prayed it was you. And it is. And I had thought you had died in the war. Thank God. Through her own tears, Hermione suddenly thought something was wrong. How could she remember me before she saw me, Hermione thought. The charm she had used was supposedly foolproof. The only way for her parents to remember their true past was if they saw her up close and in the flesh as it were. There was no way that her mum could remember her before this moment. No way, but, why you remember me? Hermione asked. Of course, Rose Granger replied. How? That charm was, you told us, remember? You told us it would last until either you found us again or we died, right? Hermione nodded. Have a seat. Please, Hermione? Hermione sat on the couch. She watched in silence as her mother pulled some papers from a drawer in her desk. So, my charm did not work, Hermione began. It worked just fine, love, her mother replied as she sat beside Hermione. But how then? Hermione began again. You told us, your father and me, that there were only 2 ways to break it. There were only 2 ways we might ever remember you were our daughter. First, you found us and we saw you, and second, when we died. I don't understand, Hermione began. Her mother handed her some papers. Read, my darling, she said gravely. It's from your father. June 17, 1999. My little angel, I hope and pray you are reading this. I hope this letter finds you and finds you well. Your mother and I have feared these past few hours since your charm lifted that it meant you had died. If you are reading this, then our fears were silly. Forgive us, please. We understood why you had to do this to us. You know we never liked it, but we did understand. We've tried so hard to understand you, always. We are now in Australia where they are more understanding and compassionate with us non-magical parents. Mum will explain. Hermione, I am very sick. I think, no, I pray. That's why your brilliant charm is failing and why you mother and I are remembering our perfect little girl. You told us that the spell would last a lifetime, and it seems it has. I am dictating this letter for I am too weak to write. I have cancer, and the doctors have told me there's nothing left to be done. I have but a day or 2 left to live at best. We are so proud of you, my darling. So proud. I remember the first time I ever held you. I remember how perfect you were. I remember everything about you and how proud I was in every one of your accomplishments. You were and are so smart, so compassionate. Such a joy to know. You have made our lives so much more meaningful just by being. I was and am so proud of you. I loved your studiousness and loved it even more when I learned you had friends. We were so worried when we sent you off to Hogwarts that it would be more of the same for you. But it wasn't, was it? Prefect. Top of your class. Great friends. And most recently so brave. My little Boudica. How could I not be prouder? I guess you could win gold medals at the Olympics, but all said, that's probably asking a bit much. Although I have no doubt that if that was your goal you would be there as well. I was blessed, my angel. I was blessed with being able to watch you grow as a person. I was blessed in watching you turn from an awkward, yet studious child, into a stunning young woman. I am so proud of you and so blessed by being able to say that I was lucky enough to have you as my daughter. I could not ask for more in this life, and therefore my life is complete and I leave it soon without any regrets. I know this is a lot to ask, my angel, but I do not want you to mourn me too much. I have lived a full life. I had the perfect wife and marriage, more than most can hope for. And I had you, the perfect daughter. I have loved you since the day you were born, maybe even before then. I loved you even after we learned about your abilities. Despite what you may think, when we learned of your abilities, it explained a lot and we could not have been prouder of you. I love you, my angel. I always have and always will. If this letter never finds you, then we shall soon meet again in heaven. If it does, then I want you to know that I do love you. I shall watch over you and do what I can to keep you safe and happy. We will meet again in better times. Try not to shed too many tears for me, because I face not the end, but a new beginning, and we shall meet again, and I look forward to that day. Although I pray it's a long, long time from now. All I want for now is for you to be happy, my angel. Please try. I want to thank you, my angel. I want to thank you for being born and for being my daughter. I even want to thank you for Australia. It turned out to be our second chance, your mum and me. As painful as this time is, we would not have missed this for the world, and if we had to do it all over again, we cannot envision a life without our Hermione in it. Goodbye, my Hermione. Love always, Daddy.
No, Hermione Vimperet Weekly. No.
Your father was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer in March. He passed away 2 days after this letter. Mione knew. Hermione lost it and cried inconsolably. Her mother held her as she let go. It's all my fault. Hermione finally whimpered. All my fault. Hush, love, her mother said, stroking her hair. Hush. It's not. If I hadn't sent you away. Don't be silly. If we had stayed, you know what would have happened. I should have. Hush. You did the right thing, love. You told us why you had to do it. We knew the risks you were taking and how necessary it was for you to believe we were safe. We understood, even if we did not like the idea of having to forget you for a time. We knew you'd find us one day if you lived, and were grateful that we would not have to be there to bury our perfect little girl in a way. We understood. But Daddy, if I hadn't, your father would still have died. Love. And my fault. Hush, love. It's not your fault. Your charm did not give him his cancer. Neither did Australia. In all probability, he would have gotten it anyway. It's practically incurable, yet mercifully quick. And as you will see, we both are so thankful for the opportunity you gave us. What do you mean, Mum? You will see, love. I should have been here. I could have been. I know. How? After your charm broke, apparently it broke for both of us when it was clear he was going to pass. After it broke, I learned that the war had ended a year earlier and that you were probably alive. It was in the wizarding papers even here, Hermione. Still, a year had gone by, and I wanted to, Mum, honestly. But my ex-boyfriend begged me to stay and Harry did as well. There was so much to do. Then, I learned I could finish school if and only if I returned last September 1st. I knew you would want me to, so I'm so sorry. Don't be, love. We would have expected you to, and you know it. I should have been here. You know how important your education was to us. Hermione. Still, your father would have insisted you finish school. I should have been here. Don't you beat yourself up, Hermione. Don't you dare. Your father would have wanted you to finish your education. He would have wanted you to take your, what are they called? Your 7th year exams? NEWTS, nastily exhausting wizard's test. Her mother chuckled. Did you take them? Yes. Do you know how you did? I had the scores transferred here, yes. All outstandings. Your father would be so proud. I should have been here. Nonsense. How could you have known? That's not the point, Mother. It's entirely the point. You sent us here because the enemy would probably have killed us, right? Definitely, really. They got vicious not long after you left. So we were spared outright murder. But there are no promises in life that fate cannot break. Your father could just as easily died in a car crash. Then again, this is Australia. It's loaded with deadly snakes and insects and man-eating crocs. And that's just on land. Walking out in the grass could be a life-ending experience on a bad day. Cancer? That was unexpected, and there was nothing you could have done to save him. Still, hush. He is probably happy now that you did come back. How can you say that? Because there is something he would have wanted you to learn about. The reason why we both forgive you completely. Why's that? You'll see. Hermione had hoped she would be forgiven and prayed she would be invited to come home. In such hope, she had checked out of her hotel before she drove to the dental clinic and her bags were in the car. After what seemed like a good cry, one in which she believed her mother joined her, her mother invited her home. Are you sure? Don't be silly, child, her mother said. You're my daughter and I've missed you so much. And you've obviously got a lot to tell me. Might take months, she laughed. Of course you should come home. They decided to ride home in Rose/Monica's car. Hermione's rental would remain at the clinic until the morning, when she would return it. As they buckled in, Hermione surprised herself. She knew she would have to face this. She just had not been sure she wanted to so soon after learning about her father. Mum? Yes, dear? If it's not too much trouble, could we see Daddy? Her mother looked over and smiled at her long-lost daughter. Of course, dear. Later that evening. Hermione realized she was not as ready for the experience as she had hoped. Still, no worries, as the Aussies say. In a way, she was glad she did not put it off. It was so hard doing it on the spur of the moment. It might have been unbearable had it been scheduled. She had stood there, staring at the headstone that marked the last resting place of her daddy. Her daddy probably never stopped seeing her as his little girl. She thought as she sobbed. Her mother's arm around her shoulder, and her head resting on her mother's shoulder. She had never stopped seeing him as she had when she was much younger, when she was nothing more than her daddy's little princess, and when the real world of magic as nothing more than fantasy fiction she had loved to read. The fact that she would never see him again was a crushing weight. But what really had gotten to her and turned silent tears into loud sobs was the inscription on the headstone. Wendell Wilkins, November 14, 1949 to June 19, 1999, loving father-husband. Little princess. If you are reading this, remember I will love you always. Daddy. He had to be buried under that name? Hermione cried. All of our paperwork is under that name, dear, her mother explained in as soothing a voice as possible. He did not even realize it was an alias until Hermione nodded. He was very happy as Wendell Hermione, just as I was very happy as Monica. I am sure he does not mind it one bit. And the other inscription? Little princess, we did not know if you were alive. We did know that if you were, one day you might come looking for us. One day you would find him. One day you would look upon this stone. In case you found him first, he wanted to make sure you knew just how special he thinks you are. Love. Hermione cried for several minutes. She was not keeping track of the time. All the time she thought about and remembered her father. There were unpleasant ones. No two people can live close to one another emotionally and not have an occasional spat. No parent or child can live their lives without some pain between them. Mostly, though, there were good memories. Memories of holidays, of reading together, of talking, of his smile, his laugh. His pride in her accomplishments all came back and slowly drowned the pain of loss she was feeling. Finally, with the red and gold sunset illuminating the western sky over the Indian Ocean, Hermione broke free of her mother and walked up to the headstone. Gently, she touched the polished granite. Felt so cold and final. She steeled herself, trying to rein in her emotions. No, she thought. I've done that most of my life. No need to anymore. She cried some more. She thought she had never cried so much as in these past several weeks. She had probably shed more tears since the day she found out about Ron than she had her entire life. Yet, she was feeling better in some way she did not yet understand. She felt free from her past. She bent down and kissed the stone, all that remained of her father. The one man who had never let her down, she thought. You were far too young to die, Daddy, she squeaked. Far too young. You should have lived to see your grandbabies. You should have lived to see so many things. But I feel grateful for every day I had with you, and it was far better for me to have known you for so short a time than not at all. Thank you for being my daddy. I will never forget, and I will always love you. Goodbye. Hermione stepped back and looked around. Aside from her mother, no one was there. She pulled her wand from her jacket pocket and gave it a wave. A large wreath of roses appeared with a sash proclaiming, "With love always, Daddy." Hermione, her wand back in her pocket. She waved goodbye and turned to her mother, who she could see was crying as well. "Thank you, Mum," she said. With that, the two women walked back to the car. Chapter 5. This chapter is a little shorter and not as emotionally draining as the last. There may be a delay with Chapter 6. Reading it over, there are a few disconnects with both the previous and future chapters one want to fix. It's okay right now, but not as good as the others, and given the response to date, I don't want to lose my momentum as it were. Chapter 5. Saturday, June 17, 2006, New York City, NY. Found my mum, Hermione said. My dad died of cancer about 2 months before I left for Australia. Surely you knew this? Harry looked at her in confusion. I wrote you about it. I didn't get the letter, Harry said in confusion. What? I wrote you almost every month for almost 4 years. You didn't get any of my letters? I got one, Hermione. You wrote me a few days after you arrived to tell me you made it there safely and then how hard it might be to find your parents. Got the letter just before my birthday. 15 pages long it was. I was at a loss at how you could come up with 15 pages of material after just a few days. But you did. I was sent to Sydney on business the next year. Had no problem finding my way around thanks to that one letter. After that, nothing. How can that be? Did you move? Harry shook his head. I still live at Grimmauld Place, he said. I don't understand. He doesn't know, she thought to herself. Oh my God. He doesn't know about anything. What am I going to do? She looked at Harry and saw his face turning red. Not blushing red but angry red. Ginny, Harry growled. That brat. What about Ginny? Harry sighed and seemed to relax. She was over at my place the Saturday after you left begging to make up. She had heard about Ron and Lavender and said she now understood why I took you in. Called it noble, she did. Darn if she didn't know how to wrap me around her finger for a time. She moved in just after her birthday. She had a big fight with her mom. She never told me what it was about, so she moved in. I should have guessed. What, Harry? International mail sent regular post, Harry thought out loud. What about it? The London Magical Post delivers international regular post on Wednesdays only. International business, express, and government mail is delivered every day. Personal or regular international mail is only delivered on Wednesdays. I still don't get it. Ginny was always home on Wednesdays. It was part of the league contract with the players. They always had Wednesdays off. They did not travel, have a match, or practice. As you may remember, I usually left for work early before the morning post arrived. Ginny usually went through the mail and Harry trailed off. Hermione gasped. She was reading my letters? She was keeping them from you? I don't know if she read them. I don't think so. Ginny was not that good at keeping things secret. I think she just binned them. How can you be sure she wasn't reading them? It's a logical assumption, Harry said. Assuming, what? You knew Ginny. Was there anything in any of those letters that might set her off? Was there ever? Hermione thought. Yes, she said meekly, probably, she added. Well, if she had read it, I would have heard all about it. She never once mentioned anything about you, except the most recent Hermione Granger rumors printed in the Daily Prophet. Why didn't you write back? Your first letter told me not to for a while. You said you would probably be on the move a lot and did not want to miss any letters from me, so you asked that I write, but save them until you either came home or settled somewhere for a time. I did write. Loads for a spell. I've saved all of them just in case. You did. Hermione croaked. Harry nodded. I never stopped. But I just assumed you didn't want to remember your past life or something. Harry, that's not true. Harry shrugged. And I guessed you thought the same about me. Hermione began and then felt guilty. She did think Harry wanted nothing to do with her. Had I actually gotten a letter, I would have written. I would have sent all those letters I had stored up over the years. Harry, it wasn't your fault. Still, I kept writing for a time, Harry. It wasn't until the spring of '03 that I stopped. Thank God he never got that letter, she thought. Harry nodded. Ginny left me in June of '03, Harry said. We got the annulment in August. Had you kept at it a couple more months, who knows? Who knows? Hermione agreed. I'm sorry about your dad, Harry finally said after a long pause. It's not your fault, Harry. It was Ron who held me back after the war. Had I left when I wanted to, no, he'd probably still be dead. But at least I would have been there. At least my last memory of him would not be a headstone in Australia with the wrong name on it. Ron did not want me to leave, so I stayed. Went back to school, found out the git was cheating on me, and never saw my father again.
I'm sorry.
It wasn't your fault, Harry. There was a silver lining, though. Really? Monday, August 30th, 1999. Wilkins Residence, Shoalwater, Western Australia. They pulled up to the house in twilight. The place was much bigger than Hermione had expected. It seemed to dwarf the house in Loughton, Essex, where she had grown up. Seemed a bit much for two people, she thought to herself. It's nice, she said absently to her mum as they got out of the car. Also bigger than the one she remembered in England. Bit much really, her mother admitted. But it's less expensive than the old place. Land is not as scarce here than in Britain, it seems. Besides, a place the size of our old place is probably in a bad neighborhood. So here we are. You can see the ocean in the distance, and if the wind is right, hear the waves breaking. We liked it here. They entered the front door. Martha, Rose/Monica called out, "We're here." A short, plump, middle-aged woman entered the main room from somewhere. "Monica," she said, "supper will be ready in a few." She then saw Hermione. "Is this?" she asked Rose/Monica. Hermione saw her mother nod. The short woman practically ran to Hermione and pulled her into a breath-crushing hug. "You must be Hermione," she gushed. "I've heard all about you. I was so pleased when Monica called and said you were coming by. I'm so happy you didn't cop it as feared. Tage, thank you?" Hermione was still getting used to how open the Australians were. She wondered if she could ever lose the infamous British stiff upper lip mentality. "Hermione," her mother said, "this is Martha McGregor. Your father and I hired her a little over a year ago when things got hectic. She takes care of the house." "Pleased to meet you," Hermione said. "Pleasure's mine, love," Martha beamed. "I'll just kip back into the kitchen then and finish supper while you two get reacquainted." Hermione was certain she saw Martha wink at her mum. Sunroom, Martha seemed to suggest. Hermione's mother smiled, took Hermione by the hand and led her towards the back of the house. They entered a large room with windows on 3 sides. Hermione could see the final glow of the fading twilight. It was a lovely house, she thought. Then a laugh broke her thoughts. It was a very young laugh, a baby's laugh, and it seemed to come from the floor in front of her. She noted her mother moving into the room and bending over and it could not be. Could it?
Mama!
An excited little voice exclaimed. Hermione saw a baby, not much more than a year old, who had been playing with brightly colored toys. She had shoulder-length, curly brown hair, not unlike my own, Hermione thought as she absently ran a hand through her own locks. She also had brown eyes. Big smile, Hermione thought, and teeth. Can't be, can it? The little one squealed with delight as Rose/Monica scooped her up off the ground. Fun? The little one seemed to ask. Hermione's mum kissed the little one on the forehead, causing the baby to giggle. You're so smart, she said to the baby. Yes, love, friend. More than that. Hermione's jaw hung open in surprise. Hermione? Her mother asked.
¿Y-yes?
I want you to meet someone special. This is your sister, Daphne. Me, the baby exclaimed. The next thing Hermione remembered was waking up on her back on the floor to the sounds of the baby's voice saying "Owie" over and over. She could feel a very small hand stroking her forehead and hair. Owie. She also felt a slight weight on her chest. Owie, the little voice said. Hermione opened her eyes and saw the little face of her sister above her. Daphne was not looking at her face, but somewhere just above it, and her tiny hands seemed to dance on Hermione's forehead and run through her hair. Owie, Daphne said. Then, the baby's brown eyes looked into Hermione's, and Daphne seemed to beam at her big sister. Daphne giggled and clapped her hands over her head. She has a lovely smile, Hermione thought. The weight seemed to lift, and Hermione watched Daphne rise into the air in her mother's arms. Hermione sat up and leaned back against a couch. What happened? She asked. You fainted, her mother said. Are you all right? You're not sick, are you? No. Hermione thought. No, mother. It's been a bit of a day is all. What happened? Why was she? You fell face first, Hermione, her mother said. Busted nose. A nasty gash over your right eye that required stitches. Instinctively, Hermione began to check herself out. Nose felt normal and she found no gash or bandages. Mum, you should thank Daphne, her mother said. She's a witch, naturally. But what? She's what's called a healer manifestation, Hermione. Have you heard of that? Hermione shook her head. The term describes a particular way a child manifests their magic. Most magical children are outburst manifestations. When they first express magic, it's out of fear, anger, or frustration, or some other emotion. Magic is instinctively defensive in nature, that is, without training it is expressed as some sort of self-preservation or protection motive. You were an outburst type, you know. Hermione merely nodded. She was confused. Where did her mum learn this? Healer and empath manifestations are rare, her mother continued. The child expresses magic not out of self-interest or fear, but out of compassion for others. The healer manifest can unconsciously heal injuries and reduce or eliminate physical pain. Hermione heard a hitch in her mother's voice. When your father got sick, well, they say little Daphne here probably kept him alive a lot longer than expected. When he did pass, it was peaceful. After a long pause, Rose Granger continued. The empath can control another person's emotional pain and such. The healers and empaths also express magic far sooner than most others on average. Daphne here first expressed magic at the age of 4 months when I burned myself on a hot pan. You were about 2 when your father and I first noticed your magic. Of course, we didn't know what it was then. Hermione remembered the story told to her years later after she and her parents learned she was a real witch. She had been sent to bed early and wanted to read a book, or at least look at the pictures. The book she wanted was in another room and she was not allowed to leave to get it. She also was not allowed to turn on her bedroom lights when she was sent to bed for the night. Her parents had found her reading the book her well-lit bedroom. As they yelled at her for breaking the rules, they noticed that while here was light, the lights were not on. Years later it was funny. At the time it was disturbing but harmless. I don't understand any of this, Hermione complained. Any of what? Well, first of all, Daphne. You're too old to. Nonsense, Hermione. Obviously I am not too old, or at least I wasn't. Are you upset at finding out you have a sister? No, Hermione replied quickly. She's adorable, Mum. And I always wanted a younger brother or sister. That much was true. Since the age of 3 until Hermione was 9 or 10 when she gave up asking. She always asked her parents for a brother or sister as a Christmas or birthday present. It's just that I didn't think you wanted another child. Hermione sighed. There was a part of me that always believed I was an only child because my strange talent scared you and Dad. Hermione realized she had never told either her parents that before. Don't be silly, Hermione. Your dad and I loved you regardless. Truth is we wanted another child. Your dad and I were only children and we did not want you to grow up one as well. We did not care if our second child was as magical as you or not. Your magic had nothing to do with anything. When you were born, your father and I were still studying dentistry. As you know, we met in college after he left the British Army. Anyway, raising a small child while in school and later while building our practice was not easy. Raising any child would not have been. We decided to wait until things settled down, as it were. When it finally did, you were off at Hogwarts and I was 35 and we agreed it might be too late. Then how did Daphne come about? Hermione, don't tell me I have to tell you where babies come from. Her mother laughed. Hermione blushed red even though she knew her mother was teasing her. Of course not. You and Dad told me that when I was 11. And I am acutely aware of it now. Well then, I guess it all begins with that memory charm you used. Your own invention, I take it? Hermione nodded. How did she know? As I understand it, her mother continued, it targeted only certain types of memories. It was kind of like a computer search. All references to Hermione were written over or hidden. No one could know we had any connection with our lovely daughter Hermione. We were no longer the Grangers and we had no knowledge of magic or anything, as our knowledge of magic was related to our knowledge of our daughter. If it did not involve you directly or indirectly, however, the memories were unchanged. So, your dad and I still remembered our wedding, how and when we met, our first kiss, the first time we had privacy, our lives back home, now as the Wilkins, and everything else. We also remembered, at least at a subconscious level, that we wanted a child. We had wanted one when we married and still wanted one. What we did not have a clear memory of was why we had not had one. Each of us wrote over this gap with the conclusion that we did not have a child because we were physically incapable of having one. We were barren. Each of us also wrote over the gap with our unaltered beliefs, such as we were both opposed to artificial insemination and fertility treatments and how bloody hard it is to adopt a child, especially where we had only just immigrated to a new country. But we still loved each other and still had privacy. Unlike before, because we believed we were barren, we saw no need for precautions. Mind you, I did not get pregnant the night we arrived here, but it was not long after when I did. And on April 10th, 1998, your sister was born. Hermione giggled. What? Her mother asked. I was just thinking. If I had known all I had to do to get you two to give me a younger brother or sister was alter your memories a bit, I might have done it ages ago. You wouldn't. You're right, Mum. I would not have. But I would have thought about it, Hermione replied mischievously. Another thing confuses me. What's that? You seem to know far more about magic now than when I last saw you. I know I didn't tell you most of that. Her mother said. Welcome to Australia. She laughed. I don't understand. Course not. You came of age in backwards old England, not the progressive down under. Excuse me? Well, as you probably know, most witches and wizards can be detected at birth. Hermione nodded. In merry old England, if said witch or wizard is born to non-magical parents, nothing happens until the child reaches the age when they are to be sent to magical school. Until then, the child and the parents have no idea about magic. Stupid policy. While your father and I did not see your magic as an issue, fair bet others do. I've heard tale of exorcisms, divorce and psychiatric wards as fates for some non-magical families with magical children. Not so here in Australia. It's not?
No.
3 weeks after Daphne was born, we were approached by a lovely couple from the Australian Magical Child Welfare Department. They were a witch and wizard, and they told us our Daphne was magical. We were given a choice, an easy one for us. We would be enrolled in a transition program where we would learn about magic and how to raise a magical child, and later, we would be encouraged to participate, to the extent that we could, in her formal magical education, or Daphne would become a ward of the state and would be adopted by a magical parent or parents. Most parents join the magical world, although there are always going to be a few who don't. We, of course, were not about to lose our only child, our little miracle. As we saw her, we jumped in with both feet, as it were. I wish it had been that way for me, for us, Mum.
Zodoi, Hermione, zodopovej.
Oh my! Hermione saw her mother look down at Daphne, who had curled up in her big sister's lap. Oddly, Hermione had not noticed. Daphne was fast asleep. Well then, her mother said, I guess I'll tuck her into bed for the night and then we can sit down to dinner and talk some more. I'd like that, Hermione said as her mother began to leave with her sleeping sister. And Mum? Yes, dear? I've missed you. I have missed you so much. I've missed you too, dear. Even when I didn't remember you existed, a part of me missed you desperately. Can you promise me something? Anything? No more wars for a while? That is something I think I can promise. Saturday, June 17, 2006, New York City, NY. Silver lining? Harry asked. Harry raised an eyebrow as he watched Hermione fumble through her purse. She handed Harry a photo of a girl that looked like a young version of herself. Same hair, same eyes, same expression, same teeth. The teeth Hermione had when she was much younger. Your daughter? Harry asked. Don't say that to her. She hates that. No, she's my little sister Daphne. My mum and dad had her in Australia. She's 8 now. Born April 10, 1998. That's the same day as Teddy Lupin. Really? Harry nodded. I guess I forgot about that. Sorry, Harry. It's been a while, Harry replied. So is she a witch? Naturally. How could my little sister be anything but? Hermione laughed. She's top of her class, naturally, and a huge Cardinals fan. Cardinals? It's the St. Louis baseball team. She's lived there most of her life, and you can't live there and not bleed cardinal red. I take her to the games whenever I can. I actually like them. Can you believe it? She's adorable, Hermione. Thanks. Her big sis thinks so too. Anyway, she's all excited about what will happen when I get back. Harry raised an eyebrow. Well, she's finished the 2nd grade. Here and in Australia, magical education begins at 6 and not 11. The first 2 years that teach control techniques, some theory, some history, and the basics of preparing potions ingredients. Of course, it's about preparation technique. They don't actually prepare real ingredients. Of course. Well, when I get home, Mum and I will take her to Soulard to buy her first wand. Soulard is a really old neighborhood in St. Louis. It's where their equivalent of Diagon Alley is located. Here, children get their wands at age 8, you know. Harry nodded. I know you're not being patronizing, Hermione, but I am very familiar with the American and Australian educational systems. Oh, sorry, Hermione began. You are? For now, we'll say it's a hobby of mine. For now? Harry nodded. Your life for now, please? I've missed 7 years, you know. Well, Hermione gasped. Well, we left off with you finding your family in Perth. Yet I'm guessing you moved here not long afterwards? Hermione nodded. How did that happen? Monday, August 30th, 1999. Wilkins Residence, Shoalwater, Western Australia. Daphne was asleep and Hermione and her mother had finished their supper. They were now in the sunroom sipping lemonade and talking. Hermione had just finished telling her mother about her search for her family, sparing only a few painful details that were not directly relevant to the tale. So, her mother said, now that you've found us, what's your plan? Plan? Hermione asked. I don't understand. You gonna drag me back to Britain? Drag you? No, I'm not even going to ask you to go back. Good, because I'm not going there. No? Not for all the tea in China. I don't blame you, Hermione agreed. Why do you say that? Her mother asked in genuine surprise. Are you not going back? Hermione shrugged. I will if that's the only option I have. Otherwise, no. Why? It's complicated. So? Her mother was trying to get her to talk. There were some things Hermione was not yet willing to reveal. Hermione sighed after a long pause. Had that stupid war never happened, well, we wouldn't be here. But I would not have learned how messed up my life was back there. Even if I had a perfect life, it would have been messed up. If you had the choice, Mother, would you have raised me there or here? Here. There are far more opportunities for a smart girl like you here than in Britain. And not just here, Canada, the United States. Over there, your kind considered us an afterthought. Even your friends the Weasleys looked down their noses at us. Just not as obviously as others. Here, magical folk are not so high and mighty. By having a magical child, we are a part of the magical world. They don't try and steal our children away from us like they do there. Hermione nodded. I wish I had been born here, she said softly. So do I, love. Just after the charm lifted and before your father dictated his letter, we talked about it. If we had known then what we know now, once we realized you were magical, we would have moved here or to America. Hermione nodded but still asked, why? You are our daughter and we are your parents. Parents do what is best for their children, at least the good ones do. We tried to do what was best for you, but we were not provided with all the information. Your magical friends never told us that there was a better deal out there for you. Britain was the best place to be, Hogwarts the best school. Rubbish. The magical schools here and in the Americas are at least as good, if not better. Tell me, Hermione, are you going to university? There is no university for my kind. Not in Britain. What do you mean? Well, you'd have to take an intensive course in non-magical studies. Math, sciences, history, literature. You could probably avoid languages as you are fluent in French. But then you could sit for your college boards and attend university and get a degree in magic or non-magic studies. You are smart enough, dear. I always thought stopping your formal education at 18 was stupid. Then, I read an article banned in Britain, of course, even after the war. It was illuminating. You might know the author. She handed Hermione a slick-looking magazine. At once Hermione knew it was magical, the pictures moved, and it as from Britain. She knew the publisher and his daughter personally. It was the October 1998 edition of the Quibbler. The headline read, Why Britain and Western Europe are the laughingstock of the magical world. Hermione read further. A Critique of British Magical Society, Law and Education by Harry James Potter. Hermione began to turn the page and her mother took the magazine away. We're talking now, remember? Sorry, Mum. You can read it later, okay? Habit. And it can be an annoying one at times. But the fact that you loved learning always made your father and I proud. Still, sorry. Is the author? As far as I know. Of course, when our magical mentor gave us this article we were still under your charm. So we had no idea who this Harry Potter was or that you are his friend. Hermione nodded. His theory of what Britain was doing was shocking to us, Hermione's mother said. They made it a point to so separate themselves from the rest of the world that, well, even in peace, they set things up so that by the time you left Hogwarts, you would not really want anything to do with your dad and me. Mother, don't try and deny it. Hermione, I hope you never wanted that. But you have been drifting away from us from practically the moment you started school. Mom, that was never my intent. I know. Later read that article. It was not your intent, but it was theirs. Their system was designed so that one day, they hoped you would want nothing to do with me or your father. Mom, Hermione began to protest. Sorry. A couple of months ago I would have said you were paranoid. Harry told me that he thought this was the case. Well, I wasn't so sure. Since coming to Australia, however, I see that you are probably right, although I don't know why. I think Harry does, her mother said. But that's for later. We were talking. Why don't you want to go back? I was engaged. Engaged? As in to be married? Hermione nodded. To Harry? Harry? Practically from the day you first wrote us about Harry, we thought, oh God, I wish now, Hermione wailed. I should have seen it. God darn it. If Harry and I, but that's not what happened. He fell in love with someone else. I thought I was in love with someone else. I now know I was wrong about that. If it had been Harry, I'd be here to invite you to the wedding and then be on the first plane back to Britain, even after all I have learned. But, Hermione, I was engaged to Ron. Ron Weasley. Hermione nodded. He's a git. You always said so. Tell me about it. Okay, so he is a friend. I liked needling him. But, how? The war had ended, Mum. People were getting married or engaged left to right. Ron asked. Harry didn't, so I said, yes. Hermione nodded. So what happened? He was cheating on me. No. Oh yes. Scoundrel was shagging an old flame, he was. I went back to school and he took up with her. And others apparently get cheated on her as well. Small comfort that. So then I come home. Caught him and his main mistress going at it. I did. Hermione. I am so sorry. Scoundrel never missed a stroke. So I dumped him. Harry took me in and gave me a place to stay until my flight here. He kept Ron away. Ron was desperate to try and get me back because he had gotten his shag pregnant. He only wanted me back to avoid having to marry her. Mum. Harry. Oh God, now I wish. But Harry is engaged to someone else and I will not. I understand, her mother said sadly. Whatever happened to happily ever after? Mum, that's Disney, dear. Real life is finding happiness where and when you can, and if you are lucky, it may last a lifetime. It did for me, just not mine. But my 2 daughters are still alive and I am happy that I am still their mum. Dear. Still? No, love. I lost the man of my dreams to cancer. I lost him. But we had wonderful years together. And we had you and we had Daphne. Yes, I would love it if he was not buried. If he was here with us now. I would have loved that. But every day I wake up and think of the time we did have together and now you're here as well. How can I say there is not a happily ever after? My life is not the perfect life I envisioned when I was your age. But I have no real complaints. None. My daughters are testament to the fact that I have nothing to complain about, and it is for you and Daphne that I can move on. Your daddy and I love you. Darling, we always have and always will. Hermione began to cry again. There, dear, it's okay, her mother said soothingly. Mummy? There. What now? Well, my brightest witch of her age. As I see it, you have choices. Ido. Oh, indeed. You can go back to Britain. I can't. Only one reason to. Can't go back just to be Harry's friend. C can do that from anywhere, really. It's not worth it. Or, her mother said, you can stay in Australia. I'll like it here. Or, you can come with Daphne and me to America. America? Yes. We're moving there next week. You almost missed us, really. Just after Daphne was born and we learned she was a witch, your father and I were at a dental convention in Melbourne. We met a young couple there, well, young by our standards. They were dentists from America. Roger and Violet Parsons. Turns out they are also magical. They have a practice in St. Louis and we got along famously. They came back when your father got sick and again for the funeral. They offered me a chance to join their practice. Daphne, she was the reason I accepted. I would probably have moved anyway. Your father's death took all the happy memories of this place we had and made them hard. But Daphne's future may be better in America than here. I would have done that for you, Hermione, had I known. I must do that for her. You would have? Of course. And me? When your charm broke, I did a little research. There is still the chance for you to go on to university if you want. Hard work to get there, to be sure. You've missed years of schooling, but I never thought about that, Mum. Well, not since. I'd like that chance. I've hoped and prayed that you would. So, can I? You don't mind? You're my daughter, girl. Why would I mind? Hermione nodded. America it is then, though Amanda, my roommate in Sydney, will give me grief about not being a volunteer for the 2000 Olympics like we planned. I am sure she'll understand. St. Louis, look out. The Grangers are coming. Saturday, June 17, 2006, New York City, NY. So did you? Harry asked. Did I what? Go on to university. Not right away, Hermione said. Mum and Daph and I moved to St. Louis in early September of '99. I was enrolled immediately in a remedial course offered by the American Board of Magical Education for NEWT or similar level student immigrants. It was a course designed to catch us up in non-magical studies. Far be it for me not to put forth my best effort. Based on my NEWT scores, I had a provisional acceptance to St. Louis University. I still had to pass the American college entrance exams, the SAT with acceptable scores. All college applicants in the country have to take either that test or another called the ACT. I took my exam in May of 2000 and scored really well.
No surprise.
What do you mean, Harry? Hard tests have never fazed the great Hermione Granger, is all. Hermione laughed in appreciation of the compliment. Thanks, Harry. It was hard though. Don't doubt it for a moment, he replied. Did you go to college? Hermione nodded. I started at St. Louis University in August 2000. I double majored in applied magical theory and business administration and minored in history. History was fun, by the way. Anyway, thanks to summer school, I attended class year-round. In May 2003 I graduated. I was summa cum laude top of my class in applied magical theory and, to my own amazement considering I had not been to non-magical school in years, magna cum laude in business administration. Both degrees could allow me to study on for a master's or doctoral degree. But I got an offer from Pack Riley and could not pass it up, and now here we are. Indeed, Harry said. I want you to know, Hermione, I am proud of you. Took guts and effort and taking classes at night. I just finished a master's degree in history. Why, Harry, you know how much I love books and such. Harry nodded. And Daphne and the others need a role model, I think. Harry wondered what she meant by others, but nodded. In Britain I was a second-class subject at birth. As you yourself have written, the magical woman in Britain was, or still is, expected to be no more than a sperm repository and baby factory for the males. Basically, I was being groomed by magical society to be a baby factory, or at least producer. Harry, I will admit that only we women can do that, and I myself have no issue with being a mother. But to limit myself, you shouldn't, Harry replied. I've had more than a fair few bad dates since my divorce. Hate being famous and, as you know, always have. But fame aside, it bugs me to no end that every witch I meet has no ambition greater than being Mrs. Rich and famous. Every witch but one. Hermione could not help but blush, hoping the one was her. It was. But Harry was not there yet. Chapter 6. I finally got a complaint. I've appreciated the interest and support you've given me as a first-time author and knew the ride would not last forever. For the complaining fan and the rest of you, question. Why is Hermione Granger, the brightest witch of her age, ignorant about the internet? Answer. She enters Hogwarts and begins immersing herself in the magical world practically to the exclusion of the Muggle one in 1991. That's the way she is. That's the way I saw her. Focused like a laser beam on her future, and when she learned she was a witch, that was her future. Still, how could she not know? In 1991, I had been using computers for over 10 years. I could program in 3 languages. No, I am not an IT type. Back then many of us could, and all the languages I know are now as dead as Latin or worse. You had to be able to program when I was young, or the computer was useless. Commercial application software was still in the future when I first sat at a computer. In 1991, I did not know about the internet. It was only just beginning to move beyond the realm of the true computer geeks, who probably spoke in binary, and the academic world, who used it to share information, not surf the web. Back then, for most of us, email was LAN-limited, local area networks. A 1 megabyte hard drive? Who would ever need that much storage? It was not yet common knowledge and was not yet easy to access or use. That changed very quickly. But for an 11-year-old girl who was focused on her new world where the height of information technology were books and the communications a quill, parchment, and owl, assuming that she could surf the web, and the average person could not back then, there were no commercially available search engines that were of any real use. Why? There was nothing about her world on the web. She disappeared into the magical world of Britain, which was not computer-savvy to say the least. Okay. Just dated myself. Ignorance is from lack of information, not lack of intelligence or ability. And yes, by 2006, Hermione is plugged in, as it were. In these stories, I try to make my characters fit the time they are in and vice versa. I actually researched this stuff to make sure they are not using things that did not exist at the time, and given the explosion via the internet that occurred not long after Hermione started Hogwarts, I did have to take her ignorance into account. Sorry. Chapter 6. Saturday, June 17, 2006, New York City, And why? Hermione watched as Harry pulled out his wallet. While we are on the subject of children, he handed Hermione a picture of a little boy who looked just like Harry but without glasses. I thought you said you had no children, Hermione said. That's Teddy. Lupin? Harry nodded. That's his I'm my dad look. Dad? His gran died not long after I was married. I adopted him and I've been raising him ever since. That was another drama during the divorce. Ginny wanted custody of him and if not that liberal visitation. She got neither. She never cared for him when we were married, so why would I let her? Besides, Teddy hated her. At the custody hearing he threw a right fit whenever she got near him. I regret it, but I was proud of him that day. Always have been. Like your sis tops in his class. You have a photo of what he really looks like. Harry handed her another one. The boy was sandy blonde-haired with deep, blue eyes and an engaging smile. He's wonderful, Harry. He's my boy, Harry said proudly. He's made those years worth every minute. I may not be his real dad, but I see him as my son. Children are amazing that way, aren't they? Indeed. She looked at the photos of Harry's godson for a while. Harry? Yes? Something you said has been bothering me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Not like that. No, I just can't figure something out and it's driving me to distraction. Harry laughed a little. Yeah. Always did. So what did I say to kick your tremendous mind into overdrive? Divorce. Really, what's so hard to understand about that? I didn't think it was possible in Britain. Don't be silly. I mean, I know it's possible for non-magical couples and for a witch or wizard who was married to a non-magical spouse. I have heard of that. I just never heard of any witch and wizard getting divorced. I admit it's not easy, Harry said. Legally it is, but practically it's not. In my case, because Ginny tricked me into the magical rite, divorce was not an option, hence the annulment. Still, everyone called it a divorce even though legally it was not. As you can imagine, my divorce was the big news of the day, not just that I asked for it, but that it was actually granted. There had not been a divorce or annulment in a magical marriage in almost a century. What do you know about marriage law? Not much, honestly. Harry laughed. What's so funny? Hermione asked. 15 years, he replied. It took 15 years for me to finally know something you did not. Harry, sorry, couldn't help it. Harry, sorry. I spent years studying the subject. At first I was motivated by self-interest, I admit. I began studying it not long after you and Ginny went back to school. Why? Wanted to know what I was getting myself into. Later, I continued to study it to find a loophole that would get me out of that disaster I called my marriage to Ginny. Then after the divorce, although technically it was an annulment, I continued to study it as well as non-magical law because magical law was messed up and needed changing. I'm no solicitor, but I have become somewhat of an expert on British magical marriage law and its numerous flaws. So, may I begin by asking you a question? I suppose. What? Do you know what a marriage is legally? Several years at university had taught Hermione not to guess. No, not really. Legally, a marriage is a contract between the husband and wife. Once the contract is entered into, each receives rights and obligations that they would not receive outside of marriage. More specifically, a marriage is legally about property rights. Property? That doesn't sound very romantic. There's nothing romantic about the law, Harry shrugged. I promise to love, honor, and cherish you, from this day forward until death do us part of the wedding vows. Suggests the basis of the agreement and is probably what the couple and society expects, but is legally meaningless. Not loving your spouse is not grounds to end the contract. So long as the contract is in effect, what's mine is yours and what's yours is mine. By marrying, you get to inherit from me in the event of my untimely demise and vice versa. Not only that, but I can't disinherit you even if I wanted to, not completely at least. The surviving spouse is entitled to 1/3 of the estate regardless of what a will might spell out. All property or wealth that is accumulated during marriage is shared equally between spouses without regard to who got it or why, although there is an exception for inheritances. But it also cuts the other way. Right now, if I were in default on a loan, could my creditor take your money or property to repay the debt? No, of course not. But if we were married, you are as liable as I am for my debts and I am as liable as you are for yours. Marriage was always about money, Hermione. A long time ago, if you wanted to marry me, for example, your family would have to pay my family. No pay, no way. That used to be the law. It survives in the custom where the bride's parents pay for the wedding and her father gives her away. But being cheap on the wedding does not invalidate the marriage. A long time ago, stiffing the groom's family on their dowry would invalidate the marriage. Why is this bothering me? Because of the underlying meaning, women were property. When they were single, they were the property of their family. When they married, they became the property of their husband. Only when they outlived their husband and became what was then known as a dowager, did they become independent. Daughters were used to buy power and influence. They were offered up in marriage to give their family prestige or cement a political alliance. The wealthier the families were, the more likely the marriage had nothing to do with romance and everything to do with bloodlines and influence. Back in the day, if a single woman became pregnant, her family could sue the impregnator for damaging their property. The claim was called seduction, and it allowed her family to ask for and receive money for caring for the pregnant woman and her scoundrel child, for the loss of her labor because of the pregnancy and her need to care for the child, and for her devaluation or depreciation in value as a potential bride as she had been deflowered and was less marketable. That's outrageous. That was the law. The law was written by men for men, if you must know. Although a woman could also sue for certain losses as well. Such as what happened to you, Hermione. You were engaged and another woman stole your fiancé. That's not what happened. Didn't matter. You were engaged, meaning you had a vested interest in your future husband. They called the claim criminal conversation, and it allowed the victim to seek the benefit of the lost marriage, monetary benefit, from the seductress. Although most of the cases I was aware of where men suing over their lost women, the law did not make a distinction. Finally, there was the claim for alienation of affection. That was a claim a married person could bring against his or her spouse's lover, provided the lovebird flew the coop. Those three claims no longer exist. They existed because when they were developed, divorce was not an option and scoundrel children had no rights. Divorce became legal in non-magical Britain around the time of Henry VIII. The heart bomb claims and absolute impairment of bastards were eliminated in the 19th century. The British magical world was slow to adopt those changes. Divorce became legal in Magical Britain Marriage Reform Act of 1903, at least with regard to non-magical right marriages. The heart bomb claims were abolished in the Civil Code Reform of 1933, and the caretaker of a child could demand support and inheritance from their natural parents in the Child Welfare Act of 1942. Prior to the legalization of divorce, a marriage could only be annulled. Most cases of annulment were based upon the fact that the wife was unable to bear a child, specifically an heir. What's this have to do with my question? Hermione asked. I am erecting the canvas, as it were. Marriage law in both magical and non-magical Britain were not about love and family, but about the preservation of property rights and bloodlines. So that's where all that pure blood nonsense came from? I don't think so, Harry sighed, but the marriage laws certainly did not help change attitudes. So how does the happy couple get married? A wedding, Hermione replied. Harry's smile surprised her. For centuries, the majority of marriages occurred without any wedding at all, Harry continued. There was something known as the common law marriage. If a man and women lived together as a couple for 7 years and had children, they were deemed married in the eyes of the law. It was a loophole in the law. Loophole? Harry nodded. In both the magical and non-magical world, a wedding cost money, and I am not talking about the dress, reception, flowers, and that stuff. For ages, you had to pay a tax to have a wedding, and most couples could not afford the tax. Moreover, for centuries magical law refused to recognize as valid any wedding between a magical person and a non-magical person. The common law marriage was the loophole that ultimately validated such unions. Typically, if such a couple did have a wedding, it was under non-magical law. Magical law no longer recognizes the common law marriage. Why not? Because the tax or fee is no longer prohibitive and may be waived upon a showing of hardship, and because the Marriage Reform Act of 1903 recognized that any marriage between a man and a woman was valid without regard to their magical status or whether the wedding was performed under magical rite, non-magical law, or by religious rite. Legally, there is no distinction between the three kinds of weddings and, at least superficially, you probably would not notice much of a difference. In all three cases, the couple must apply for a marriage license before they can get married. They must show they can legally get married. Once their license is approved, they appear before an official approved by the government. A cleric, justice of the peace, or magical binder. They exchange oaths and rings before witnesses and they are married. However, the magical rite is very different in its effect. How so? Well, it's magical, Harry teased. I could have figured that out on my own, Hermione complained. What kind of magic? If it works, and it usually does, very ancient and very powerful magic. Hermione. The binder cannot be anyone. Binders are trained in the Department of Mysteries. Although the world knows them as marital binders, they are really unspeakables. They are taught 9 spells and it takes years to master them all. 7 spells are used in the ritual. Hermione's jaw dropped slightly. She knew that unspeakables work with only the most powerful and potentially the most dangerous magic. If binders were unspeakables, the ancient magical marriage rite is thousands of years old. Each time the common language changes, the wisest of the wise must reword the ritual in the new vocabulary, grammar and syntax to ensure the new ritual is identical in effect to the old. Arguably, it would probably have been easier to stick with the original ancient Gaelic. But it is necessary that the bride and groom understand every word spoken and every word they say. An incantation, Hermione replied. Exactly. The binder usually begins the ceremony with some sort of spiel about marriage and family, and, if he or she knows the couple, maybe a few anecdotes to help them relax. Once the formal rite begins, the couple says very little. Almost every word of meaning is spoken by the binder, for the rite is one long incantation. The formal rite begins when the binder asks who presents the bride to be wed, although the binder uses different words. From that point forward, every word spoken has meaning and is part of the incantation. However, the words may differ depending upon the age of the bride or groom. Excuse me? The first spell the binder will use is the consent spell. There is a masculine and a feminine of this spell. The masculine is cast upon the bride and the feminine upon the groom. But the specific spell used and incantation spoken depends upon whether the bride or groom is of age. So the spell tells if they consent? Hermione asked. Harry shook his head. No, it's called that because it occurs at the point in the rite where the binder asks if the parties consent to the marriage. The spells do not tell if the consent is willing and knowing, the requirement by the way, but if true consent is lacking, the spells won't work properly. If the bride or groom is not of age, the spells seek the consent from that person's parent or designated magical guardian. What do the spells do? As I understand it, each of us has a magical shield. Our magic is our magic and nobody can use it against us or for themselves. There are those who believe there is an exception, however. An exception? Harry nodded. It's called magical bonding. While there are many who believe it exists, you would have no patience for it. Why not? Because there is no real proof. Assuming it is real, it is also exceedingly rare. Of course, that doesn't stop the magical romance novelists from making a big deal about it. Ginny was into those books. How Lance and Miranda magically bonded in school but were forced into arranged marriages by their evil parents and such. Still, the notion is out there that a witch and wizard might be so suited for each other magically that should they get together their barriers will fall and magically they will become one, and that one is greater than the sum of its parts. The magical rite tries to do just that and, if completed, succeeds to a point. To a point? If the spell takes hold, the couple will be bound to one another for life. But the mythical bonding went far beyond just being bound. The mythical couple was far more powerful than they would have been before, magically speaking. They also tended to breed like rabbits. In the myth, birth control is not an option because it won't work at all. The spell does not make birth control impossible. Do you think there's anything to that mythical bonding, Harry? Harry shrugged. On the one hand, I have not read of a single documented case of it nor any real evidence of it. On the other, it seems to be too big a deal to have absolutely no basis in fact. Why the complicated binding ritual? Makes no sense, really, especially when you consider that divorce was not an option for over 1,000 years. Yet it is clear the intent was to create an artificial magical bonding, or so it seems to me. I don't know, so what did this spell casting do? Hermione asked. Why is it such a big deal? If the spell takes hold, Harry began, the couple will be happy, so to speak. They will never and can never fall in love again. Not with another. They will never think of leaving one another. On the surface, it seems like what one would want from a marriage. On the surface, the vows? Hermione. One-sided if you ask me. Though bonded for life, the husband can still cheat. He won't love the others, but he can still shag them. The wife cannot cheat, at least not with a man. The spell is designed to ensure she will bear her husband's child and no other. Her vow includes the word obey, which is absent from his. If the spell takes, the husband's word is law. The wife's opinion does not matter and she loses the ability to care. That's outrageous. Hermione shot out. Harry nodded. I agree, he said softly. If a couple truly loves each other, it is outrageous. I always saw marriage as a partnership. The husband and wife discuss things, set goals and work together achieve them. The spell made the husband the only opinion that mattered. The wife was, therefore, relegated to breeding stock as far as I can see. Took me a while, but I realized what was the point of that? The Ginny I had hoped to marry did not deserve to be a mere servant to me, which is what I could have had if the spell had taken hold. You most certainly would have been a wasted life had you married Ron under the right, don't you think? To think that your ideas would never come to light and you would support any boneheaded idea Ron had. I take it you don't think much about magical rights, Hermione commented. Harry shrugged. Happy and even content marriages are a good thing, Hermione. They are good for the couple and certainly for their children. It's much healthier being raised by a couple who loves you and each other rather than in a broken home. I should know. Harry chuckled. And I am not saying the right does not work. There are some couples I know married under that right who seem perfect with happy children and all. Still, assuming that magical bonding is real, then the right is artificial. It's an illusion. Whatever utility it may have, whatever its benefits, morally it is still almost as repugnant as the unbreakable vow or the imperious curse, for it robs the couple of their free will. Still, I did agree to it. Ginny wanted it and I did want her to be happy. I did want our marriage to work. Honestly, I did. I agreed to and underwent the right, knowing full well what I was getting into because I wanted what was best for Ginny. The problem was the spells never became binding. How was that possible? I knew something was wrong within months of our wedding, Harry said, ignoring her question for now. Other I know that have been married under the right and, at least when they were together, they seemed genuinely happy. That's not to say the husband stops chasing after other women. But at home, they were the picture of the dutiful husband. As far as I knew, the couple seldom ever argue. But the right is supposed to do that, make the couple see eye to eye on things and such. It was not like that with Ginny. I won't say we fought all the time, but it was more often than not we had a row about something. She hated my job and could not understand why I wanted to work at all. She hated that I did not wish to be part of the magical social set and spend my time hosting parties. She hated what she called my foolish pursuit of useless philanthropic endeavors. And about once a month or so, she'd go off at me about you. Me? What about me? Ginny was convinced you were out there somewhere. She was certain you and I were having an affair, that the reason no one knew where you were was because you were a kept woman. That ridiculous. Mental. Harry nodded. Gin was certain it was only a matter of time before you reappeared and stole me away from her forever. That's just... Harry nodded. Until today, I thought her periodic Hermione days, as I thought of them, were tied to her female issues. PMS? Harry nodded. But you told me you wrote me about once a month. Hermione nodded. I now realize that she went off about you on Wednesdays, the day International Post would arrive. She must have seen the letter and binned it, then waited for me to come home to accuse me of infidelity and anything else she could think of. Harry, I never meant... I know, Hermione. It's not your fault I married an immature and insecure woman born with a double dose of the infamous Weasley temper. Needless to say, I was miserable. That was not what was supposed to happen. The right was supposed to prevent just the kind of misery I was forced to endure. She might have believed otherwise, but I know Ginny was not happy either. Something was wrong, Hermione. It was about a year after we were married that I resumed my research into marriage law in general and the magical rite in particular. I wanted to know what was wrong and whether it could be fixed. I still wanted us to work, Ginny and me. What I learned shocked me. The magical rite is not permanent really. Can be, but only if all conditions are met. If one condition is missing, the spells will not take effect at all. What are those conditions? I call them the 3 Cs. Consent, casting, and consummation. If there was a flaw in any one of these, the magical binding would fail. I tried to figure out which, if any of them, may have failed. As to consent, it would be lacking if either of us had been forced or compelled into the marriage against our will. It would also be lacking if one of us was already married to someone else. Unfortunately, consent was not the problem. Neither could I see a defect in the casting of the spells by the binder. There may have been one, but not that I could see. That left consummation. If the marriage was not consummated within 2 years, the spells would not take effect at all. Harry, Hermione said with a tone of disbelief, I find it hard to believe that you and Ginny were not having privacy after you got married, especially, she then blushed, especially after you and Ron walked in on us on her 17th birthday. Now that was not my fault, Harry, Hermione protested. That was Ron's brilliant idea. He thought it'd be fun to surprise his sister for her birthday. He thought you two were in different rooms. I told him it was a terrible idea. Told the git it was rude. Did he listen? Harry started to laugh. What's so funny? Hermione complained. Oh, nothing. Harry, okay. It's just that you reminded me just now of what happened after. After? Ron and you barge in on us, and there could be little doubt what I was doing to his little sister. More like what she was doing to you, as I recall, Harry, Hermione said with another blush. Ron wanted to kill both of us, Harry replied. But you put a shield between him and us, and he is too enraged to figure out what to do about it. You then dragged him out of the room by his ear, as I recall. Hermione chuckled. Needless to say, the interruption kind of spoiled the mood. Harry continued. Ginny and I threw on some clothes and were getting set to come downstairs when we could clearly hear you yelling your head off at Ron. I particularly got a chuckle out of you saying to him, What are you saying, Ronald? Do you want our first time to be in front of an audience? Want your mom, dad and brothers giving us tips as we try and do it? I always wondered what that was about. The git said it was his right and duty as a brother to barge in on you, Hermione confessed. I was so embarrassed. It was your first time and Ron barged in on you and, Relax, Hermione, Harry said. Although maybe I could have been, I was not scarred for life. Besides, while it was our first day as lovers, it was more like our 4th or 5th time as I recall. Ginny proved to be very eager. You, Hermione squeaked. I really don't want to know what you meant by that, Harry. So, if you two were having privacy, how could there have been any issue with consummation? Pity. Harry moped. I was enjoying making you blush. Harry. Okay. Yes, that thought bothered me for a long time as well. I mean, the privacy part was the last bit of our relationship to turn sour. Knew the spells had not worked. I had read about them and knew the signs of failure, and we had just about all of them. I was pretty certain consent was not an issue and had no reason to believe casting was one. That left only consummation, but we were having privacy. It was about 2 years after we were married when I learned I had been mistaken about the definition of consummation. Everyone thinks it's privacy. It's not. Harry shook his head. I found the legal definition looking for a way out of my bad marriage. That led me to an ancient work on the magical rite. Both defined consummation the same way. You see, consummation has nothing to do with sexual gratification and everything to do with procreation. So, a marriage is not consummated until the wife gives birth to a child? Not exactly. Consummation is in between privacy and a baby. Pregnancy, Hermione nodded. Exactly. When the bride becomes pregnant with her husband's child, the marriage is consummated legally and magically. And Ginny never got pregnant? Nope. Refused, she did. It would ruin her career, she complained. She would look horrid in maternity robes. She'd never fit into her slinky cocktail dresses again. Her figure would be shot to all hell. She had all kinds of excuses. The most painful one for me was she could not stand little Teddy because he cried and could not take care of himself, so how could she stand other babies? I had no problem taking care of little Teddy. I will admit, feeding him the wrong food had really disgusting consequences, and the smell or sight of poop is never pleasant. Still, I really did not understand what her problem was with kids. Later, I guess I realized that if she had a baby, she would no longer be the pampered little princess she had been from birth. Pathetic, really. Heartbreaking for me, since I wanted a family. It was the one thing I had always wanted and never had, and she thought that by being a Weasley-in-law, I should not complain.
No, Hermione.
I wanted my own family. She neither understood nor respected that. I am sorry, Harry. Don't be Hermione. That was my loophole. What was? Her failure to consummate broke the spell. Her refusal gave me the way out of what should have been a rock-solid marriage. It was grounds for an annulment, not a divorce. Harry shook his head. A divorce admits the marriage was legal. The divorcing parties have property rights, and she would have had a right to half of my income earned during the marriage and half of the property I acquired. That was a lot of money any way you look at it. Fortune, really, but an annulment says there was no marriage to begin with. The only issue there was whether I owed her half of the money she had earned during the marriage. That would have been around 20,000 galleons. But since the Potter charitable donations over the same time period were far more than twice what she could have earned over her lifetime, and as they were deemed to have been from us, she was considered to have been already paid back. Boy, was she pissed. I can imagine, Hermione said darkly. I never thought you could be so what? I don't know, cruel? Heartless? Selfish? She and her solicitors wanted half of my estate. Hermione, I am worth over £500 million. She wanted half. I know she was poor when she agreed to marry me, like I grew up eating from a silver spoon, but she had just negotiated one of the highest salaries for a Quidditch player in history, and she still moaned about her impoverished youth. She was earning more than 10 times as much as the Minister for Magic himself. No, she pushed and I pushed back. She tried to get George to dump me from his company. George refused, and, according to George, she has never said a word to him since. Could have been amicable, but she and her mum, I guess, got greedy. I am a persona non grata at the Burrow, although our split her family as well. Ron and her mum are squarely on her side, and I have not heard from any of them since. George and Percy took my side, and they and their families spend more time at my place than at the Burrow. Bill, Charlie, and Arthur remained neutral and are welcome in both homes. It was a mess. Still is, but I gave up caring years ago, Hermione. Must have caused a scandal, Hermione commented dryly. Huge, Harry agreed. Oddly, though, for once it seemed the press was on my side. Ginny was pilloried in the press. She was labeled the Ice Princess by the Daily Prophet, at least until the Holyhead Harpies disclosed her new contract when she was labeled the Quidditch Brat, or Quidditch Ice Princess. Needless to say, she stopped getting invites to all of her formerly favorite social functions. Still, Harry, no. It was never about the money for me, Hermione, never. I did not know about my wealth until after the war. I knew I had money in the bank, but I had no clue how much. Moreover, I knew nothing of my family legacy. Not long after the war ended, I learned I was now one of the wealthiest wizards in Britain, and I learned what the Potter family had done with its wealth. I owned and still own practically half of Diagon Alley and goodness knows how many other properties, most all of which were earning rents. I've since acquired even more real estate. That, and my business investments means I make far more money than should be legal. But the Potters were never about accumulating wealth or flaunting it. Philanthropy is part of the family creed. From wealth societal change, that is the family motto. Potters were always pro-Muggle-borns. Married them whenever they could. If it were not for the Potter Foundation, you would never have attended Hogwarts. What? It's true. Muggle-borns attended Hogwarts tuition-free. Everyone else had to pay the £20,000 a year or qualify for a tuition waiver. Muggle-borns could never qualify for the waiver like the Weasleys did. $20,000 a year. Could your parents have afforded that? No, Hermione said weakly. A third of the school were Muggle-borns, Harry continued. The third. All attended thanks to my family's fortune, although there were other contributors, such as the Longbottoms. Largely because of our largesse, the Potters have a permanent seat on the Board of Governors, something that annoyed the Malfoy family to no end, I might add. Didn't know about that either until after the war either. It has proven useful. How so? Long story. I don't have anything better to do today, Harry. Harry sighed. Not 2 weeks after the war ended, I bought a lot of properties. As you may recall, Grimmauld Place is a cul-de-sac of garden homes near Camden Town. Hermione nodded. The Death Eaters staked out my place for months and had their fun with the neighbors. Killed a few, I'm told. Raped others. By the time the war ended, the properties had been abandoned and were up for sale. But there were no takers. We were expecting an influx of foreigners, mostly from America, Canada, and Australia, to assist the Ministry for Magic. Law enforcement types, mostly. They needed places to live, so I bought up Grimmauld Place, renovated the properties and began letting them out to our new friends, and anyone else who could afford the rents. Our new friends had families and children and were not keen on our style of magical education. Fortunately, there was also an abandoned school nearby. I bought it as well, had it renovated in September '98. It opened as the Severa School, the first magical primary school in Europe. Its curriculum is in the American-style magic and non-magic instruction beginning at age 5. Wand training beginning in the 3rd grade. When we opened, we took in students age 6 through 8 to begin with. We also opened the school to any magical child in the Greater London area, including Muggle-borns. We had volunteers go to their homes and begin a program similar to what you described for the new student families. More than just telling the parents their child was magical, but assisting them in assimilation. The class of 01, those who were first to finish and be eligible for secondary school, that class had 15 students. 02 had 20, 03 24, and 04 28. Our most recent class that started 11 has 35 students. When our first class finished, we knew the British secondary school system was not ready for them. They were 11-year-olds who were 3rd-year level at least by Hogwarts standards. There was a debate as to where to send them, a debate that had begun almost the same year they had. They were far ahead of their peers. We decided to initiate the American-style secondary educational system. Their non-magical studies would continue, and their magical education would also continue into secondary school. We debated where to send them. King's College in London was the logical choice, but King's College? It's the regional magical secondary school, Hermione. But I thought Hogwarts was the only school of its type in Britain? Hermione nodded. England, at least. I had heard of one in Ireland.
No.
Hogwarts is one of 3 private schools of its type in Britain, and it is the oldest school of its type in Europe. Plymouth Academy near Plymouth and St. Patrick's near Dublin are the others. Then, there are 11 public schools, regional ones funded by the Ministry for Magic. There are 2 in Scotland, 2 more in Ireland, 1 in Wales, and the rest, including King's College, are in England. Most Muggle-borns attend the public schools. The ones who attend Hogwarts are selected by lottery at age 5. You mean I was not destined to go there? Harry shrugged. I like to think that you were Hermione. But yes, there was a bit of luck involved. Odds were you would have been invited to attend King's College as your family lived in Loughton, Essex, the same district. Anyway, because I was on the Board of Governors, the severest class of 01 all went to Hogwarts, as has every other class since so far. Hogwarts had ample facilities. It once housed and taught over 1,000 students centuries ago, mind you. They were not sorted into the existing houses. Rather, our severest school students formed their own House Potter House, they called it. They attended separate course from the others in their year. They began with magical electives first year. They got Hogsmeade weekends every other week beginning first year if family was visiting, and were allowed out for the general weekends as well. They too compete for the House and Quidditch Cup. Of course they did not win either at first. At the end of their 4th year, they took their ordinary wizarding levels. As a group, they blew the doors off the exams. The worst students scored higher than any but the top 5 5th years at Hogwarts. Sweet Merlin, indeed. This spring, they also took their non-magical GSCE exams. They scored well above the national average. The professors tell me that the 2nd class of Severa school students will probably outperform the 1st class on this year's OWLS. They basically are embarrassing the rest of the British wizarding world. After last year, applications for the Severa school tripled and we are getting applications from all over Britain and Europe, for that matter. In the fall, we will be opening another school near Birmingham and a third in Ireland to accommodate the new applicants. Those two will include boarding facilities for some of their students. You mean to tell me if Mum and I moved back, Daphne could enjoy the same educational opportunities in Britain as she does in the US? I'd like to think so, Harry said. Still need to work on the university bit. We have plans in the works and maybe, by the time Teddy and Daphne finish, there will be a magical university to attend. That's my plan at any rate. And what is the ministry's position on all this? They left me alone, really. There were no laws regarding primary education, you know. All I needed to get for the students were exemptions from the restrictions on wand use and underage wizardry, which proved easier than I expected. After all, it was only a handful of children and it was not like the ministry had to pay for any of it. Now, however, it's front-page news. The ministry is faced with a fait accompli, and the families are really bringing pressure to bear to open more schools and adopt the Potter House secondary system for their children as well. How did you pull this off? Money, Harry shrugged. I have loads of it. I found that, at least in certain circumstances, with money it is easier to bypass the government altogether than to try and go through channels. They let me do this because they did not have to pay for it and though I was mental. Now they are being asked questions as to why they have not tried something similar. It's been quite amusing, really. How so? I am quite close with all of the Severa students. I've had them all over to the house, as they attend school a block away. I visit them at Hogwarts several times during the year and teach them defense lessons. I know them and their families really well. The press knows this and has accused me of trying to remake magical society. Guilty. I am. The Potter system, as it is called, is very pro-Muggle and anti-blood status. The students are taught that blood status is nothing and those who believe otherwise are at best fools. I try to do more, but it is with the next generation where I can make a difference without having to deal with the ingrained bureaucracy and attitudes. One day, I hope, another Voldemort will find Britain a hostile place for his ideas one day. Harry? I am so proud of you. Thanks. Part of me always thought you would approve. And Ginny thought I was mental. Her loss. Chapter 7. Some have noted this version of Harry is a bit of a rabble-rouser. That's not entirely accurate, but it is not far off the mark either. He's not standing on a soapbox in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic holding a torch and yelling "Burn, baby! Burn." However, he is effectively trying to tear down the old order and replace it with a new and better one. And, as you will see in later chapters, he's not alone in this. Molly bashing? That was not my intent. This version of Molly is doing what any caring mother would do in her situation. She's supporting her children in their time of need. However, and this is backstory, she probably would not have done so had the child told her what was really going on. Ron never told her about his extracurricular activities and, in my mind, Ginny told her Harry was leaving for another woman, not that she refused to have a family. For those who have been waiting patiently, here it comes. Chapter 7. Saturday, June 17, 2006, New York City, NY. Harry sipped on his now cold cup of coffee for a moment. Hermione looked at him intently. Harry, can I be honest with you? Sure. Honestly, I don't know how to begin. I really did not expect to see you, you know. Makes two of us. Please, Harry? Sorry. I never thought I'd ever see you again, much less talk to you. But ever since I boarded that plane, a part of me feared that I would. I was worried that I had hurt you and that you would hate me for leaving. This is not at all what I expected. Had this been a few years ago, Harry said, you would not have been far off. I never hated you, but I was hurt. Sorry, Harry. Don't be. It took years of lying awake at night and years of therapy to realize some things. I was not hurt because you left, Hermione. I was not hurt because you never came back. I was hurt because I failed you and because I failed to give you a reason to come back. Hermione was speechless. When you boarded that flight, as I watched you walk down the boarding ramp, I knew you were leaving and that you probably would not be coming back. I knew that hug and the goodbye we said to each other was probably the last time I'd have you as a friend. I know you said you were coming back and if you were delayed you would write me and let me know. But part of me knew that was not going to happen. I was angry when that part proved to be right. I thought I was angry at you. I was wrong. Wrong? Harry nodded. You had reasons to move away. What happened between you and Ron was a big one. I knew if your parents did not want to return, that was a big one as well. You had no real reason to return aside from the fact that you had lived your life here and I was your friend. Given the war, I believed your homeland alone was not enough. And as your friend, I failed to give you any other reason to return. I did not think that just being friends would be strong enough if your parents and family remained abroad. So I knew there was a good chance you were moving away, not just taking an extended holiday to find your parents. In a way, I thought I understood. I really wanted to leave and start over somewhere else. Somewhere where I was not the famous Harry Potter. Somewhere where I could be normal. But I knew that would not happen. I was too well known. I would have been hounded. Even if I managed to change my identity, as I learned hunting criminals, sooner or later that ruse would fail. So I resigned to remain in Britain. Harry sighed. Did you miss me, Harry? Harry nodded. I always did, Hermione. I missed you every holiday when we were in school and we were apart. I missed you those few times we had a falling out. I missed you when you went back for your final year, although I understood why you went back. I made it a point to see you every chance I could, even though it drove Ginny to distraction. She could not seem to understand that I wanted to see my best friend. She seemed to think it not possible for me to be friends with another girl. But I was, and I missed our times together. To be honest, I now think I missed you far more than I ever missed her. And I've missed you every day since you left, Hermione. Every night for the last 7 years. I prayed you were safe and that you had found the life you deserved. Still, a part of me wanted to know that that was true. Harry did not notice Hermione's tears. When I got your first letter, I knew the likelihood of your returning had diminished. Why? Although you admitted that you were finding the search for your parents much harder than you had anticipated. You seemed so excited, so upbeat, so full of hope. It was a side of you that I had not seen nearly enough of in years, not since before the battle at the Department of Mysteries. You seemed so thrilled at being on your own, Hermione. I realized that was what you had truly been looking for, your own life. I knew you would only be happy if you had your own goals to achieve. I knew you could never have been happy with Ron, since he was not looking for a partner, but a housewife, something that would have destroyed you. You seemed to be finding yourself, and I knew that if you did, you probably would not return. Harry, when I wrote that letter I was still hoping to return. It was not until sometime later or so, certainly when my mum told me she was moving to the States, that I finally decided not to. Even then, there was not one reason why I did not come back, but many. More than I have told you, she thought to herself. I figured as much, Harry said. So you have missed me? Hermione, of course I have. You know? I wrote you at least one letter a month from not long after I received your first letter until just a few weeks ago. You have? Harry nodded. Of course, I had no idea if they would ever be delivered, but I've always carried them with me on business, just in case. You have them here? Harry nodded. The first year's shortest. After that, I resigned that you were not coming back, and Dear Hermione became more like Dear Diary in many ways. Want to read the first year or so? Can I? They were written for you, Hermione. Sure. Harry waved a wand and several pages appeared. Hermione began to read. Later, Hermione, Harry said, I need to tell you something first. What? Before I tell you, I feel I need to remind you of something. What? You must understand that for almost 10 years, right up until the day I first boarded the train to school, the day we first met, I had been unloved and friendless. I did not know what it was like to love someone or be loved in return. Like any child, any person, I wanted that. I wanted a mother and father and family and friends, but they were denied to me through no fault of my own. I wondered what I had done to deserve my fate. I wondered why God was punishing me. When I finally found out that I could have friends, that people could like me, even love me, I was not really prepared. I could not tell the difference between true friendship and true love. Took me years, and a failing marriage to figure that one out. A lot of what I am saying is in those letters at some point. But I promised myself years ago that if I met you before I could give you those letters, I would tell you. What, Harry? I now know and have known for years that I was never in love with Ginny. Lust for certain. I did like her, but not love. I could not love her because my heart belonged to my best friend. I was in love with you, Hermione. Hermione's mouth dropped. I was in love with you, Harry continued, and I let you go, and let you go and let you go. You always came back. Always, until one day you did not. How did you let me go? She asked, trying desperately not to cry. When? Do you remember when I first kissed you? She nodded.
No, Hermione.
I don't think you do. You couldn't. It was our second year. You were petrified in the hospital wing. I visited you every day, Harry chuckled. Madame Pomfrey was getting sick of seeing me in the end. Every day. I came by and replaced the flowers by your bed and held your stone-like hand and begged you to come back. Within a week or two, one day as I had to leave for class, I kissed you goodbye. Seemed so, well, so right. I kissed you hello and goodbye every day thereafter. Then you woke up and I stopped. I let you go. I let you go again when I failed to ask you to the Yule Ball 4th year. I wanted to. I was sure you'd say yes. I would have, Harry, she replied softly. Harry nodded. I was too stupid to see that maybe I could be your best friend and be in love with you, and maybe you could feel the same way about me at the same time. I was afraid that if I gave in to my feelings, maybe things would not work, and if they did not, I'd lose you. Better you as a friend than not at all. What a fool I was. Youth is overrated. 5th year you were always on my side. Yet I kept you at a distance, same as just about everyone else. 6th year, when Ron started going with Lavender. When I found you in that classroom, clearly upset, I was this close to kissing you. Then, of course, Ron had to ruin it. You set those birds on him, and I thought that meant you loved him and not me. I then thought I was falling for Ginny. I have since learned that she had been dosing me with a bit of Amarantia, the love, or, more accurately, the lust potion. Learned that not long after our marriage was over. The next year, when Ron left us, I should have been more of a friend. I wanted to hold you and make all the pain go away. But I thought you were in love with Ron, and that would not be right. I know Ron thought he was in love with you, although I am to this day not sure if he really knows what love really is. Finally, there were our last 2 weeks together, the most wonderful 2 weeks of my life. And yet, while deep down I knew I was in love with you, I said nothing. I said worse than nothing. I let you get on that plane without telling you how much I knew I was going to miss you and how much I needed you in my life, and how much I loved you. I am sorry, Hermione. I really have made a mess of things, haven't I? But, now that I found you, I thought you should know that even today you were the first thing I thought of when I woke up, and you were my last thought when I went to sleep last night. It's been that way every day since you left. You deserve to know that, even if it changes nothing. Hermione looked at Harry for a long time. Finally, she spoke in a quiet, almost terrified voice. Harry, do you still love me? I still love Hermione Granger, Harry said. The beautiful, smart, and caring young woman with the broken heart who boarded that plane. That was 7 years ago. You still are beautiful, more beautiful than in my memory. You are still smart and caring. But I don't know you like I knew her, and I'm not the same boy who was living in denial most of his life. I don't expect you to do anything with that information. I just had to let you know if I could. Hermione nodded. She was not ready to tell him everything yet. But there was something she had to tell him. She quietly pulled some new photographs from her purse. She then slid the new photos to Harry. Harry looked and saw a little boy and a little girl. The boy had very dark hair that was cut very short and Dean green eyes, almost a spitting image of Harry at that age, but without glasses. The girl had blue eyes and long hair that was blonde and curly, although by no means as curly or bushy as Hermione's had been when she was younger. The boy was practically a carbon copy of Harry, except that he had Hermione's characteristic smile. The girl looked nothing like Harry, except for the lopsided grin he knew he had. That's my Harry and Luna, Hermione said. They were born in St. Louis on March 22, 2000. They're wonderful, Harry said. They were another reason I could not return. Why? They are your son and daughter, Harry. Harry gasped and could not think at first. He knew, deep down, she had told him the truth. All he could do was stare at the 2 photos of 2 of the most beautiful children he had ever seen, 2 he had never seen. His children was the first thought he had. Their children was the second as he heard a cell phone ring and heard Hermione talking to someone. He was oblivious to what she was saying as his eyes began to water. Harry, her voice called to him. He did not look at her. The two young faces were all he could see. He barely managed to nod. I have to go to the front desk for a bit. Do you want me to tell you about them? Harry nodded. More than anything, he thought. I'll be back, she said, and he sensed her departure. He should be furious with her, he thought. 2 children, his children, and she never bothered to tell him. He could understand if he had moved. But he lived in the same house he moved into after the war, over a year before Hermione went away. She knew where to find him, yet she did not. He should be furious with her for hiding these 2 from him. Yet he was not. He was sad. He had missed 6 years of these wonderful lives, and he would never get that time back. Did she tell him about them in one of the letters he never received? Over the past several years, Harry had spent a lot of time learning to think about his past objectively. He learned a lot about his youthful self, and much of it was disappointing. He wondered how he would have handled this news even a few years ago, and he knew. He would have hated her for doing this to him, and even more for keeping it a secret from him. It would have destroyed his fantasy marriage, and he would have blamed Hermione instead of the 2 guilty parties, Ginny and himself. Ginny would have hated him, and Ron would have as well. He would have refused to see these children and would have wanted nothing to do with them. Ever. And it was not their fault that they were born. What a difference a few years make, Harry thought as he cried. Had she told me back then, the estrangement from the Weasleys would have happened sooner. But it happened anyway. Now he harbored not ill feelings towards Hermione at all. Not for leaving, and not even for keeping this from him. She knew the damage it would have caused probably even better than he did at the time. And now he wanted to get to know his children, their children. The problem was how? She had a life here in America, and for all Harry knew, she was in a relationship. While he was not, he had a life in Britain. This was a nightmare, but in a bittersweet way. Harry thought about 7 years ago. He thought about when he was still best friends with Ron and Hermione, and when he had acted as an intermediary in their disputes, and when he still thought he loved Ginny. He thought about the 2 weeks from when Hermione and Ginny finished school and Hermione boarded that flight to Australia never to return. Harry was certain Hermione had never lied to him. Not once in all the years they had known one another. If she could not or would not tell him the truth, she said nothing. She was and still seemed to be honest almost to a fault. Saturday, July 10, 1999, Heathrow International Airport, London, UK. They did not say too much to one another on the drive to the airport, each lost in their own thoughts. Hermione was leaving for Australia to find her parents, whom she had sent there into hiding over 2 years ago. Harry was also flying out today. His was business. A mission in Italy, and his flight to Rome was scheduled to depart 2 hours after Hermione's flight to Sydney. Harry is thinking about everything that had happened recently, and especially the last 3 days or nights rather. The night he had accidentally told Hermione about Ron's lavender problem. As he now thought of Ron's unborn child, she had come to him. She should not have, but she did, and he let her even though he knew it was a mistake and for all the wrong reasons. She gave him her virginity not for love, Harry thought, but to get even with Ron. Harry accepted that once-in-a-lifetime gift not for love, but because his friend was hurting and he was angry with his future wife. It was a mistake, and one they would commit over and over again over the next 3 nights and mornings. But, for some reason, it did not feel like a mistake. Felt right. Felt like they were meant to be together. That could not be possible. She was his best friend. They never loved each other like that. He was in love with Ginny, wasn't he? Still, his flight was only a few gates down from hers, and they waited for hers together. The gate was crowded, so much so that there were no seats for them. They stood and hugged each other for a long time. Hermione buried her face into his chest, and he buried his in her beautiful brown hair. He loved the smell of her. He could feel her shaking in his arms and knew she was crying quietly. He did not mind at all because he was doing the same thing. He knew he would never forget this moment together. They broke their tight hug when the gate attendant announced that they would begin boarding her flight. They looked into each other's tearing eyes, and she refused to let him go just yet. They kissed. It was tender, and it spoke of a farewell. Both seemed to want this kiss burned into each other's memory forever. The kiss lingered until her row was called to board. "Thank you, Harry," she said softly. "Thank you for everything." Thank you for being my friend. Thank you, too, Hermione, he whispered back. She gave him one last kiss, then broke their embrace. He could see the tears return and felt his own as well. Goodbye, Harry. She sniffed as she gathered her carry-on luggage and began to walk to the queue. Goodbye, Hermione, Harry said. I wish you well. Thanks, she said. She walked to the queue looking back at him and smiling and waving as he waved back with tears in his eyes. I love you, Hermione, he thought but lacked the courage to say. He watched as she joined the queue and watched as she walked down the jetway to her flight. He watched until he could no longer see her at all. He knew she was leaving him forever. He stood rooted on the spot. Absently, he watched as the other passengers boarded the flight. When the gate was empty, he walked up to the large windows and stared at the British Airways 747. He watched it as it pushed back from the gate. He watched as it turned and listened as its engines wound up. He watched as it began to move towards the taxiways. He kept watching it until it disappeared from view. He felt dead inside as he finally moved and walked off to the gate for his flight to Rome. Saturday, June 17, 2006, New York City. New York. Harry was slowly eating his now very cold breakfast, staring through his tears at the two photos of the two most beautiful children he never knew. He was surprised at them. He knew they were his and Hermione's. There were traits from each of them that were obvious to him. He was overwhelmed by the emotions he felt and wanted. He wanted them in his life. Harry? Hermione's voice asked. All he could do was nod to acknowledge he heard her. She looked at him intently. He should be mad at me about this, she thought. But he's not. I don't know how he feels, but I can tell he's not mad. Is he happy, sad? Both? Harry, I know this is a bit of a shock, but tell me about them. Harry said, tears evident in his voice. Tell me about our babies. Hermione was left momentarily speechless. Our babies echoed in her mind for a moment. Harry's tone told her he was both happy and sad at the same time. It was not the reaction she expected at all. Harry wanted to know about our children, she thought. It took her a moment to regain any sense of composure. I will, Harry. But I got a message to call home. The kids? Harry asked in fear. I am sure they're fine, Hermione said. If there was something wrong, the message would have been to come home, not call. Harry could not help but sigh in relief. Besides, Hermione said, you know me. Give me reading material, and I can't pass it up. She laughed, placing her hands on Harry's letters. And oh, by the way, she waved her own wand and a large stack of papers appeared before Harry. What's this? He asked. I made copies of every letter I wrote to you, she said. You know me, little Miss Thorough. I made copies so that I would not repeat myself too much. I wanted each letter to be new and not say the same stuff over and over again. And you kept them? Hermione nodded. They remind me of you, Harry. They were all I really had of you, at least until our children arrived. I always keep them with me. When I read them, I remember our times together like it had just happened. I keep them because they help me tell our children about the wonderful daddy they have. I thought you had seen them, but seeing as you didn't have a good read. Hermione? Harry pleaded. She looked at her watch. I'm not going to leave, Harry. Just kip up to my room, call home and read some of your letters. Meet me back here at 5? Harry nodded. Hermione stood, kissed Harry on the cheek and walked away to her room. I still love her, Harry thought to himself. Later, she was amazed she made it back to her room without losing it. Meeting Harry after all these years was a total shock, and then learning he did not hate her and had loved her and all, well, she was amazed she could walk, honestly. When she closed the door to her room behind her, she lost it. She did not know what she was feeling. Joy? Pain? Heartbreak? Confusion? All at the same time? Whatever it was, it crushed her, and she leaned her back against the door and slowly sank to the floor as the tears flowed without restraint. An argument raged in her head. What the hell just happened? I haven't seen him in almost 7 years. Why do I feel like this just 'cause we bumped into each other on a business trip? Because you still love him, she answered herself back. Nonsense. I haven't seen him in 7 years. And yet from the day you left until last night you still dream of him. Every night you still pray that he was happy even when you were not. You still pray you did the right thing for him and his happiness by not coming back and not telling him about his children. It wasn't like that. I had nothing to go home to. You're right, in a way. You didn't. But you also did not try to have something to go home to. You let him let you go. You heard him. He said he let you go. Did you ever tell him just how much he really meant to you? I did in the letters he never got. Before you left? No, couldn't. You wouldn't. You were confused and afraid. You felt you thought you loved Ron romantically. You thought he loved Ginny that way. When Ron cheated, you were not about to throw yourself at Harry and try to win him, even though you now know you should have. I did throw myself at him. For 3 nights. You gave him no reason to believe it was more than just a temporary thing. No reason to believe you wanted him forever. What if you had? What if when he said it was a mistake you had disagreed? What if you said you would come back only if he wanted you to, and not just as a friend? What if you had told him then, before you left that life behind, what if you told him then how you really felt? I don't know. Think, Hermione. When did you first fall in love with him? I don't know. You do. I never had a crush on him, not really. You never needed to, and you know that. When? The day we first met on the train to school when we were 11. And why was that? Why did you fall in love with him? He was the first person, aside from my parents, who saw me. He did not see the smart, studious, awkward bookworm. He did not see the front I had put up since I started school. He did not make fun of me or criticize my bushy hair or my teeth or anything about me. He was not intimidated by me or envious of me. He saw or could sense that deep down I was a terrified girl fearing more rejection and longing for a friend. He was the first real friend I ever had. That had been all I had wanted, but he was the first. And why was that, Hermione? Because I was his first friend? Surely. And I loved him for it. He was the first and arguably only who truly accepted you for who you are. He wanted nothing from you, except help on homework. He was no slouch there, Hermione. You know that. Ron was the slacker and Harry was willing to tag along. You know, though. You checked. He was second best in your year in Gryffindor, to me, and not because of you, 7th best in the entire class. You would have helped him anyway, but he really did not need as much help as you gave him. You helped Ron because he was lazy and needed it. You helped Harry because you loved him. I know. And yet you let him go just as he said he did with you. Admit it, you did. You did not want to ruin your friendship with romance or a failed romance, really. I couldn't lose him, and yet you did. I know. You lost him, and yet you have borne his children. I know. And don't think that was a mistake. You know the mistake was not that in your last 3 days together you slept with him. You know the mistake was not the fact that he is the only man you ever slept with. You know the mistake was that you didn't do anything about it and just left. I had to. You're too freaking selfless when it comes to Harry, and you know it. You'd rather he be happy with someone else than with you. You're afraid you can't make him happy. You're afraid to love him. I know. Darn it now, why? He's obviously not happy. He's no longer with Ginny, and Ron is a distant memory. He's not even seeing anyone apparently. Are you going to do something? Do you still love him? I do. Then do something. What? Anything. Get him back. I told him about his children. A start. But how? I have my life. My children were born and raised here. My life is here. Our life is here. His is there. For us to get together, one of us will have to give up their life. That's nonsense. One of us will have to give up our job. One of us will have to move. But if this is real, we are finding our life, not giving it up. But my babies, they love their life. They have friends, something neither of us had at their age. Do I uproot them? They are young. They will adapt, and you know it. Maybe he'll. Don't be silly. Harry will never leave Britain. He might for you, but I would never ask that of him. He might for his children. This is hopeless. Is it? Is it really? If you make this work, would you go home? Hermione thought about it for a long while as she cried. In the end, there was only one answer. Yes, good girl. Or, what? Well, I can't leave Mum. I can't leave Daphne. They're the only family I have. She's been like an older sis to Harry and Luna. I can't tear the family apart. Your mum would understand. What about Daphne? She would in time. I can't. Girl, think about it. This is your shot at happiness. I know. Don't throw it away. If this is right, and you know it is, it will work itself out. I'm not suggesting you move back right away. You and Harry have things to work out. Might be months before you can consider moving, and I will not move in the middle of the fall semester. Nor should you. You two have waited this long. What's a few more months? And my job? You can get any job you want and you know it. Besides, who knows? What's that mean? The boss did say that if you make a splash at this convention, particularly with the Brits and Europeans, they may want to open an office across the pond. You know what that was supposed to mean? Think about it. I am not going to use Harry to... You really think that when this convention starts he's going to be that unprofessional just 'cause you're here and a vendor? You know him. I knew him. He has never thought with his dick. You know that. He practically told you that. He is not going to recommend your company just because you are the rep. He will recommend it if it has merit. It does. I know, but let him make that decision for himself. So you're saying I should not shag him? You want to? Please. Okay, dumb question. He's the only one on the face of this planet and all. Exactly. But I will not sleep with him to get... He won't see it that way. He won't, but others might. So talk to him about it. He's smart. If he likes the company, he'll figure a way around any apparent emotional entanglement with its rep. I will need to make sure. But this is nonsense. All this assumes that we actually will get romantically involved again. Something tells me that is far more likely than unlikely. Me too. Besides, I would love to be able to go home and tell Harry and Luna I finally found their daddy. They would love that. They will miss baseball. Internet, dear. Not the same. You could always take a vacation to St. Louis in the summer to take them to a few games. Now there's an idea. But now we really are getting ahead of ourselves. What if he does not meet me today? He will. But what if he doesn't? Let's not worry about that just yet. But call home and then read the letters. One step at a time. Exactly. Now call home like you promised. God, I hate getting into arguments with myself. Only because you always lose. Hermione shrugged. She wiped the tears from her eyes, took a few deep breaths to pull herself together, and dialed her home phone number on her cell phone. Hello? A young girl's voice answered. Hey, Daff. Hermione replied. Janie. Her sister squealed. To the post-Britain world, everyone, including her sister and mother, called her Jane or Janie. How's New York? Daphne asked. Haven't seen much, I'm afraid. It was raining yesterday and this morning, Hermione replied. Is Mum there? I got several messages to call. She's around, Daphne replied. Mommy? Janie's on the phone. Hermione wondered just how well her kids would adapt to Britain. Her sis, born in Australia, was fully Americanized, she thought. Her own children were born in America. They called her Mommy, not the British mummy or mum. She remembered a year or so ago when she told them about differences in how British said things. They giggled when she told them about lorries, trucks, boots, trunks, and mummies. Why would anyone call their mom a mummy? Daphne had asked. Moms aren't all in bandages there, are they? It had been around Halloween, Hermione remembered. She thought about it. Harry was probably right. She too might pass for an American were she to return to Britain. She had taken to the same colloquialisms and had, she only now had noticed, lost her British accent to a large degree. Janie? A new voice said. Anything wrong?
No, dear.
Then why the apparent panic? Front desk, voicemail, all begging I call as soon as possible?
Yeah.
Mother. Well, I was thinking, I am on vacation. I've always wanted to see New York. So, Mother, we're packing as we speak. We have a flight on Southwest Airlines to New York. We've got adjoining rooms at your hotel. I thought I could take the kids sightseeing while you do your conference thing during days and we could spend evenings together. Oh, and I got 6 tickets to tomorrow afternoon's Yankees game. The kids are Cardinals fans. Yeah, but Daff thinks Derek Jeter and Alex Rodriguez are dreamy, so the seats are right behind the first base dugout and Hermione sighed. When are you getting in? Should be at the hotel by 9 o'clock your time. Janie? Yes? Is there a problem? No, no problem at all. I thought you'd be thrilled. Janie, her mother insisted. It's just that, don't tell me you met someone. Hermione nodded, forgetting her mum could not see her. Janie, you'll never guess who I met at breakfast this morning. Hermione said. Donald Trump? Harry. Harry, her mum whispered back. Harry Potter? And he's divorced. Well, that's not totally true. He got an annulment. Church annulment? Magical. I didn't know you could do that. Neither did I. How? Wife didn't want kids apparently. That means the marriage never happened. It also means, dear, that as far as the church is concerned, he never was married either. Really? Defect as to form. His marriage was not sacramental or equivalent, and refusing to want children is another basis. So he told me that he loved me. He didn't. He did. I got the impression he may still. Perhaps we should not come.
No.
I told him about the children. I can tell he wants to meet them. Mom, I don't know if this is going anywhere. I hope it will. But the kids should meet him. Do you still love him? Yes, Hermione said softly. Yes, I do. How's this going to work, Janie? I don't know. Do you want us to come? Yes. He should meet. I understand. I'll try to meet you in the atrium when you arrive. But, I understand, love. Mom? Yes, dear? What do you think? After all the talks we had? You'd be a fool not to try, Janie. I can't say if it's a true love match. I don't know. But if it is, you should. Thanks, Mom. Good luck. Mom? Don't tell the young ones. I want it to be a surprise. Wouldn't dream of it, dear. Thanks. Mione? It was the first time her mum had called her that in years. Yes? Well, you know, we never really met him. We saw him once, years and years ago, when you were 12 or 13. What's he like? What do you mean? I mean, is he good looking? I think Daff may forget about Jeter and all, Mum. She heard her mum laugh. Okay. See you in a few. Good luck. Thanks. Chapter 8. I tried and I hoped I gave them each a unique voice to share their experiences with each other. Remember, this is years before New York. Harry's letters will lack eloquence and length, although they won't be too short. Hermione's will be very descriptive and longer. I also used this as a vehicle to rehabilitate 3 characters, and no, none of them have red hair. I am so embarrassed. The magical shopping district in St. Louis is Soulard, not Soulard. Pronounced Soulard. Thanks for pointing that one out. I live 30 miles from there. I think I'll bury my head in the sand or jump off the Chain of Rocks bridge. Just kidding. Comes up again and I will fix it. Then again, never did Mardi Gras there. Too cold. The Big Easy is another matter and not relevant. Chapter 8. Saturday, June 17, 2006, New York City, NY. Hermione then picked up the first letter and began to read. July 31st, 1999. Dear Hermione, well, it's my birthday. I am now, for the moment, as old as you are. Happy birthday to me. I got your first letter this past Wednesday. I was sorry to hear that you think the search for your parents may take a long while, but I am not that surprised. From what you told me, you made them hard to find. I am as hopeful as you are that, because they are so hard to find, they are safe and you will soon be with them again. Aside from that, you really sounded great. Until your letter, I had totally forgotten about the Olympics. They are really going to be held in Sydney? I told Ron about the Olympics, but not your letter, and he was not impressed. I really wonder about magical types. They are so out of touch. Anyway, things have been busy here for me. My Italy mission went well as we bagged a few fugitives. I've started taking Teddy for weekends, at least when I'm around. While I admit that while changing nappies is disgusting, having the little tyke around is more enjoyable than I imagined. He's gotten so big. Of course he takes after his mum and can change aspects of his appearance at will. Can be both amusing and bloody annoying at times. For example, I take him to play in the park with other babies his age. He seems to know when I think playtime is over and changes into some other baby to keep me from finding him. It is frustrating as hell, but I can't help but laugh in the end. Ron told me the other day he's decided he should marry Lavender. He does like her, but I don't think he loves her. We'll see how this goes. They haven't set a date yet, but it's probably soon. Sorry. Ginny is still pissed at me for taking your side in this. Now this is the confusing bit, and I wish you were here to explain this to me. She's also pissed at Ron for screwing around on you. Haven't heard from her in weeks. I hope this letter finds you well one day. I know you probably won't be able to give me an address to send this to anytime soon. I have decided to write you every month to tell you what's going on back here and all. When you send me your address or come back, I will send you these letters. I miss you. Good parent hunting. With love, Harry. September 1st, 1999. Dear Hermione, 8 years ago today we first met. Remember? Haven't heard from you since you told me all about your arrival in Australia. I assume you are busy hunting down your parents. Keep at it. I know you'll find them. Now for the news from the old country. Ginny joined the Holyhead Harpies as a chaser. Never bothered to tell me, of course. I had to read about it in the paper. I don't know how I feel about that. She's a top-notch player. Still, you'd think she'd tell me in advance. I would have supported her decision. Still. Then again, I was still on her list at the time. About a week after her signing was announced, she decided she was no longer pissed off at me. So we're back together and engaged again. Ron married Lavender last Saturday. What a nightmare. I was best man. The git got really drunk at the reception. Poor Lavender, who's clearly preggers now, was left in tears. While I am not thrilled with why Ron had to marry her, she deserved a wedding night, don't you think? She was supposed to be happy, not bawling her eyes out because her groom was an ass. Right? Instead, Ron got sick in front of everyone and all over himself. From what I heard, he was out of it for 2 days or so. I hate to say it, especially after what he did to you, but I felt sorry for Lavender. I pray I will get another letter from you soon. Mione, I do miss you, you know. With love, Harry. September 19th, 1999. Dear Hermione, happy birthday. And I do hope it is a happy one for you. Once again, you are a year older than me. I hope you have found your family and that you write to me soon. Just wanted to wish you a happy 20. I'll update you on things happening in my next letter. I miss you. With love, Harry. September 30th, 1999. Dear Hermione, still haven't heard from you, but as the Aussies say, no worries. I figure you're still looking for your folks. Tracking people who are trying not to be found is tough work, even when you have the full resources of the government behind you. Then again, despite Kingsley as minister, I still think the institutional corruption remains in full force. Something we need to fix sooner rather than later. Now for the news. Get this. Draco Malfoy has joined the ministry as a junior prosecutor. He tried his first case last week before the Wisengamot. They assigned him to prosecute good old Dolores Umbridge. We Aurors had spent over a year building a case against her, and when we thought we had enough to hang her, the Department of Law Enforcement turned the case over to a known Death Eater and Umbridge crony. Needless to say, I was furious. The oddest thing happened. Malfoy went after her like no one's business. He crucified her. The verdict came in, guilty on all counts. She's been sentenced to 375 years in prison without parole. Draco told me later that he had been assigned to the case to dump it and he refused to do so. The evidence against her was so overwhelming, he said, that to give her a pass was unthinkable. He's still a little shoot, but darn if I don't admire his dedication to duty. Draco asked after you, Mione. He misses his old, sparing partner, he said. I'm sorry, but I thought that was amusing. I miss you and pray to hear from you soon, dear. With love, Harry. October 31st, 1999. Dear Hermione, 8 years ago today we went from being friendly to best of friends. I still am waiting for your next letter. I hate to say it, but you must really have done a number on your parents if you haven't found them yet. Then again, why am I not surprised? I was sitting here thinking and could just kick myself for being such a jerk. I never told you about what happened to my cousin Dudley. How could I be so stupid? Well, he married a witch last October. Yes, my cousin, son of the magic-hating Dursleys, married a pureblood witch. Her name was Jenna Diggory and she was in our year in Hufflepuff House. She was a first cousin of Cedric, if you must know. When the war broke out, she went into hiding and was assigned by the order to the same safe house as my cousin. Love at first sight, Big D, my cousin, says, as does Jenna. When the final battle was joined, turns out Big D led the final assault. He was wounded killing one of the enemy's giants. Punched the big scoundrel in the knackers, he says, and there were plenty of witnesses. The giant fell on him and nearly killed him. So, in hospital he wakes up. Next to him is Lavender Brown, having been bitten by Greyback the werewolf under a full moon. She was dying, Hermione. Big D saved her life and, in the next couple of months, developed a cure for lycanthropy. He coupled magical and non-magical medical techniques and has since developed a vaccine. He had worked at a hospital both before and during the time he was in hiding. It was somehow related to his schoolwork. Then they discovered he was a late bloomer. He is a wizard. Hermione, his magic lay dormant until the Dementor attack. His latent magic held off the Dementor just long enough for me to deal with it. Why do I tell you this? He's now professor of non-magical studies at our school. This year, he has started the new course for third years. I think you would have enjoyed that course, although from what Big D tells me, while not magical, it's probably tougher than any course we took. He's teaching more than just muggles from our perspective. He's teaching muggle history, literature, mathematics, and sciences. Way to go, Big D. Jenna is pregnant with their first child and in due any day now. I have been named as the godfather. Can you believe this? I can't. I miss you. Hermione. Love as always, Harry. November 30th, 1999. Dear Hermione. Again, not a letter. I hope things are going well for you. I do want you to find your parents, and even if you should decide to stay overseas, I do hope we can stay in touch. You are my best friend, you know. But I know you are probably busy, so I won't get too critical of your lack of letters. Wow, what a month. Jenna gave birth to twins on the 11th. A boy and a girl. They are named Harry, after me, and Petunia, after my aunt. I am both of their godfathers. Big D is proud as punch and told me to top that one. I am really pleased for Dudley and Jenna. Something tells me Dud is going to be a good parent. Unlike his father, and Jenna is not a doormat like my aunt was. Oh, I know I forget to tell you this. My aunt and uncle divorced just a couple months before Big D and Jenna got married. I was best man, you should know. Good old Uncle Vernon lost it when he learned his only son was a freak like me. Seems he was the issue in my life. Aunt Petunia and I get along now, although we still have a lot of baggage to deal with. Still, I've learned far more about my mum over the last year and was surprised how much her older sister had admired her. Aunt Toonie was crushed when my mum got her Hogwarts letter, it seems. Not because her sister and best friend was a witch. That was later. No, Aunt Toonie was crushed because my mum and her were being torn apart. Did you know my aunt begged Dumbledore to come to Hogwarts? She begged to be hired on as a servant so she could be with my mum? How cruel is our society for tearing a loving family apart. Big D has started a swim class at Hogwarts. He was shocked that we magical types generally don't know how. It's going to be mandatory according to Headmistress McGonagall. After all, you might find yourself in water without the ability to use a wand, right? Remember jumping off the dragon? I still cannot really swim. Thought you'd like to know. Hermione. Miss you loads. Love, Harry. January 1st, 2000. Dear Hermione, just wanted to see if the world ended with that Y2K thing before I wrote. What a letdown that was. Even Big D was a bit upset, had him and my family over for New Year's. Jin was pissed, as per usual it seems. Well, I am now married. Jin and I tied the knot the Saturday before Christmas. It was a disaster. Ron was the best man, or at least he was supposed to be. Git got passed out drunk at the rehearsal dinner. Not only was he in no condition to stand up for me at the wedding, his wife went into labor while he slept off his drunk. Big D stood in his stead at the wedding, but poor Lavender. She gave birth, alone, to their daughter while he was face down in a toilet. What a git. But she got her payback. They were planning to name the girl Molly after Ron's mum. She's named Gabrielle, after Fleur's sis. I don't know when or if Jin will ever forgive him for ruining our wedding. Man, was she upset. He tried to apologize the other day, and it was all I could do to keep her from beating him to a pulp. I am worried about him. Hermione, this isn't right, is it? Okay, I know he doesn't do this all the time, still. He did this at his wedding and now mine. Worse still, he has hurt Lavender. Fine. I know his dalliance with her hurt you, but does any woman deserve Ron? Hermione, I know you must hate her, but does she deserve this? I really want to hear that you are okay. This has turned into a bad month for me. Hermione. I do miss you. Love, Harry. January 31st, 2000. Dear Hermione, still no letter. Oh well, I really do want to hear from you, but you must still be on the move looking and such. Ron is still on Jin's shoot list for the wedding, although she's busy now with preseason training, so I don't see her all that much. She's home 1 day a week for certain, it's in all the players' contract. Still, it's not like I am promised Wednesdays off. So much for a honeymoon. It's been real busy at work. It seems that several cases broke open at once. We've been rounding up fugitives left and right, it seems. Still, I was on overseas assignment with Ron last week. We were staking out a known Death Eater. We took turns monitoring the flat where he was hiding. Ron missed his shift. Seems he was out shagging a local. Scoundrel had the audacity to brag about it. As I am the superior officer on assignment, I called him on the carpet for it. How dare he blow off his job for a piece of tail? I would not tolerate that from a bachelor. And this git is married with a baby at home. The son of a brat thought I was overreacting. Am I missing something? The more I see, the more I am convinced dumping Ron was a good decision for you, Hermione. I am so sorry about all of that. But I hope you find your parents soon and write me. Miss you, Hermione. Honestly, love, Harry. February 29th, 2000. Dear Hermione, I have a confession to make this leap year. When you left for Australia, I felt there was a real possibility you might not return. Too much had happened over the last few years. I confess, I would have loved to join you and avoid being me for the rest of my life. I cannot see why anyone would want to be famous. It sucks. I cannot go to Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade without being hounded for autographs or pictures. Never mind the press. Rita Skeeter just published her biography of me. What a load of shoot. 90 of it is false. Sorry, but the brat pissed me off. I hired a solicitor and we are set to sue her and her publisher for libel. I really don't care if I win a Canute so long as I show she's a right fraud. You know, Hermione, you are one of what the press calls the Golden Trio. The trio what won the war. Yet, the papers here have been silent about you. Your engagement to Ron was front-page stuff. Ron's marriage to Lavender, and the implied end to your engagement, was just above the obituary section. Only a handful of us know you are overseas. I don't understand it, Hermione. You were a major player and yet they don't seem to know you have been gone all these months. They really have their heads in a warm and smelly place. A couple of weeks ago, Jin was home on her off Wednesday. I came home and absently wondered aloud whether a letter from you had arrived. International post is delivered on Wednesdays. Jin went mental on me. Told me I am not allowed to have any female friends. Can you believe that? Last week, I had lunch with Luna, who has just returned from a 4-month expedition up the Amazon River seeking out new magical creatures with her boyfriend, a herbologist from Austria. They discovered and have catalogued over 60 new species of plants and animals unknown to magical science. Hagrid has the live specimens. He's building a zoo behind the dark forest. That dragon we released from Gringotts? It was the last of its kind. Its breed was thought hunt to extinction over 100 years ago, and is now healthy and on exhibit. Hagrid says he's planning on a breeding colony of Welsh greens to help repopulate the remote regions of Wales. The new head of the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures is fully endorsing Hagrid's conservation plan. Wow. Anyway, I told Jin about my lunch with Luna and she went mental again. I hope she's pregnant, Ginny that is. If this is not one of those women things, sorry. I don't know how I can take it. Luna's a friend. So are you. Why can't I have female friends? I guess the honeymoon is over. Sorry to be so down. I miss you, Hermione. Love, Harry. March 31st, 2000. Dear Hermione, I confess that I now am forced to believe you made the decision I feared you would make when you boarded your flight to Australia. I confess, I fear you have decided not to return to England. Ever. I can only hope that this decision is made because your new life is happier and more fulfilling for you than your life here. I pray that is true. I only wish I could still hear from my best friend. Lavender is pregnant again. I am sorry, Hermione. I know how you must hate hearing about her. But she is the only woman I can even talk to that Jin does not get mental about, and she is in such need of a friend. She was married under the magical rite, if you must know, so she and I can be just friends. With Ron as a husband, she needs a friend. Merlin, if half of what she says is true, did we ever really? No, Ron. Bad news this month. Dromy Tonks died suddenly of a stroke. I was seeing Teddy almost every weekend for months. Now he's mine full-time. I'm thinking of adopting him. No child should be an orphan as I was. Still, he started to walk in the last few months and has become a real terror. Actually, we pretty much went from standing up to running. I'm not certain the boy knows how to actually walk. I'd be pulling my hair out if not, deep down, I did not admire his audacity. He might give me a run for my money when he goes to Hogwarts. Hermione, unlike me, he'll be a natural born, as opposed to by fame-attractive heartbreaker. Of that I am certain. I never knew kids were so much of a challenge yet such a joy. I can't wait for Jin and I to add a few more. Teddy's talking up a storm as well. Well, he only says a few words, he's not yet two still. You know what his first word was? It was, Papa, which is what he calls me. Oddly, he knows Mama but only uses that word when I show him a picture of his mum. I've tried to get him to call Ginny that, but he refuses. He calls her Innie for now. Does that mean anything? I wish you would write me and let me know you're okay. I pray one day this letter will find you well. I miss you and pray for you every night. Love, Harry. April 30th, 2000. Dear Hermione, I am thinking of using these letters both to write to my best friend and to serve as a kind of journal. I now believe you are not coming back. I can understand why, yet wish the why was not real. It is hard to think I might never see you again. Hear your voice or get yelled at for a silly idea. I do miss all of that, truly. I hope, one day, you will read these words and know how much I care about you. Mushy part done. Teddy had his second birthday on the 10th. Gave him his first real party. I had over some of his little friends from the neighborhood and their parents, as well as the Weasleys and Dudley, Jenna, and the twins. Given his inability to exercise restraint in self-locomotion, I asked everyone not to buy him a training broom yet. I got him a football. Being able to run all the time is perfect for that sport. Also got him a basketball and put a kiddie hoop up out back by the carriage house. Basketball is another running game. Ron, of course, chose to ignore my instructions and bought Teddy a training broom. Oh, and it seems Bill and Fleur's daughter, whose turns one in less than a fortnight, seems to have taken a shine to Teddy. At least that's what Fleur thinks. Fleur bought the only practical gift and I am grateful for it, although it may be a few months before it gets used. It's one of those training potty seats. I can't wait until the little tyke is trained and I don't have to change nappies anymore. It gets worse as they get bigger. Hermione. It might be easier, but getting Ginny to take part in any of the child rearing seems to be like pulling teeth. I hate to sound like an insensitive male chauvinist, especially to you, but you'd think as a young woman she'd show a little interest, wouldn't you? Especially as he is part of this family. I don't know what to make of my wife at all. Ginny's first full season has started. I see her maybe once a week now. It's mostly just me and Teddy at home. During the days and when I'm away on assignment, he stays with friends and family. I think he seems to understand, but he's only 2 now. Mostly, he stays at the burrow when I am away. He seems to like it there, but I am worried that I cannot be there for him all of the time. Still, he gets out and seems to get along with all of his babysitters. I am so proud of him. I formally adopted him a couple of weeks ago. Legally, now Teddy is my son. I'm a dad. Darn. I cannot tell you how great that makes me feel. I hope and pray one day you will be a mum. I know you'll be brilliant at it. Any child would be lucky to be yours, Hermione. There is no greater thrill than having a child I've recently found. Yes, I do think I'm too young to be a dad, but I love it so. To my horror, Jin is not thrilled at all. As far as Teddy's concerned, he is less than a house elf. I don't know what to make of that. Hermione, Auror and Dad. Busy, busy, busy. I do miss you. Love, Harry. May 31st, 2000. Dear Hermione, what a bloody horrible month this has been. Hermione, I had to fire Ron from the Auror Corps for gross dereliction of duty. Well, technically, Director Savage gave him the sack, but it was on my recommendation. God, I feel awful. We were this close to nabbing Travers, the most notorious Death Eater still at large. We had him nailed down in Dubrovnik, Croatia. We just had to watch and wait. Ron decides to engage in his less savory overseas recreation, cheating on his wife and bags a teenage girl. Brags about being the famous orer and war hero to his shag. It was Travers' daughter. Travers booked it before our assault team was ready. Ron's dick cost us a sure mark. Had to let him go. How do I explain this to Lavender? Hermione, how do I explain to her that her husband, who she practically worships, is Sir Shags-a-Lot? Probably don't. But how do I explain that he's a useless git as an or a war hero who sucks in peacetime? God, I hope I don't have to. But she's a friend too, so how can I avoid it? Ginny's pissed at me again. I backstabbed Ron, she says. Ron's got a job at George's company, but he's hourly, not upper management. I guess George doesn't trust Ron yet. Ginny blames me. What a bloody nightmare this is. I know you'd have an answer that makes sense. Hermione. I do miss you so. Love as always, Harry. June 30th, 2000. Dear Hermione, well, I hope one of us is happy because I am not. Sorry, Hermione, but there it is. Ginny is so thoroughly rotten to Teddy it makes me sick. Ron hates my guts. Neville is on assignment for 6 months in Argentina. Luna and her boyfriend are off in the Congo seeking new magical species. Molly Weasley will not forgive me for getting Ron fired. It was necessary. You're not here. All I have for friends are the last 2 people I would have thought of, Draco Malfoy and Lavender is far too curious for details about why her husband got the axe. I can't tell her he was fired for shagging the 16-year-old daughter of our target, and thus tipped off the scoundrel that we were coming for him. Yes, she was 16. I thought that magical right was supposed to make one faithful to their spouse. Apparently I was wrong. The 2nd annual Victory Ball was held this month. Finally, the topic of gossip shifted from my firing of Ron to something else, but the something else horrified me. For the first time since you left, your absence has become the topic of conversation. 1/3 of the Golden Trio was conspicuously absent. Sorry, Hermione, but I am afraid the press will soon be trying to hunt you down or, hopefully, publish rumors about what happened to you. Sorry, but better the latter. You obviously want your privacy and don't need the Rita Skeeters of this world knocking on your door. You left by Muggle means. Hermione, that should throw them for a loop. Still, God, I wish they would just leave us all alone. I wish this were a happier letter. Hermione, I really do. I pray you are happier. I do miss you. Love, Harry. July 10th, 2000. Dear Hermione, a year ago today you left on that flight to Australia. A year ago today my life changed forever. Before, there was one person whom I could tell anything. One person who would listen and not judge, criticize, poke fun or offer unsolicited advice. A year ago there was one person in my life whom I could trust absolutely, and whom I trusted absolutely. When your plane left, that one person was gone. Now I have no one like that. I miss you, Hermione. I know I wrote you only a few days ago, but I had been planning to write you on this day for some time. There are things I have been thinking about that I now know I need to tell you. I should have told you ages ago, but I was too stupid or scared to do so. No more. I had not planned to forward any news this day, but since my last letter things have happened that I need to tell you about and you need to know. I really wish I knew where to send this. I so need a friend like you right now. Ginny and I had a huge fight the other day. In her rage, she hit Teddy. Not really hard, but still. I don't really think she did it on purpose, but that was too much. Teddy and I moved out that night. I am now living in a flat in Diagon Alley. I don't think this break is permanent, I don't want it to be, but that was too much from the little princess. I am afraid that if she begs forgiveness, I'll go home. Hopefully she'll grow up just a little. We have not even been married a year, Hermione. Already this celebrity marriage is on the rocks and sinking fast. I want it to work. I do try, but I am not going to let her have her way on everything. She wants me to quit my job. She wants me to buy her a manor home befitting someone of her station. She wants me to put Teddy up for adoption because she has no use for children, she says. She told me she doesn't want any brats. Doesn't want anything to interfere with her career or ruin her figure. Darn it, I want children. Why doesn't she love me? Why doesn't she know that neither of us can or should get our way? We're supposed to be a couple, and that means that when we disagree on something important, we're supposed to work things out and compromise, right? I don't think she knows what the word means. I'm so upset that I've started researching to see if there is a way I can end this nightmare. So what started this row? An article about you in the paper, believe it or not. There was an article about you a few weeks ago just after the victory ball. It didn't say much, only that you were not there and that your friends believed you had gone to Australia. I was not interviewed, thankfully. I think Ron told them about Australia. It seemed to reek of intrigue and maybe scandal. It suggested that you left for another man and left poor Ron all alone. Pathetic. But it also inspired a certain reporter to dig further. Rita Skeeter wrote a piece confirming that Hermione Granger boarded a flight to Australia via Singapore on July 10, 1999, about 2 weeks after she had a huge fight with Ronald Weasley. The article said you hit him and wondered why my office refused to hunt down a violent and powerful witch who had obviously gone dark. What rubbish. Anyway, Rita continued and said that through her connections in Australia she learned that no Hermione Granger ever arrived in Australia. Later, she learned that Hermione Granger did not get off the plane in Singapore. She could draw only one conclusion. Hermione operated off the flight somewhere in flight and was now making her way back to England to wreak havoc. It asked anyone with information about you to contact her at the Daily Prophet. Ginny believed every single word. Now I know you made it to Australia on that flight, and I know you know how to alter your identity to throw off hacks like Skeeter. I made the mistake of telling Ginny. I thought she'd be pleased to learn her friend was not evil and all. Wrong. She accused me of having an affair with you. Technically, she was right. But, at the time, you and I had broken up with the Weasleys, so it's really none of her business whether we did or not. Still, I know we agreed that what happened between us, however wonderful it was and it was a mistake. I did not really believe that then, and I don't believe it now. I made several mistakes back then. I should have come with you, or, failing that, I should have told you how I really felt and given you a reason to come back to me, forever, as more than just my best friend. But, expressing my true feelings has always been hard. Much easier in a letter than in person, I find. No, the mistake I made was I let you go again. Seems to be a disturbing theme in my life, Hermione. In many ways I let you go and you left long before that flight. I know that now, and that was what I was really angry about. I am a wreck as a person. Every intimate relationship I ever had with anyone ended in disaster. True, some of them died, but many others did not. They ended because I messed up somewhere. I did not know how to deal with that part of me and my life. When I thought I was being noble or honorable, I was really being a coward. I was afraid to let people get too close because I believed I would lose them or they would hurt me in the end. Stupid of me, really. Another thing I learned is that the past cannot be changed. It's done. I could either be like I was and dwell on it and ask loads of what-ifs and wither and fester, or I can learn from the mistakes and failures and grow as a person. The later is more satisfying, even with the pain. I cannot say if things would have been different if I did something different. I don't know. We are the sum of our experiences, and those cannot be changed. So I have to live the life I was given. But as I learned to deal with my past, I also knew that if I ever see you again, I would want to talk to you and tell you something I should have told you long ago. I let you go during our 4th year. I don't know if my life or yours or anyone else's would have been different or better had I not done that. I don't. But that was when I let you go. I refused to admit it to myself then. I refused to admit it to myself years later. I refused to admit it to myself as I watched you board that plane. That was how I could let you go. But now I should tell you what I really felt that whole time. What I still feel. I love you, Hermione. I now know that. I refused to admit it to myself back then. I fell in love with you certainly by our 2nd year. I let you go when I failed to ask you to the Yule Ball, when I believed that Ron and you were, well, I never forgave myself for that and made no effort to try and win you. I know now I wanted to and was beating myself up for years about not doing anything about it. I was and am one messed up kid. The result is who knows how much pain others have suffered over the years. I only know how much I suffered. When you left, I was pretty sure you were not coming back. Ron had broken your precious heart into a million pieces. I was fooling myself into believing my relationship with Ginny was real. Why would you come back? Then there was that week before. I thought that was a mistake at the time. I now know it was a mistake to think that it was a mistake. I should have, but I didn't. Instead, I only gave you another reason not to return and to leave me behind forever, and I hated myself for that for a long time. I was in love with you and let you go. I don't know what that means to you or if it will make any difference about anything. But I promised myself if I could, I would tell you because you deserve to know. Ginny wants to believe you and I are having an affair? Fine. We are, or at least I am in my hopes and dreams. Should you finally write and tell me where you are? I promise you I'll find a way to end this sham of a marriage and find a way to try and make a new life with the only woman I ever truly loved. Hermione, you are my only reason for being, and the only person with whom I have ever been happy. I can be myself with you in ways I cannot with Ginny or anyone else for that matter, except maybe little Teddy. I love you and probably always have, and I always will, even if we never meet again. I love you and only you, Hermione. Please save me? With all the love in this poor heart, Harry. She finished the last letter Harry had given her. She put it down, tears streaming from her eyes. He had loved her. It was one thing to hear it now, years later, but another from way back then when he was still married and still committed to trying to make it work. He had loved her. He let her go. Now he was back in her life again, if only for a little while. She wanted to make sure she never would lose him and never let him let her go again. Even more so, the way he wrote about Teddy. He sounded like such a wonderful father, although he probably let his adopted boy get away with more than she would have. Still, it was clear, given the choice, he was a father first, just as she had become a mother first. She loved being a parent, even though it was probably the most challenging thing she had ever done in her life. She knew the letters Harry was reading would begin to show that side of her. But her babies would only be 4 months old when he finished her first year's letters. She now had to keep him occupied, and in public from 5 until sometime around 9 hours. I want to be pretty for him, she thought. Dressed up, but not too fancy, certainly more feminine than I am now. She looked at her watch and was stunned. It was 4:42. She had no time to change or do her hair or... She would not look like the dream date she wanted to look like. The tears returned for a brief moment. Janie Granger, she thought. You're a witch. Her self-composure restored. She pulled out her wand and did what her little sister called the fairy godmother spell. Actually several at once. She selected some tasteful jewelry to go with the dress she had transfigured, picked up her laptop full of photos of the kids, and left the room. Chapter 9. If Hermione was saving herself for marriage, then why? It will be answered. Just not soon. She's not loose. That much is certain. How could she be so irresponsible? No birth control? See answer to 1. Above. I really loved your reviews of the last couple of chapters. I was worried I dove into some things a little soon. I was worried that the change in format, merely a segue to the next current time bits, might not work as well for you as they did bore me. This chapter, and the next but no others, is Hermione's letters to Harry. Sorry, she can be a bit long-winded. Enjoy. Chapter 9. Saturday, June 17, 2006, New York City, NY. Harry returned to his room and called up his cousin Dudley. Teddy was staying with the Dursley clan while Harry was away, and he was really calling to talk to Teddy. Teddy had been so worried when he heard his dad was flying across the Atlantic, which struck Harry as a little odd considering. But Teddy had been younger when Harry and his boy last flew across the pond, and Harry was certain Teddy hated airplanes. He called and spoke to Teddy for several minutes, and once Teddy was sure his dad was just fine, Dudley came back on the line. Hey Big D, Harry said, so how's Teddy doing? He was a little worried about the flying over the sea bit, Sparks, Dudley said. But Jenna and I assured him we do it all the time.
No worries.
Still, he seemed quite relieved when you spoke to him. Dudley's last dig into Harry had actually occurred before the war, it seemed. After the Dementor attack, he had returned to school a changed person. His grades went from near failing to near the top of his class, and he seemed to work harder at everything. He accepted an externship at a local hospital and dropped actual boxing, although he still worked out. His classmates and teachers all noticed and asked him about it, and Dudley had told them about his new friend Sparks who had saved his life over the summer. Dudley could not tell them it was Harry. For years he had been bad-mouthing his cousin to anyone who would listen. Dudley vaguely remembered the spark of light that shot from Harry's wand and saved his life. Sparks was born. After the war, Dudley made the connection of Sparks and Harry somewhat public and, to Harry's initial embarrassment, Sparks stuck. All of his close friends called him that. Took a while, but now he accepted it. Woe betide, however, a person who presumed they had the right to call him that to his face. Aside from that, you know your boy whose face, Dudley said. Dudley had an annoying habit of assigning nicknames to people he liked or admired. What made it really annoying was the darn names stuck like glue. Teddy was whose face because of his natural ability to change his appearance at will. Harry thought Dudley had been too into comic books as a lad, to be honest. Still, it could be worse. The Dudley Harry now knew was a good friend and the kind of friend one could count on in times of trouble, as Harry had when his marriage finally unraveled. My girls thinks he's dreamy and the boys think he's so cool. They're loving it, Sparks. And you and Jenna are pulling your hair out, Harry chuckled. Not just yet. So how's New York? Interesting and very American, Harry replied. Dudley had gleaned on to Harry clues. So, something unexpected has happened. You could say that. What? Too early to tell for sure. Could go any which way. Full debriefing when I return. Deal? There had better be. Jenna and I will be placing wagers all week. Sparks. The phone call soon ended and Harry turned to the Hermione letters. August 22nd, 1999. Dear Harry, I am sorry I have not written you sooner. A lot has happened these past few weeks, but until yesterday I seem to be making no real progress in trying to find my parents. A couple of days after I posted my first letter to you, I answered an advert in the local magical paper regarding sharing a flat. I have since moved in with a real nice girl named Amanda O'Hare. She's about a year older than me and is attending university. Here, it seems, witches and wizards can attend university and continue their education after finishing school. Maybe I should look into that. I know it would mean that I'd be here for years, but I also know you would understand. I had hoped my parents had settled here in Sydney or at least nearby, but apparently they have not. I've spent weeks in a library reading every phone directory I could find hoping to find the number to their home or, assuming they have one, their dental practice.
Nolak.
I've been under so much stress, Harry. I have been worried sick. And I mean literally, I've been throwing up for a few days now. I'm sure it's the worry. It might also be the fear that I might have to start checking the past obituary columns to find my family. I hoped that is not the case. Needless to say, my roommate is worried. She insists I should see a doctor real soon. Yesterday, she made an appointment for me with a magical doctor here in Sydney, and I am going to see her, the doctor, tomorrow. I'm sure it's nothing, so don't worry, Harry. Anyway, while making the appointment on a Saturday afternoon, Amanda showed me this amazing Muggle technology. With a computer, you can access something called the internet, which instantly, almost, allows you access to more information than I could ever hope to find in the library. It's surprisingly easy to use. So, I typed in my parents' names and their occupation and Viola. I found them in under 5 minutes. They are nowhere near here, Harry. They have a dentistry practice in the town of Shoalwater, Western Australia, which is on the Indian Ocean about an hour or so south of Perth. There were pictures of them on their website and they look so happy, Harry. Anyway, because I agreed to see this doctor, I'll be here just a little while longer. Once I find out I'm okay, and I will fly to Perth by airplane and go and meet my parents. I even figured out how to do it. A week from Monday, I have an appointment at their dental practice for a checkup. Of course, they don't know it's me yet. I am so excited. Oh, and I forgot to tell you. Here I am known as Janie Granger. Jane is my middle name. Hermione is known here as well, and I real don't want that hassle. Wish me luck. Love, Hermione, Janie. August 29th, 1999. Dear Harry, I was originally planning to write you after I got to Perth and after I found my parents. But there are things I need to say to you, and if I put it off, I might not say them at all, or you might get a letter that will take you days to read. Besides, I am currently on the flight from Sydney to Perth, and for the next few hours I can either stare out the window at the empty Australian outback, a huge desert, or write to you. I guess you can see which activity I'd prefer. Where to begin? Remember the evening after we learned that Ron had gotten Lavender pregnant? Stupid question. Of course you remember. I know I will for the rest of my life. A woman always remembers the time when she lost her virginity. Harry, I know we said we thought the last few days together might have been a mistake. I know I told you that I probably became your lover because I was mad at Ron. That's not true, Harry. Those 2 weeks I spent with you before coming here, and especially the last few days when we shared our bed and each other, those were the happiest days of my life to date. I don't want you to feel guilty about us. I hope your memory of being with me is and always will be as precious to you as my memories of that wonderful time is and always will be to me. More on that later. But, if I might add, you were fantastic, Harry. No, right now I am writing about the question you asked me before we first made love. You asked if I thought Lavender got pregnant on purpose. I said I did not know but did not think so. I have had a lot of time to think about that since. Now, I think my answer would be yes. You see, I can kind of understand why she might do that now, Harry. I think she was and is in love with Ron, desperately in love. I think Ron was, in her mind, using her until I came home. Once I was back, I think she thought Ron would dump her like rubbish and she had reached a point where she knew she could not live as a Ron throwaway. I think I understand why she did it. I don't agree with it. I think it was wrong and stupid, but I can understand why. It was wrong because if Ron marries her, it will be for the baby and not for her. Maybe I am wrong about that. Maybe Ron loves her. But I'm not so sure about that. I think it was stupid because what if Ron is as big a prat as I think he is? He'll not marry her and she'll be stuck with a kid she bore for the wrong reason. You should have a child because you want to have a child, not because you want to land its father. If you fail to land the father, you are then left single with a child maybe you did not really want. What really bothers me is how did Ron not know? I mean, based upon her due date, she could well have been beginning to show by the time I caught them. I only saw her face, Harry, not her belly. Ron is such an idiot when it comes to women. I am forced to wonder if anyone bothered to tell him where babies come from. Anyway, I think I know now how Lavender was feeling. You see, Harry, there's a boy who I have very strong feelings for. I don't think he knows. I was stupid and never told him. But I now know I love him more than anything and have for a long, long time. I want to be with him so much, but it does not look like that is going to happen. I know he likes me, but I don't think he loves me the way that I love him. I would never do that to him. Never. I know I truly love him, Harry. I know that because he is all I can think about these days. I also know it because all I ever want from him is for him to be happy. I would be the happiest girl on earth if I were the reason why he is happy. But if I cannot be the one for him, then so long as he is happy I am pleased. It's so painful, Harry. If only he felt the same things for me as I do for him. But unless he does, I don't want him. I don't want him in such an intimate relationship if the feelings are not mutual. It's not fair to him or to me. He's not Ron, Harry. I thought I loved Ron. I was mistaken. I knew that not long after I left him. Ron's infidelity did hurt me, Harry, it really did. But I don't miss him at all. I never have. I now know. When he left us during our time on the run, I was hurt. Not because I missed him but because he ditched us and put his own comfort above our friendship and our mission. That's not love, Harry. I should have known then he did not and would not love me. I should have known then I did not love him. I thought the pain I felt meant that I did, and I will confess I did have a crush on him. The boy I love I never had a crush on because I never needed one to like him or to fall helplessly in love with him. Every boy, every man I meet is measured against him. His kindness, his compassion, his passion, his smarts and daring, his ability to make me feel good about myself and to inspire me to exceed even my unreasonably lofty expectations of myself. I want him to be proud of me, and I think he is. But does he love me as much as I love him? But, as desperate as I want him, I will not do what Lavender did just in the futile hope that he might stay with me for the sake of a child. I have only recently realized this, that I do love him so. Because I love him so much, I know I cannot be with him unless he loves me too. I now know that I probably will not come home. Not unless he tells me he feels the same way and means it, Harry. I think he is in love with another woman, and I think she loves him too, Harry. If so, it's not my place to expect anything from him, so I will stay away and pray that he is happy. If he is happy, then, heartbroken as I might be, I shall be content, Harry. Do you have any idea who I am writing about? You should. You probably know him better than I do, although I'd like to think that I know him better than anyone else on earth. You have seen him, Harry. You see him every day. You see him whenever you look into a mirror. You are the one that I love more than my own happiness and more than my life itself. I would sacrifice everything just so I know the man I love finally has the life he always wanted but never had. Harry. I love you, Harry. I have loved you for years and years, maybe in some way since we first met. Of course, not like now, still. I can't come back and just be your friend, Harry. For years that was enough. Now it would only break my heart even more. I am still going to write to you. Even though I love you, I am also your friend. I still want to hear from you, but if I don't, I'll understand that. I'll understand you don't feel the same way about me. I'll survive. Don't worry about me, Harry. I'm not about to do anything rash. Even if I cannot have you, I do have a reason to avoid wallowing in self-pity and despair. It is the reason I am writing this particular letter today. Once I get settled, I'll send you my address. You should get a computer because I do have email. Even if I cannot be with you, I still want to hear from you, Harry. But please, don't come looking for me. Don't ask me to come home. Don't. Not unless you feel the same way about me, Harry. I mean it, Harry. Remember my last letter when I told you I was going to see a doctor because I was not feeling well? Well, I am not sick. Apparently everything is perfectly normal. Normal as can be expected for an expectant mother to be. I am pregnant, Harry. I don't expect or want anything from you. Harry, I meant what I said. Unless you love me as much as I love you, I cannot bear to be with you again. It's just too hard. I am going to have this child, Harry. How can I not? I was raised a Catholic and, while not as devout as I once was, I do believe in the sanctity of an innocent life. I will not marry you if you ask just so the child has a father. I meant what I said before, even more so now. This child, like our time together that created it, is not a mistake. It's unexpected. It is an accident. But it cannot be a mistake. God must have wanted me to have this child for some reason. I was using birth control, and that is supposed to be foolproof. I've been using it for years, although not because of privacy. It has other benefits. For women like me who have irregular and particularly difficult periods, it regulates us and takes the edge off the discomfort. I've been on birth control since I was 13. No, this child is meant to be. I will continue to write to you. Even if you don't love me, you deserve to know about this child, and I still know we are friends, and if I don't write, you'll worry. I'll probably write again in a few days to tell you about my family reunion and my plans going forward. Please don't hate me. It's hard to believe I am going to be a mom. But I am. Talk about an adventure. I love you, Harry Hermione. September 1st, 1999. Dearest Harry, I promised I'd continue to write, and I will. This has been a bizarre week full of shocks, surprises, wonderful news, and the worst kind of news of all. And no, being pregnant is not the worst kind of news of all. That falls into shocks and surprises, and the more I think about it, it's becoming wonderful news. Well, I arrived safely in Perth, no worries there. On Monday late in the afternoon, I drove to my parents' dental practice for my appointment. I got the full drill minus the drill, thankfully. Got my teeth cleaned and then saw the dentist. He was not my dad. When he was done, I was told Dr. Wilkins wished to see me. I was ushered into an office and there was my mum. There was a countercharm I was supposed to use to fully break the spell. Proved unnecessary. You see, Harry, the spell I used on them blocked any memory of me for so long as they were alive. Or so I thought. It seems once one of them was near death, the spell would break as to both. My father died of cancer a couple of months ago. A couple of days before he passed, the spell broke and he and Mum talked about me until his last breath. We stopped by his grave on the way back to where my mum lives. Harry, I know how important it was for you to go and see where your parents were buried. I wonder if it was as hard for you as it was for me. I mean, after all, you had known they passed for a long, long time. Less than an hour after I learned I lost my father, there I was at his grave. Oh, how I cried, Harry. But, like you, it provided closure, I guess. I am glad I did it. I went back again today. I went back to tell him he's going to be a grandfather. I hope he's happy, Harry. Part of me wants to take the blame for what happened to him. He was my dad, and I was his little princess for so long, Harry. Maybe if I ignored Ron last year and followed my original plan. Maybe if I came home to them sooner. But no, he would still have gotten cancer and still would have died. I would just have been there for the end. Still, darn it. He's not even buried under his real name. That is my fault. Oh, Harry. Ever since I modified their memories and sent them off into hiding, I had been dreaming of that happy day when I would find them safe and we could be a family again. As you see, it did not happen as I planned. I was far closer to my daddy than my mum. A lot of girls are, I hear. Mum and I got along, but she was the one most likely to put her foot down. Daddy would let me get away with almost anything. I love my mum, but I am so going to miss him, Harry. He was only 49 when he passed away, far too young to die, Harry. But this story does not end there, not by a long shot. So, I go home with my mum, still very sad about Daddy. We get to her house, a lovely place near the ocean, and the sun was setting and it was so beautiful, Harry. She eventually leads me into the sunroom. There on the floor was this darling baby girl playing with her toys. She had dark brown eyes and bushy brown hair. I swear it was like looking at one of my baby pictures in the flesh. Her name is Daphne. She's my little sister and was born on April 10th, 1998. She's so adorable. I guess the shock about my dad, my own pregnancy, and the surprise caught up with me. When Mum told me she was my sister, I fainted dead away. I didn't understand, Harry. Mum told me later. I had always thought my parents had not wanted another child, and when I learned I was a witch, I thought that the reason they did not want another child is because deep down they were ashamed of me. Nothing was further from the truth. They held off having another child. They were still at university when I was born. It took them years to build their practice, which required a lot of effort from both of them. When they finally felt they were ready, I was already at Hogwarts. By then, they thought they were too old. So, I erased their memory of me, but that was a targeted spell. They forgot about me and magic, but not about their desire to have a family. They wrote over the gap the reason why they had no child, and concluded that they physically could not. To their pleasant surprise, they were wrong. Funny how that works. When I came to, I learned my little sis is not just a witch, but a very special kind of witch. She has what is known as a healer manifestation, which means her uncontrolled magic heals people she cares about. She could not cure my daddy's cancer, but the doctors think she kept him alive, lucid and comfortable far longer than would otherwise have been the case. I woke up and she was sitting on my chest fixing my owies. I had a broken nose and some nasty bruises, Mum said. Daphne fixed them. I hope our baby is like that. I wish home was like Australia. Mum and Dad had totally forgotten about magic, thanks to yours truly. When they had Daphne, they were as clueless about our world as they were when they had me. Within weeks, Magical Child Welfare sent a couple to my parents to tell them about our world and about what my sister was or would be one day. They have all kinds of programs to help non-magical families adjust and join and even participate in our world, Harry. Through that program, they met many witches and wizards and made friends. The magical folk here are very accepting of muggles. Same's true in America, apparently. Mum and Dad met and became friends with a witch and wizard couple from America who also happened to be dentists at a convention in Melbourne about a year before Dad passed. When Dad passed, the couple offered Mum a chance to join their practice and she jumped at the opportunity. Within a week, we are moving to St. Louis in the United States. Yesterday, I applied for a course they have there for foreign magical peoples that could allow me to attend university. I was accepted today, and it starts not long after Mum and I move into the flat she's rented in Clayton. Yesterday was terrifying, Harry. Mum had already invited me to move with her and Daphne to America, and I had already accepted. But I knew I had to tell her I was pregnant. Mum was always the straight-laced one in our family. I feared her reaction to the news. But she had to know, Harry. I told her. I told her about Ron and about what happened between us. I told her how I felt about you, and how I did not know how you felt about me. I told her I was religious about birth control and how my doctor was puzzled at how this could have happened, but how now that it has, I intend to go through with it. I told her I wrote you and told you and what I told you. I expected a lecture. What she did shocked me. She told me that, while she was a little disappointed in what has happened, she was proud of me. So proud. She was proud that despite this, I wanted to continue my education, and she promised that she would help me as much as she could. I was her daughter after all, and I was doing the right thing under the circumstances and setting an example of what to do under such circumstances for my younger sister. I guess it's what's called a bonding moment. I've never felt this much love for or from my mum before. Silver lining, I guess. It might be a few weeks before I write you again, Harry. The flat Mum has rented is temporary. She's looking to buy a place. Since I am with her now for the foreseeable future, and since I still have close to £1 million, almost $2 million left in my account, I have offered to help. When we do move in, I'll send you our address so you can find me. Wish me luck. I love you. Hermione. October 31st, 1999. Dear Harry, I am sorry I have not written sooner. Things were hectic for a while, and then, when they calmed down, I thought it best to wait until after my first ultrasound, a test they do to check on the health of the growing baby. Mom, Daphne and I are in America now. St. Louis. Gateway to the West. Actually, we live in Clayton, just west of St. Louis. It's a suburb, but like when I was a kid growing up in Loughton, Essex, we are St. Louis just as we were London. They don't have the tube here. I've learned that most cities in the U.S. do not have undergrounds, or not nearly like they had in London. I've been told that New York, Chicago, Boston, Washington, and Philadelphia do, but most do not. St. Louis has 2 lines. One runs from near where I live to the city center on the Mississippi River. Another from the airport to the city center. That's it. Like most American cities, you need a car. Mum bought a Dodge minivan. I bought a British-made Mini Cooper. It's so cute. My classes began September 13th. It began with a test. No study time, nothing. It was a test for us foreigners to identify academic deficiencies so that they could tailor our courses to get us our non-magical diplomas and prepare us for our college entrance exams. Needless to say, the thought that I might be academically deficient, honestly, well, much to my horror, as you can imagine, I did not ace the exams. English, reading and writing, literature and languages, French, I am fluent. I did ace. History, mathematics, and science I failed miserably. I really have to do better in math. The other subjects I just need to pass, but math is a huge part of the college exams. I was assigned an academic counselor. He told me he was most impressed with my results, given that I had been magically educated in Europe. Europe is a backwater, he said. Most European transfers fail everything non-magical. Still, getting prepped for college and getting the American Magical Secondary School diploma is more than just learning spells and potions and such. I needed to learn algebra, geometry, trigonometry, possibly pre-calculus, general sciences, biology, chemistry, physics, non-magical history, and civics, just to get my full academic qualification and also take entrance exam prep courses. He said taking classes 6 days a week, 8 class hours a day, I could make it with work so that I could start university next August. I told him I was pregnant, but that I had to do this and wanted to go on to university. He said most pregnant women fail to do so, but if I was an exception, he could work a schedule that, if I applied myself, would give me a shot at an August date. Guess which option I took? There are 6 of us in my class. We are in class 8 hours a day, 6 days a week, Harry. Good news is, there is little homework, but study that's intense. I am learning loads, and you know how I love that. But honestly, this makes Hogwarts seem like a vacation. Still, I guess I am a sucker for academic punishment. Ironic. This is our 8th anniversary as best friends. Prior to today in '91, you were my only friend. I had my first ultrasound last week, Harry. They shoot sound waves into the body to see what's going on. The echoes are interpreted by a computer and are made to appear on a screen like a crude picture. They use this to see how the baby is doing, Harry. For me, where I am right now, it's too early to tell, but eventually, if I or we want, they can tell us whether the baby is a boy or a girl. This first test was to make sure everything was okay and to give an accurate estimate as to when it is due to be born, give or take a week or so. Harry, we are going to have twins. They are due on or near April 7th. I love you so much. Hermione. P.S. While Mum and I are looking to buy a house, we will be here a while longer. My address is Janie Granger, 115 North Cottonseed Way, apartment 236, Clayton, Missouri, USA. November 27th, 1999. Dearest Harry, just so you know, I make copies of my letters to you. I keep one set. Somehow, it helps me feel closer to you. The reason I started making copies was so I could read over what I had written and see what I forgot to tell you or make sure I don't get too repetitive. Classes are long, hard, and I find them invigorating. As I told you before, there are 6 of us in my class and we've formed a study group. We meet at each other's homes every night to study and help each other with the work. Okay, we also talk and tell stories and eat, and I am eating a lot these days. The doctor told me that I needed to put on weight for the babies, a lot more than I expected, so eat, eat, eat. I do try to stay away from junk food. Once the babies come, I'll need a diet. My class has 2 boys and 4 girls, actually young men and young women, as the youngest of us is 19 and the oldest is 23. Kind of odd for me being one of the youngest instead of one of the oldest. The oldest is Patrick Riley. He is married and his wife Megan dotes on pregnant Olmi whenever I'm over. They have a little girl Colleen who's about Daphne's age. Pat and Megan went to St. Patrick's School of Magic in Ireland. I have only recently learned that Hogwarts is hardly the only magical school in the British Isles. Pat and Megan came here because of the war. Jeanette Pinault, pronounced Pinot, is 22 and from France. She went to Beauxbatons and New Fleur. Jeanette had done really well in school, but her family had no connections, so she was stuck with a menial job at a hotel. She came here because in America you can go on to higher education. She's thinking of attending culinary school and becoming a chef. She does cook well. Antonio Garza and his wife Adriana are from Spain. He's 21 and she's my age. They came here for the education. They are planning on attending university, but do not yet know what they want to study. I have to agree. There are so many choices. I have developed a taste for Spanish food, especially their seafood dishes. Then, next on the age list is me. I told them I went to Hogwarts. Yes, I was there when the Triwizard was held. Yes, I have met Harry Potter and I think he's a nice guy. No, he's actually quite humble. The papers are wrong about him. Yes, I have met Fleur Delacour. Yes, I am related to the Hermione Granger, but we don't get along. I left England because of the war, which is partly true, and have been drifting around a bit, also partly true. But now that I am pregnant, I need to get an education so I can provide for my children. Yes, I have told the father, but he's overseas and, well, I don't really expect to see him anytime soon. I want to Harry. I really do. Finally, there is Brianna Antonelli. She's 19 and from Italy. She went to a magical school in Florence. She came here for education as well. Her pasta dishes are to die for. We study Sunday through Friday nights, alternating homes. On Sundays, the hosts cook dinner for all the rest of us. So, I've been treated to an international menu of family recipes. The other nights, we order pizza or take out. I don't know if it is me or the babies, but one of us likes Kentucky Fried Chicken. Someone else loves Kung Pa Chicken, a spicy Chinese dish. And a third part loves Mexican food. No doubt about it, I am pregnant now. I'm showing. Getting the obvious baby belly, and the other signs such as swollen chest, so none of my bras fit anymore. My clothes don't fit. Mom took me out and we bought maternity clothes for me. Honestly, none of it is flattering, but at least it's comfortable. Mom says that's a key to surviving pregnancy with your sanity intact. Stay comfortable. I am both thrilled and horrified. I am thrilled at the thought of these new lives growing inside of me. I swear I can feel them moving now, even as I write this. Horrified that I am getting bigger by the day. Oh well. Anyway, last Thursday was Thanksgiving. It's a huge American holiday, Harry. My classes ended at noon the day before and do not start up again until Monday. Everything shuts down on Thanksgiving, except football, American football. Anyway, Jack and Pamela Martin, the wizard and witch dentists my mum works with, invited us all over for a traditional Thanksgiving. All of us included Mum, Daphne and me, as well as all my friends from school. The Martins have 3 children, Harry. Their oldest is Jason, who is 8 and has his wand and can do magic at home. In my condition, I was worried about that, but he's a little gentleman and besides, he was far more interested in the football games on the telly than doing magic. He has 2 younger sisters, which is Cynthia, 6, and Alicia, 4. They are adorable. Must be the mum thing. I used to be uncomfortable around young children. When we arrived, there was a football game on the telly. Our style of football is called soccer here. Don't ask me why. Wonderful smells of cooking food greeted us as we arrived. Jack and Pam cook American style, no magic. Actually, it seems that only we Brits use magic routinely to cook. Then again, as my friend Jeanette noted, English cuisine is so boring, it only makes sense to be lazy about it. I am starting to agree. Mum's been teaching me to cook without magic, nothing fancy. After all, I am soon going to be a mum myself, and there is something about preparing a meal. I know you cook without magic, Harry. I am beginning to see why. There is a joy to it, isn't there? Well, there is when it comes out right. Thanksgiving is a custom that extends all the way back to when the second permanent English settlement was founded. It is a feast that was to honor the harvest and give thanks for surviving a terrible year. It has since become a celebration of family and friends. It is still a feast. The Martins treated us to the traditional fare. We began with a nice salad, and then the face stuffing began. The center of the meal was a huge roasted turkey. The turkey was carved, and the Martins began the traditional debate about which was better, white meat, chest, or dark meat, thighs and wings. I tried both. They are different, and the dark meat has more flavor, but either is delicious. They also served stuffing. It looks like an English pudding, but it's not sweet. It does taste heavenly, though. We also had mashed potatoes, a thick gravy made from turkey bits and stock, corn, peas, green beans, an onion dish, rolls, and 2 choices of cranberry sauce. It's sweet and tart and totally nummy. My plate must have weighed 5 pounds or more. Then came the dessert. We had a choice between pumpkin pie or apple pie with vanilla ice cream. I was allowed both. I am eating for 3 after all. I was so full. Mum and I got home late that night. I was so tired. Normally, I wake up around 8 even without an alarm. But I slept until almost noon. I had such wonderful dreams, Harry. I did not want to wake up. I dreamt of you and me being together with our children. Seems so perfect, Harry. I know it's just a dream. Still, I do want it to be a reality. I do love you so much, Harry, and I do want you in my life and in our children's lives. In my dream, there was a happily ever after with you, Harry. I know it might sound silly. I know you might not even feel the same way about me as I feel about you. But I can at least have the dream. I love you, Harry. Hermione. Harry put down the letters and looked at his watch. He still had a couple of hours before he promised to meet up with Hermione again. He wondered what he would have done if he had gotten these letters when they were sent. He knew that if he had learned that Ginny was binning his letters from Hermione, he would have ended it there and then magical rights be damned. But he did not know. For years he labored under the clouds. He believed that Hermione wanted nothing to do with him or anything else she had once known. Now he knew that was not true at all. Still, what if, in early September 1999, he and Ginny were back together? She was living with him, at least when she was home, which was not often. She was having a record-making season as a rookie with the all-women Holyhead Harpies. She signed on as a mid-season replacement for a chaser who left to start a family. She did not even start in the reserve squad, but was on the main line literally 2 days after signing in a game against the team leading the league at the time, Puddlemere United. Harry's old captain from school, Oliver Wood, was keeper for that team and considered the best in the league. Harry was at this match. Ginny scored 36 goals on Oliver, more than he had given up all season. Ginny had an additional 16 assists as the second to last place Harpies crushed Puddlemere. Would he have dumped Ginny back then? Those 2 weeks with Hermione were far better than the times he had spent with Ginny, even when they did get along. Maybe. But would he have? After what Lavender did to Ron, would he have run to Hermione's side upon learning about her pregnancy? He would now. But back then he was 18 and did not know what he knew now. He would like to think that he would have. He would like to think that when Hermione sent him her address, he would have been on the next plane to America. He would have shown up at her door no warning, and begged her to marry him until she said yes. That would have been the perfect end to a story, but it did not happen. Ginny had binned Hermione's letters but for a chance encounter years later, Harry would never have found the one true love of his life again. What now? Harry asked himself. Short term, one step at a time. You know you still love her. You've let her go and lost her. Never again. Long term, marry her. Harry picked up the remaining letters and began to read. Chapter 10. Dudley's backstory is covered in another FIC I'm writing. He worked as a lab tech at a hospital as part of an externship work program. Somehow, coupled with his epiphany following his encounter with Dementors, that also awoke his dormant magic. The job spoke to him and he got really good, really quick. His then-future wife was a healer in training. The cure was a combination of Muggle and magical techniques, with Dudley supplying the Muggle side of it. He currently is professor of non-magical studies at Hogwarts and is a popular if demanding member of the faculty. He got that job after the cure. McGonagall hired him because if anyone knew Muggle it was Big D, and because it would allow him to train with the faculty to earn his magical certificates. He eventually earned 4 newts, although his only O was in Muggle studies. His others were in potions, charms, and defense. Chapter 10. Saturday, June 17, 2006, New York City, NY. January 1, 2000. Dear Harry, another month has passed, Harry. I am bigger. I can feel the little ones when they are awake. Thankfully, they seem to sleep most of the time. When they wake up, though, I've been known to scold them for causing such a ruckus in my tummy. Oddly, they seem to sense Mummy is upset with them and calm down a bit. Mum says just I wait till they start kicking me in the bladder. Like I am so looking forward to that. I have monthly visits with a doctor and so far everything is perfect. Classes ended the 22nd of December for Christmas and we start up again the 3rd of January. I thought Thanksgiving was a big deal here. Christmas is huge. It starts literally the day after Thanksgiving when all the shops have huge sales to kick off the buying sprees. It seems the whole city is decorated with lights. Most houses have lights and decorations up. The parties continue through New Year's Eve. I've been to 4. The Martins had one, the Rileys hosted one for us students. There was one at our church. Mums drug me back and we attend Mass every Sunday. And I can't believe I forgot to tell you this, Harry. Not long after Mum, Daphne and I arrived here in St. Louis, we were visited by Magical Child Social Services. They came in to tell us that Mum's baby daughter was a witch and all that. Of course we already knew. Anyway, we were still invited to join the various support organizations for parents of magical children. Here, there are even magical parents who are members, so Mum and I joined. I was not sure at first about my joining. I am not yet a parent and there's no way to know if our children are magical, right? But the social service asked me if I was of non-magical birth, as in no magical parents. Of course, I told them proudly. They said the odds are our children are more likely to be magical than had you and I been descended from pure bloodlines. Apparently, Muggle-borns are essential to the survival of magic. I, of course, asked for proof, and to my surprise I was told of several books on the subject, all based on scientific analysis done by university scholars and such, and all, amazingly, available for purchase or for order at magical bookstores in Soulard, the local magical shopping district. 3 guesses what Mum got me for Christmas, and the first 2 don't count. Anyway, Mum and I bought a Christmas tree. It's a fake made of plastic, but we can use it year after year. We bought a bunch of ornaments and found a website that sold really fancy ones. We ordered several, and each of us ordered special ones for Daphne and each other that were placed under the tree as presents. I think that's going to be a tradition with us. The tree was really pretty. Daphne had a time with her presents from Mum and me. It snowed here just before Christmas. Makes driving a rail pain. But it was so lovely, Harry. Sports are a big thing here, Harry. Huge. The magical community does have its sports, Quidditch, and an American game called Quadpot, but not like in Britain. Here, everyone follows the Big 4, as I call them. American football, professional, and college. Basketball, mostly college here, as St. Louis does not have a professional team. Baseball, the Cardinals are the local team and you are pretty much required to love them, well not really but still. And hockey, a game played on ice. The St. Louis Blues always make the playoffs and never win at all. I got my introduction just before Christmas. The Martins invited Mum and me and Daphne to join them at the bragging rights basketball game between the University of Illinois, where Jack went to school, and University of Missouri, where Pam went. They met in dental school in Alton, Illinois, just across the river. There were 20,000 or more at the game. The Illinois fans all dressed in orange and blue and the Missouri fans in gold and black. About half and half. I don't really remember who won, but it was fun. Remember the Quidditch World Cup? 100,000 in the stands? I could not believe so many people would want to see a game. Here, there are college football stadiums that seat more than that and sell out all the time. And it's not one match either. My guess is most Americans attend a sporting event or more every year. We're talking millions, Harry. As I write this letter, college football is on the telly, the big bowl games. Millions are watching, including most all of us. Magical types here in America. Mom and I have already been invited by the Martins to their Super Bowl party. Another tradition here. It's the professional football championship game, although we are told it's more about the party than the game. Still, the local St. Louis Rams are said to have a shot at the title, so anyway, it's been a wonderful Christmas. It could have been perfect, but you are not here and I have not heard from you. I miss you so much, Harry. I love you, Harry. Hermione, February 5th, 2000. Dearest Harry, less than 2 months left. Harry, in less than 2 months our children will be born. My doctor tells me everything is perfect, but I am still so worried. Mom says that's normal. Although they can clearly tell what the twins are, boys, girls, or one of each. I don't want to know yet. I wish you'd be here or at least write to me. I want you to be their daddy. More important, I want you to help me name them. Why won't you write me, Harry? Okay, I know you just got married. It was in all the papers here, at least the magical kind. You would think you were royalty here for all the publicity about the wizarding wedding of the century. Still, why don't you write? I thought we were friends. I thought we had at least that, Harry. I know I love you totally, but I know I told you I'd understand if you cannot or do not feel the same way about me. I told you that this was my burden and not yours, still. I long to hear from you if only to tell me we are still friends and you still care about me as you always did. I am sorry, Harry. It seems my emotions are a bit out of sorts these days. The kiddies are acting up because their mum is upset, so I'll try not to be for their sake. Besides, they seem to have found my bladder, and it really is a pain when one of them decides it would be fun to kick it. Why do I think Fred and George are in my belly? School is back in session and the work is harder than before. Still, I seem to be doing well. I've been provisionally accepted to several universities based upon my NEWT scores from home. Final acceptance is conditioned on my passing this school and my SAT scores. I am scheduled to sit for that exam in May. One of the schools that has given me a provisional acceptance is St. Louis University. I hope I get in. It's just down the way from here and I really don't want to move away from Mum. Wish me luck. Tomorrow I am having my baby shower. My women friends are going to shower me with gifts for the babies. Mostly practical stuff, I am told. I already have some things. I have bought 2 cribs for them to sleep in and a couple of bassinets, a portable baby sleeper. I also have 2 car seats for them. Although I am told I will need more as they will outgrow them in time. Last chance, Harry. Unless I hear from you before they are born. If they are boys, they will be named Harry Allen Potter and Robert James Potter. Robert was my dad and James was yours. Alan was my granddad. If they are both girls, they will be named Luna Marie Potter and Rosalind Elaine Potter. If it's one of each, it will be Harry Robert Potter and Luna Rosalind Potter. So, unless you write with an objection, there you go. I do miss you so much, Harry. I know you are married, but that doesn't stop me from missing you or loving you. I love you so much. Hermione, March 4th, 2000. Dear Harry, I am big as a house, Harry. It's hard to get out of bed or a chair, and I swear I waddle. I really don't want to know how fat I am. My doctor tells me my weight is just fine, but my belly seems to enter the room a few minutes before I do. Thank goodness this will all be over soon. I think this is God's cruel joke to get us women ready for being mums, making us fat and desperate to get the little ones out into the world. My mum tends to agree. We have really become close over the last several months. Before, it was my daddy who I looked up to. Over the course of my pregnancy and all, Mum and I have really become friends. I help her with my sis and she helps me and tells me what to expect and such. I am so lucky and grateful to have her now. I really want to thank her for all her love and support through this. No, despite what she may have said, I know she was disappointed in me for getting this way. Harry, these babies are not a mistake. No, I told you that before, but I am sure of it now. I can't wait to see their faces for the first time and to hold them in my arms. If this is all I can have of you, it is more than enough. Still, I wish it was over. Being very pregnant really sucks. Love children is what my mum calls them. She means I had a lover and he left me and I am stuck with the result. But she is wrong. Do I want you? Yes. But these two lives inside of me, if that's all I can have of you, these two are the greatest gift I have ever received, and if I should never hear from you again, Harry, thank you. I mean that. I want to thank you for being my friend. I want to thank you for being there for me when no one else was. I want to thank you for making me see I mattered. I want to thank you for all the years we had and the 2 marvelous weeks we had together. Our babies will know that you were special to me and that I love you and always will, and that I think in a way you loved me too, and that you love them. Anyway, sorry, I was getting all weepy, and I know how that bothers you. My classmates in the school decided to set our spring holiday by my delivery. We attend class now almost every day. When I go into labor, that will start our break. You have no idea how touched I was by that. It was not my idea, but theirs. I know this is a shorter letter than usual. Honestly, there really is not that much to report. I am doing well as a student, as if that was a surprise. Our babies are doing well and they will be here soon. I really would love to hear from you. I promise this much. In my next letter, I will introduce you to your children. I love you, Hermione. March 30th, 2000. Dearest Harry, it happened. You are a daddy, a boy Harry Robert, and a girl Luna Rosalind. The babies were due on April 7th but that just meant they were due sometime around that date, Harry, and I was told twins tend to come early. Basically, I was told that I could go into labor anytime after March 15th. So basically, every morning after March 15th, I woke up a little excited hoping this would be the day. To be honest, I was getting really tired of being pregnant. While I was thrilled at feeling our children growing and moving inside me, the side effects were getting annoying. I was so big it was hard to stand up. I swear I could barely fit into the shower off my bedroom. Okay, that was an exaggeration. My back was sore. My ankles seemed swollen. I was moody and irritable all the time. Studying was hard work because when I got done with school, all I wanted to do was sleep. It was time, Harry. One day during my first class, I began having these cramps. I did think much of them at first. I knew it might be the onset of labor, but they were mild and went away quickly, only to come back several minutes later. By the afternoon, I was pretty sure it started, but there was no need to hurry or get worried. My doctor told me I did not have to come to the hospital until my water broke. Fortunately, my class was not far from the hospital, so I planned to go there right after class just to check. I had a bag packed in my car just in case. It had been there over a week. During our afternoon break, Megan came up to me in the restroom and asked if I was okay. I guess she knew I was in labor. She has been through it herself after all. I told her I was probably in labor, but that it wasn't too bad yet and my water had not broken. So I wanted to try and finish the day, although it was hard to concentrate. My last class for the day was history and we were studying the Second World War. I liked this class much more than math or physics, even though I was doing well in all my courses. Anyway, around 4:30 I had my first real contraction. Now everybody knew, because I'm pretty sure I screamed a bit. Just in case that had not gotten my attention, my water then broke. I was so embarrassed. My pants were soaked and it must have looked like I had peed myself. But, red-faced as I was, I had to get to the hospital. Megan helped me to my car and drove me there while Pat followed us in his car, and apparently so did everyone else as it had been agreed. My labor triggered our spring break. I called my mum on my cell phone and told her what was happening. I had another contraction on the way to the hospital and tried to remind myself that the cruciatus curse was worse. I must have said that out loud because Megan asked if I had ever suffered that curse. I told I had during the war and thankfully she left it at that. My mum arrived at the hospital about a half an hour after I did. The doctors had told me it might be several more hours before I was ready to deliver. I was not happy with that bit of news. It might not be as bad as what Bellatrix did to me, but is still bloody hurt, and it was exhausting. I just wanted them out. Finally, A little after midnight I was placed on a gurney and wheeled to the delivery room. Mum was with me. She had agreed to be my coach. I was so grateful that she was there, and she told me later she was thrilled to be able to spend such a special time with her daughter. Couldn't help it. When she said that, I cried. Growing up, Mum and I were never as close as Daddy and I were. These past several months, however, have been a blessing. From the moment she learned I was pregnant, Mum has been by my side and has been teaching me everything I need to know about raising babies, letting me practice on my sis. Harry Robert was born at 12:47 in the morning, March 22nd ND, 2000. His sister Luna Rosalind followed 4 minutes later. Harry was 5 pounds, 14 ounces at birth. I was told that was a healthy size for a twin. I wish I could tell you his hair color, but I can't because he does not have any yet. I can tell you the color of his eyes. He has the most beautiful green eyes just like his daddy. Luna was 6 pounds, 1 ounce at birth. She was born with a head of fine, blonde hair, like my mum, and blue eyes like my daddy. They are both so amazing. I cannot believe it's true that I had a hand in bringing 2 such wonderful new lives into the world. Mum was so proud of me. I was so proud of our Harry and Luna. I've been home now about a week. My classes begin again on Monday. Part of me does not want to go back. I love being a mum. I love taking care of Harry, Luna, and my sis. Thankfully, it is not that hard now as the 2 little ones sleep most of the time. They are already getting bigger. Part of me does not want to miss anything. But Mum is right. I have to go back to school and finish my education so I can get a decent job to support these 2 beauties. I am not hurting for money, Harry, but what I do have will not last forever. So, with some reluctance, I will go back. Mum has Daphne in a daycare, which is where our 2 will probably go while I am in school. Fortunately, I only have a couple of months left. Then I have a whole summer to spend with these darlings before I start college. I am so looking forward to that. The prince or princess is calling. So I've got to go. I love you, Harry, and miss you loads. Hermione, April 29th, 2000. Dear Harry, this past month has been hectic, Harry. My classmates and I are apparently well ahead of schedule, so our school has pushed up everything. We sat for our SATs today, Harry. 6 hours. I know I did well on the English portion. I think I did well at math. But we'll see. We will finish before the end of May, and hopefully I will know if and where I will be going to college next fall. Because they moved everything up, it seems as if my workload has doubled. I found it odd at first that I seemed to be the only one complaining. I know you may find it hard that I was actually complaining about more work, but I then realized it was not the workload alone, but the workload coupled with the new demands on my time as a mum. The babies are wonderful, Harry. I really have no good complaints, but having 2 of them is a lot of work, and newborns are the hardest of all, Mum says. She also says she's a bit envious of me. Why? She says even though I have 2, and that's always far more work than 1. They are such good babies. As newborns, they don't really do much except eat, poop, and sleep, and they sleep a lot. I figure they are sleeping close to 18 hours a day, and they get cranky if you wake them up before they are good and ready. When they are awake, fed and cleaned, they are happy and raise hardly a fuss. According to Mum, Daphne and I were more likely to complain even when nothing seemed to be wrong with us. Mum thinks Harry and Luna's laid-back nature must come from your side. So long as I pay attention to them, they are content to sit there and observe this strange, new world they have entered. I have been allowed to bring them to class with me. I was a little concerned about it because I did not know how my classmates would react, especially when the time came to change nappies, the Americans call them diapers, or to feed them. I am chest feeding them. It's easier and better for them in the long run. Actually, I think I was most concerned with Patrick and Antonio. I figured the women in my class would have no issue at all, and I was right. But Patrick is a father, Colleen, and Antonio and Adriana are planning to have kids. In fact, Adriana has taken it upon herself to help her husband learn about babies, so if I am busy or if both the little darlings need changing, Antonio helps. When the babies are awake in class, they have a lap to sit on if they want one. Everybody seems to love them, so they actually spend more time with my classmates than with me, and of course they also attend our study sessions. While they seem to be better at sleeping through a lecture than you or Ron were in History of Magic, Part of me hopes this experience rubs off on them and they learn to love learning as much as I do. I was a little concerned at first about bringing them to class with me. I was afraid that they might be exposed to germs and get sick. Mom told me that they are probably safer in a class full of young adults than they would be in daycare because we are less likely to be sick than young children. So far, so good. They have not even had the sniffles and they do seem to enjoy it. When they are awake, that is. In fact, if our professor says something that we students find amusing enough to chuckle or laugh about, the loudest laughs are from the kids. My history professor seems to make it a point to make them laugh. I'd like to think they are having a wonderful start to life and am so glad I can be with them all the time. I know I would miss them terribly, and will miss them. They will probably have to be in daycare when I start college. Probably as much as I miss you. Then again, I would know that I would see them in a few hours, whereas with you, Harry, I honestly do not know when or if I will ever see you again. That has proven far harder than I ever imagined. When we are home and they are awake and I am studying, I sit them on my lap so they can see the book I am reading and read it out loud to them. I know they probably don't understand most all of what I am saying. They understand their names, and that I am Mum and Mum is Gran and my friends' names and such, or at least seem to, but that's it so far. I know that even if they did, they could probably care less about electromagnetic theory, basic differential calculus, or the Korean War. Still, they act like it's the most fun to be had. I like to think it's because they are spending quality time with their mum. Harry, I am doing my best to see that your babies have the childhood that you were denied. I really am. I am sorry, Harry. None of that explains why I've been complaining about the workload. But I wanted you to know just how much I love our babies and how I have no regrets over the time they spend with their mum. I love being with them. I really do. But, as good as they are newborns and newborns don't keep regular hours. Mum warned me in advance. She told me to expect weeks, if not months of sleepless nights. A newborn needs to feed every few hours or so and no baby likes a soiled nappy. Not really, certainly not when they are asleep. Mum never had twins, obviously, and warned that it might be worse for me than it was for her with just one child to worry about. It was, one of them would wake up wanting a change or a meal and that would set the other one off. If he or she was not in need of attention, they were upset about the noise the other was causing. At first, I dealt with the one in immediate need of attention, be it a nappy change or a feed or both. Then, if the other was only upset from the lack of consideration their sibling had shown for their sleep, I rocked them back into a nice slumber and put them back to bed. The problem was they each had their own schedule. Invariably, an hour or so later, the other one would want his or her mum. I was lucky to get 3 hours of uninterrupted sleep at a time at night. Mum would take care of them during the days I had off to let me get a nap, but I was still exhausted all the time. At night, it is easier for both of us if I feed them. Chest feeding is not nearly as time-consuming as bottle feeding for newborns. With a bottle, be it chest milk or formula, you have to worry about the temperature of the milk. If it's not just right, the baby won't eat. After a few months, and especially after they are weaned, they get less picky, Mum says, but I'm not there yet. Poor me. No sleep, and I still had to go to class and learn, and all I wanted to do was sleep. After about 2 weeks, I snapped a little. I decided that if one woke up and he or she woke the other one, occasionally that did not happen, I would change and feed both of them so at least their schedules matched. It seemed to work as I was able to get a little more sleep every night. Still, I prayed for the day they would both sleep 6 or more hours at night so I could get a halfway decent night's sleep. A few days ago, the darlings slept for almost 8 hours. I was thrilled and kissed them all over when they woke up for letting their mummy, finally, get a decent sleep herself. So far, they've kept at it and I am not the total wreck I was before. I was so grateful they really let me sleep last night before my exams. I wonder if they knew? I doubt it. Still, Harry, I wish you were here with me right now or I was there with you. I wish you could see our children and experience the joy in their being as I do. I wish you could help me with them when I need it. But most of all, I wish we were together because I miss you so terribly it hurts. When we were last together, when I had to leave to find my family, how I wish I told you how I really felt about you. I love you, Harry. I always have. I was really messed up in the head at the time and for that I am sorry. I wonder what would have happened if I had the courage to tell you. Would it have changed things? Would we be together as I hope and dream? Harry, I know you are now married to Ginny. I saw it in the papers months ago. I wonder if that would have happened if I had the courage to truly open my heart to you. I don't know. It would have only if you felt the same way. Did you? Sometimes it seemed as if you might. But that's not what happened. For now I pray you are happy in your life and marriage. While I now truly wish it was me who met you at the altar, so long as your life is happy, I cannot ask for more, as that is all I have ever wanted. Your happiness is all I have ever wanted. I just wish I was the reason. I am sorry, Harry. I know how emotional stuff makes you uncomfortable. I think I know why, read Dudley's. But I do miss you terribly and love you more than anything. I just want you to know, I am trying to be the best mom ever for our children and hope one day you'll meet them and be as proud of them as I am. I am crying now because I miss you so much. I will love you forever, Harry. Hermione. P.S. Harry's hair is coming in. I don't know yet if it is as uncontrollable as yours is, but it is the same color. A part of me hopes that he and Luna will inherit my eyesight. Too early to tell on that. May 28, 2000. Dear Harry, well, my school is now officially over.
Eva graduated.
They had a ceremony for all 6 of us. We dressed in academic robes, the same worn by all secondary school and up-type graduates in this country. They are based upon a medieval or Renaissance design. The girls wore magenta robes and the boys black. We had our family and friends to witness as we received our diplomas, saying that we had successfully finished secondary school. Part of me wished we had a similar ceremony at Hogwarts. Finishing school is an important occasion and should be more than just boarding the train home for one last time. My mum's colleagues, the Martins, were there and they hosted a graduation party for us. They have been like a surrogate family to all of us since Thanksgiving. 2 weekends ago, they took the lot of us to our first baseball game. The St. Louis Cardinals were playing the Los Angeles Dodgers. The local team won 5-4. The Martins explained baseball to all of us, and were helped by the fans sitting all around us. I think I might actually like this game as a spectator. I finished at the top of my class, but there was not huge difference between the 6 of us. We all did extremely well and all did well on our SATs. The class of 2000 is one of the best the school ever had academically. I and the Rileys and Garzas are all accepted to and going to attend St. Louis University starting in the fall term. Brianna is going to Notre Dame in Indiana, a good school, and Jeanette has been accepted to a top-notch culinary school. We have all promised to keep in touch. I am so grateful for all the help they have given me in assimilating and with the babies. As for Jeanette and Brianna, I will miss them. Oh, and we all just learned that Adriana is pregnant. As she has helped me, I have promised to help her. Next week, our babies are going to be baptized. I really wish you could be here for that. But as I have not heard from you in ages, I have asked Mum's colleague Jack Martin to stand as godfather to Harry and Pat Riley as Luna's. I asked Megan and Pamela to be the godmothers. I have invited all my friends and they will all be there. Mum's going to host a party afterwards. It should be special. The babies are doing wonderfully. I am so looking forward to spending this summer with them. Luna rolled herself over just the other day and boy did Harry seem jealous. He's been trying hard to do the same thing ever since. I know they like each other, but I am getting the feeling there's a competitive streak between them. It may be useful. Mum and Pam Martin told me boys potty train later than girls. Maybe, if Luna gets out of nappies, Harry will be inspired to follow along just to stay even. Although it's over a year away, I can't wait. Oh, I know I forgot to tell you this. Although neither has manifested yet, and unless they were born metamorphoguses like Teddy, they would not have. Our babies are both magical, and apparently very magical. Magical Child Services informed me of that a little over a month ago when they had their monthly visit with Mum and Daphne. I knew deep down they probably were. Still, I cannot say there was not a part of me that was concerned just a little. It's a parent thing, I suppose. Harry, I do wish you would write me. I do wish you would tell me you know of us. I don't expect you to come and see us, but I do wish you would tell me and us that you do care for us in some small way. Know you are married. I know you must love Ginny. But I wish you would let me know we are still friends despite everything. I love you, Harry, and miss you as my best and truest friend. Our children will grow up knowing how special you are to me and how much their mummy loves you. They will grow up knowing how special you are, although I will protect your true identity from them. For now, out of my abiding respect and love for you. Obviously, if you don't want to hear from me and don't want your children to know who you are, I should respect that. All I want for you is for you to be happy. But our babies deserve to know at least a little about their wonderful daddy whom I love so much. When they are older, I will tell them about you and how wonderful you are. Still, there are plenty of stories I can tell them without invading your privacy. And those stories I will tell, my love. I will tell them about how brave you are and how noble. I will tell them you were practically born famous, yet wanted nothing to do with fame or fortune, unless you earned it for what you really did and not for what others claimed you did, and even then not so much. I will tell them what I love about you, your kindness, your support, your ability to see things in people they cannot see for themselves, your inherent gift of leadership and your saving people thing. As much as you might think that annoyed me, it only did because you might have died and that was a fate I could not accept. I now know that is the reason I did not tell you how I truly felt about you. During that damned war, I was afraid you would die and I felt it was better for me to lose you as a friend than as the only love I had and will ever know. Harry, that was the biggest mistake I have ever made. I wish I had told you that you are my life. I wonder all the time if I had told you that before I left, would we be together now? I'd like to think that we would. I really wish that we were. I want my one and only best friend back. I miss you so much. I love you, Harry. Honestly. Hermione. Harry put the remaining 3 letters from their first year apart down. He could not read any further, not yet. She had loved him as much as he had loved her, and the realization had brought him to tears. He had missed his children's birth. He had missed their first months of life. He had missed their entire lives. He had missed watching Hermione grow into what seemed to be a mother he wished he had had and that any child deserved. He had missed all that because of a jealous girl who he had wasted years of his life with, when all the while, the one and only woman in the world wanted him, as a friend and as the love of her life. Ginny had denied him children. Hermione had given him children. Ginny wanted his fame, wealth, and glory. Hermione wanted him and nothing more. How could he have been so stupid? But how do I feel about her now? He asked herself. You love her, he answered. You have loved her all these years and you still do. Still, cut the crud, Harry. Indecision is what cost you her time and time again. But it's been 7 years. We have changed. We both have, haven't we? And yet, for 7 years, even when you were married to another, you wrote her every month, and on her birthday and on the anniversary of the day she left. For 7 years, even when you were married, it was Hermione you worried about. It was Hermione you dreamt about at night. It was Hermione who was the last thought before sleep took you and the first thought you had in the morning. It was thinking of her and dreaming she was with me that kept the nightmares under control. You wrote her again not 3 weeks ago, Harry. You dreamt of her last night, as always. You remember the dream. I do. It's the same theme. We are married. Happy and at the park watching our children play. It's always warm and sunny, and she is always as beautiful as an angel. But not half as beautiful as she is now, don't you think? She was stunning. My mouth was dry when I first walked up to her this morning, hoping and praying it was her, yet fearing it was as well. Your fears seem unjustified, which has me a bit confused. She could have easily thought I hated her, and she could have hated me for it, but it seemed almost as if we last saw each other yesterday, which might mean the memory of me is as important to her as hers is to me. Memory? Is that all she can be? I don't know. What do you want? What I probably can't have. Why can't you? Her life is here now. I have a life in Britain. I can't ask her to throw away her life, to uproot her family and come home. I can't do that to Teddy either. You know how resilient children can be, Harry. He could adapt, so could her children. I just don't see it. So you will let her go again? The last time would have been forever had fortune not intervened today. The next time? Do you really think you can let her go again? You know darn well you can never be truly happy without her in your life. But does she feel the same way about me? She admitted she stopped writing me 3 years ago. Does not mean she stopped loving you. Does it? You never wrote back. What was the poor girl supposed to think? You saw her face this morning. Did that look like the face of someone who wanted nothing to do with you? What am I going to do? You know darn well. Indeed. This time, if fate tears us apart, it will not be because I let it. Time's a-wasting, Harry. Go down and get her back in your life. With that final thought, Harry went to the sink and washed the tears from his eyes, picked up his own laptop and left the room to try and start the rest of his life. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Saturday, June 17, 2006, New York City, NY. When Harry arrived in the huge and towering atrium of Hotel Enchance, the Plaza Hotel of the American Magical World on Central Park West in New York, he could see that Hermione was not there yet. He hoped that she was being a woman running later rather than earlier. He feared she was thinking of not seeing him at all. He would not blame her if she had made that decision. He had dropped in on her life unannounced and, while he thought there was still something there between them, he did not really know. He would understand if she got cold feet, but he would be crushed just the same. He loved this country. He had spent quite a bit of time over here over the years, mainly due to his connections with the magical section of the FBI which had augmented the Aurors after they had been all but wiped out in the war. Britain's allies had sent aid to help end the madness. Harry's first mentors in the Aurors office was an American FBI agent and a chief inspector from the non-magical New Scotland Yard. He loved the openness of this country. He loved the fact that while Harry Potter was known over here, he was not a celebrity and could stand, as he did now, in the middle of a major magical gathering place and not be hounded for autographs, pictures, or interviews. He could be just Harry and not the famous war hero, not the deputy head of his department, not the 34th Earl of Godric's, and not what some believed was the wealthiest bachelor in magical Britain. He could actually people watch and get away with it. He saw her first. She was hard to miss. She was wearing a light blue, periwinkle Harry new dress. It was the same color as the gown she had worn all those years ago at the Yule Ball, and it flattered her every bit as much now as it did then. Her dress was not nearly as fancy or frilly, more of a summer dress, Harry thought. Still, it seemed to make her glow all the more. Clearly she was looking for him. It was, after all, a large atrium. He would give her a bit of time, so he could gaze at her without concern. She finally saw him and waved as she began to hurry over. There was such a huge smile on her face. Harry had always loved her smile. He loved most of her expressions, but her smile made her glow as no other woman could ever hope to, in Harry's humble opinion. Still, she was drop-dead gorgeous. Harry had always thought she was cute, pretty when she made even the slightest effort and beautiful when she tried just a little more. She had never looked this good. Harry knew this was true because he had all kinds of photos of her that somehow Ginny had not found, and he looked at them almost every day since Hermione left. But she never looked this good. Perhaps the 7 years was a good thing in a way. She had clearly blossomed like a most precious rose. Had he seen her over this time, he might not have noticed. Darn, he thought. I am now officially done for. As she got closer, Harry noted she had an odd expression on her face. He could tell from it what it was not. She was not angry. She was not overcome with glee. She was not truly upset. She was not lost in thought, a normal thing for her in the past and one which Harry knew instinctively. He tried to place the expression. A question? Wonder. Darn. She was gorgeous. You look wonderful, Hermione. She smiled. Harry could tell that smile, the one where she was both pleased with herself and pleased that he appreciated something about her. He always melted at that smile in the past, and today it was no different. She kept coming towards him slowly. Thanks, Harry, she whispered, and she hugged him tight and he hugged her back. Her head rested on his shoulder as she squeezed against him. God, I've missed you, she added. I've missed you too, Hermione, Harry whispered back as he rocked her slowly. She eventually looked up at his face, her eyes glistening. Harry could not help himself. This is what he had dreamt about for years, to have her back again. She had a bemused and almost inviting expression as she stared into his eyes. He could not help himself. Slowly, drawn in by her eyes, he leaned in and kissed her. She did not resist or pull back. She joined him and returned the kiss with a passion. Harry had no idea how long they stood there locked in an embrace and the most passionate kiss in memory. Finally, as if by unspoken mutual agreement, their lips separated and they looked into each other's eyes from inches away. What just happened, Harry? Hermione asked. I kissed you, Harry whispered. Hermione gave him what he once had thought of the "you're the master of the obvious" look. And you kissed me back, Harry added. That's not what I meant, Hermione replied quietly, unable to do anything but stare into his eyes. I know, Harry replied as he closed the distance again. She had no idea how long the second kiss was, only that it was long and even better than the first. She had gone weak all over. Finally broke, but even then she thought it was too soon. She did not know it, but she was smiling up at Harry. Harry looked into her eyes for a long moment and then his eyes darted from side to side before engaging hers again. It seems people are looking at us, he said softly. She flushed. I guess if anyone asks, we could always say we're newlyweds, he said with a mischievous smile. Or, she replied, we just go over and take a seat at a nice out-of-the-way table. Harry nodded. I still love her, he thought to himself as he took her hand in his, and they walked to a nice corner of the atrium. Darn it, Hermione thought. I do still love him. How's this ever going to work? They took their seat at a small table for two that Hermione thought was both out of the way and quite cozy. She was dying to interrogate Harry further about the kiss, but before she could open her mouth to speak, the waiter arrived. Would you like a menu? He asked. Yes, Harry said. No, Hermione added immediately. She saw a look of confusion on Harry's face. I made reservations for us at the main restaurant for 6:30. You don't mind? Love to, Harry smiled. I guess that's a no on the menus then. A drink perhaps? Iced tea, Harry said. Hermione was stunned. Harry was a Brit in America, not an Americanized Brit like she was. The British do not drink iced tea. She did. More questions. Same for me, thank you, she added. After the waiter left, Harry leaned in with a slightly excited expression. I've been dying to eat there since I arrived late last night. Have you seen the menu? Classic steaks, Southern-style cooking and barbecue. Cajun. You know, there are places in London that claim to serve genuine American fare. Rubbish. It is edible, but it's not the real thing. Then again, this might not be either. It is New York and not New Orleans or Atlanta or Memphis still. I do miss the real thing. Made me a little homesick, really. Why would American food make you think of London, Harry? The kiss question could wait, she thought to herself. Not American food in general, Harry said. Good old down-home Southern food, he added in a passable Southern accent. Harry, how do you know about that? I'd like to say I read about it in a book, Harry quipped. Hermione glared at him. Sorry, poor joke. Your letters from St. Louis made me a little homesick as well. It's hard to find decent Thanksgiving turkeys in London, and I do miss baseball and basketball. And even football. What do you mean, miss? Hermione began. She then gasped. You lived here? Not here, Mione, not New York. Who would want to be a Yankees fan or a Mets fan for that matter? While I agree with that, being a Cardinals fan, what are you saying, Harry? Don't have much use for them either, Harry winked. Or the National League Central. Harry, she growled. Okay, Harry surrendered. You see, in late 2001, I and a few others were called into the minister's office for a meeting. Thursday, December 20th, 2001, Orr's office. Ministry of Magic, London, UK. Harry walked into the office and over to his desk. It was 7:30 in the morning and he was dying for a cup of coffee. He had a lousy night. He had had a lousy night almost every night since the end of November, when the national championship game won by his wife and the Holyhead Harpies ended the Quidditch season. Even their 2-year anniversary had been lousy. He had missed her. He knew that. But it seemed whenever she was around, they would fight. She was once again insisting he should resign from the ministry, and yesterday, for not apparent reason, she went off on a rant about how Hermione had ruined everyone's lives. She had also made it perfectly clear, again, that she was not about to ruin her Hall of Fame career and have kids. Since she needed at least 10 years in the league, preferably 20, by the time her career ended, she would be too old, so Teddy would have to do. Harry had come to hate Quidditch, and as it was practically the only other thing she talked about, he was praying for the season to start so she would leave again. This is not the way it is supposed to be between a husband and a wife, he thought as he picked up the night reports and began to read. "Don't tell me you had another fight with the wife, Harry," a voice said. Harry looked up and saw his partner taking his seat across from him. His partner was Kevin Malone, a special agent from the American Federal Bureau of Investigation's Magical Section who had been on loan to the British ORS office since July of 1998. Harry had learned a lot about the magical United States from his long association with his mentor and friend and wished desperately that Britain was like that land across the sea in so many ways. He and others had begun taking steps which he hoped would achieve something like that here one day.